Road stuff is always fun. Oh my god, it sells so much. I know. Where does that come from? Everything moves. Yeah. Boogers. Boogers. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for the first coffee of the day for me. Oh, we have coffee at breakfast. Oh, that's right. We did have coffee at breakfast. That's right. And we're buying ourselves a fancy hipster breakfast because we're going to be working for the next 24 hours. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Well, do you have a hipster breakfast coffee and to take the donations? That would be useful. We can't take donations, actually, but... We can't sell anything. Just want to be our 501c3. You're retweeting this. This is so pretty. Yeah, it's been a hot year for us. No, you guys are crazy. Well, we had a lot of great fun. You know, Jason is from the City Council member's office. They've been helping us a lot. The libraries are working with us. Okay, so let's stopped by the ABC film truck and said, you know what's happening down there? And he said, well, I know their publicity person has already told me. But he smiled at me on my way back. So you know, there's Right, I've got 10 minutes to get this embedded in culture. And you can do it. You got it. You totally got it. You're all over this. Three benchmarks. Just like usual. You want to just take this live stream thing and like roll it around. That would be awful. I Another reference.
Yes, hi, my name's Katie. I'm a reporter with the Oh, how nice. I'm Marilyn. Hi, that's Christian. This is Lauren.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, great. I think I met you guys at the redesigning libraries thing.
Yeah, I think we did actually.
Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Good,
Christian, nice to see you again.
Nitty, nice to meet you again.
Thank you for being here.
How are you guys doing today?
We're doing great. Doing great.
Glad the rain
Everything's going
cleared up for
yeah,
you.
Yeah,
That's a good
thank
thing.
you. Thank you. Shh, we don't say that word. We don't say that word.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, there was discussion of hail, but we're not having that discussion.
Okay, you guys are tough. It's fine.
Yeah,
You know what's right.
That would be a first. We had, we've had it all actually. A couple of years ago, this entire tent with cameras and lights and everything up in the air, moved over 2 feet, and then dropped again by the wind. And the poor woman who was reading was an author. And one of our authors, and she like has a moment, and Lauren starts screaming from the back, "Keep reading! We have to read 24 hours solid. Keep reading! I'm not kidding. Read!" And yeah, it was awesome.
I mean, take it as a sign.
That's how we what you know. That's what we do. That's what we do. So, can you give me just 1 second to stick these, and then I'd be happy to talk about whatever you would like to talk about.
Oh, hi, nice to meet you. How are you doing? Yeah, finally. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. It's new. It's like Capital. That's right. Yeah. It's like Capital since last.
Awesome. Great.
Between Capital and Metro, they're just really different styles, you know? Like, I think that Capital was great because you got in-depth with some stuff, but it wasn't very, like, average person, you know? Like, basically, yeah. That's right. Yeah. I will do. Yeah. You guys are directly in the path of the library, so I don't know. Which is cool and all. But okay. Sure. I've got the link. It's on our website. Yeah, there you go. So it's just on our website. It's on YouTube. Yeah, there you guys are. It's a couple minutes behind. Yes, it does. It does. Usually when you see something like that, that's like, right. There he is. Yes, Lauren is here. Hi, how are you?
Okay, I'm Scott Bernstein. I work in DCAS, the
Okay.
city of New York.
Yes.
I'm in the real estate division.
Yes.
Who runs your facility?
What do you mean?
All right, my question
Because
is...
I'm a not-for-profit that has a tiny little office in a little shitty place in LIC. You mean the library?
Yeah, I don't know. I was told the library had an office, and I'm looking actually at the space on Jamaica Avenue. Jamaica Avenue. Is that where it's Yeah, I just want to make sure there are no issues. I'm going for it. I just like
Yeah, no, actually, I thought it's yeah, I know. I noticed how weird it was. Yeah, I could keep going. I have another great grandmother thing for 15 minutes. I have a chapter of this one is
Lauren?
How do you get to Queen? Also, I know I have your card somewhere, but I'll just get you to write it down. So.
Oh, sure.
Question, you got 1 minute.
I got 1 minute. Okay, let's step over here.
Yeah. No, I mean, we're starting in 1 minute.
Okay, awesome.
You can say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all very, very much for being here. Thank you for coming to the 6th 24-hour read-in for libraries in New York City. Your support is very, very welcome and very appreciated. We will be here for 24 full hours, folks. We're going to be here for a full rotation of the earth. And we can't wait to have you with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are fighting for $50 million in library operating funds. 55, thank you, I'm sorry, 65 in operating funding, and 1.5 billion in capital funding. This is a big lift, ladies and gentlemen, but it's no more than our citizens deserve. I want to thank you all very much for being here, and I want to welcome our very first reader, a great friend of libraries, Marilyn Johnson. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all. I would like to kick this off with the words of that great lover of libraries, Ray Bradbury. This is from Fahrenheit 451, a world not just without libraries, but without books. It was a pleasure to burn. It was a special pleasure to see things eat, to see things blackened and changed. With the brass nozzle in his fists, with the great python spitting its venomous kerosene upon the world, the blood pounded in his head, and his hands were the hands of some amazing conductor playing all the symphonies of blazing and burning to bring down the tatters and charcoal ruins of history. With his symbolic helmet numbered 451 on his stolid head and his eyes all orange flame with the thought of what came next, he flicked the igniter, and the house jumped up in a gorging fire that burned the evening sky red and yellow and black. He strode in a swarm of fireflies. He wanted above all, like the old joke, to shove a marshmallow on a stick in the furnace, while the flappy pigeon-winged books died on the porch and lawn of the house. While the books went up in sparkling whirls and blew away on a wind turned dark with burning. Montag grinned the fierce grin of all men singed and driven back by flame. He knew that when he returned to the firehouse, he might wink at himself, a minstrel man, burnt corked in the mirror. Later, going to sleep, he would feel the fiery smile still gripped by his face muscles in the dark. It never went away, that smile. It never, ever went away, as long as he remembered. He hung up his black beetle-colored helmet and shined it. He hung his flame-proof jacket neatly. He showered luxuriously, and then whistling, hands in pockets, walked across the upper floor of the fire station and fell down the hole. At the last moment, when disaster seemed positive, he pulled his hands from his pockets and broke his fall by grasping the golden pole. He slid to a squeaking halt, the heels 1 inch from the concrete floor, downstairs. He walked out of the fire station and along the midnight street toward the subway, where the silent, air-propelled train slid soundlessly down its lubricated flue in the earth. and let him out with a great puff of warm air into the cream-tiled escalator rising to the suburb. Whistling, he let the escalator waft him into the still night air. He walked toward the corner, thinking little at all about nothing in particular. Before he reached the corner, however, he slowed as if a wind had sprung up from nowhere, as if someone had called his name. The last few nights he had had the most uncertain feelings about the sidewalk just around the corner here, moving in the starlight toward his house. He had felt that a moment prior to his making the turn, someone had been there. The air seemed charged with a special calm, as if someone had waited there quietly, and only a moment before he came, simply turned to a shadow and let him through. But now, tonight, he slowed almost to a stop. His inner mind, reaching out to turn the corner for him, had heard the faintest whisper. Breathing? Or was the atmosphere compressed merely by someone standing very quietly there, waiting? He turned the corner. The autumn leaves blew over the moonlit pavement in such a way as to make the girl who was moving there seem fixed to a sliding walk, letting the motion of the wind and the leaves carry her forward. Her head was half bent to watch her shoes stir the circling leaves. The trees overhead made a great sound of letting down their dry rain. The girl stopped and looked as if she might pull back in surprise, but instead stood regarding Montag with eyes so dark and shining and alive that he felt he had said something quite wonderful. But he knew his mouth had only moved to say hello. And then when she seemed hypnotized by the salamander on his arm and the phoenix disc on his chest, he spoke again. "Of course," he said, "you're our new neighbor, aren't you?" "And you must be," she raised her eyes from his professional symbols. "The fireman." Her voice trailed off. "How oddly you say that." I'd have known it with my eyes shut," she said slowly. "What, the smell of kerosene? My wife always complains," he laughed. "You never wash it off completely." "No, you don't," she said in awe. He felt she was walking in a circle about him, turning him end for end, shaking him quietly and emptying his pockets, without once moved herself. "Kerosene," he said, because the silence had lengthened, "is nothing but perfume to me." "Does it seem like that, really?" "Of course, why not?" She gave herself time to think of it. "I don't know." She turned to face the sidewalk going toward their homes. "Do you mind if I walk back with you? I'm Clarice McClellan." "Clarice, Guy Montag. Come along. What are you doing out so late wandering around? How old are you?" They walked in the warm, cool, glowing night on the silver pavement, and there was the faintest breath of fresh apricots and strawberries in the air. And he looked around and realized this was quite impossible so late in the year. There was only the girl walking with him now, her face bright as snow in the moonlight, and he knew she was working his questions around, seeking the best answers she could possibly give. "Well," she said, "I'm 17 and I'm crazy. My uncle says the two always go together. When people ask your age," he said, "always say 17 and insane. Isn't this a nice time of night to walk? I like to smell things and look at things and sometimes stay up all night walking and watching the sunrise." They walked on again in silence, and finally she said thoughtfully, "You know, I'm not afraid of you at all." He was surprised. "Why should you be?" "So many people are. Afraid of firemen, I mean. But you're just a man, after all." He saw himself in her eyes, suspended in two shining drops of bright water, himself dark and tiny, in fine detail, the lines about his mouth, everything there, as if her eyes were two miraculous bits of violet amber that might capture and hold him intact. "Do you mind if I ask how long you've worked at being a fireman?" "Since I was 20, 10 years ago." "Do you ever read any of the books you burn?" He laughed. "That's against the law." "Oh, of course." "It's fine work. Monday, burn Millay. Wednesday, Whitman. Friday, Faulkner. Burn them to ashes, then burn the ashes. That's our official slogan." They walked still farther, and the girl said, "Is it true that long ago firemen put fires out instead of starting them?" No, houses have always been fireproof. Take my word for it. Strange. I heard once that a long time ago houses used to burn by accident, and they needed firemen to stop the flames. He laughed. She glanced quickly over. Why are you laughing? I don't know. He started to laugh again and stopped. Why? You laugh when I haven't been funny, and you answer right off. You never stop to think what I asked you. He stopped walking. You are an odd one, he said, looking at her. Haven't you any respect? I don't mean to be insulting. It's just I love to watch people too much, I think. Well, doesn't this mean anything to you? He tapped the numerals 451 stitched on his char-colored sleeve. Yes, she whispered. I'm going to jump ahead to a really disturbing scene. It was a flaking 3-story house in the ancient part of the city. A century old if it was a day, but like all houses had been given a thin, fireproof plastic sheet many years ago. And this preservative shell seemed to be the only thing holding it in the sky. Here we are. The engine slammed to a stop. Baby, Stoneman, and Black ran up the sidewalk, suddenly odious and fat in their plump, fireproof slickers. Montag followed. They crashed the front door and grabbed at a woman, though she was not running. She was not trying to escape. She was only standing, weaving from side to side, her eyes fixed upon a nothingness in the wall, as if they had struck her a terrible blow upon the head. Her tongue was moving in her mouth, and her eyes seemed to be trying to remember something. And then they remembered, and her tongue moved again. Play the man, Mr. Ridley. We shall this day light such a candle by God's grace in England as I trust shall never be put out. Enough of that, said Baby. Where are they? He slapped her face with amazing objectivity and repeated the question. The old woman's eyes came to focus upon Baby. You know where they are, or you wouldn't be here. Montag, up here. Montag's hands closed like a mouth, brushed the book with wild devotion, with an insanity of mindlessness to his chest. The men above were hurling shovels full of magazines from the dusty air. They fell like slaughtered birds, and the woman stood below, like a small girl among the bodies. Montag had done nothing. His hand had done it all. His hand, with a brain of its own, with conscience and curiosity in each trembling finger, had turned thief. Now it plunged the book back under his arm, pressed it tight to sweating armpit, rushed out empty with a magician's flourish. Look here, innocent, look. He gazed, shaking at the white hand. He held it way out as if he were farsighted. He held it close as if he were blind. Montag, he jerked about. Don't stand there, idiot. The books lay like great mounds of fishes left to dry. The men danced and slipped and fell over them. Titles glittered, their golden eyes falling, gone. Kerosene. You're not leaving here, he protested. She won't come. Force her then. Bailey raised his hand in which was concealed the igniter. We're due back at the house. Besides, these fanatics always try suicide. The pattern's familiar. Montag placed his hand on the woman's elbow. You can come with me. No, she said, thank you anyway. I'm counting to 10, said Baby. 1, 2. Please, said Montag. Go on, said the woman. 3, 4. Here, Montag pulled at the woman. She replied quietly, I want to stay here. 5, 6. You can stop counting, she said. She opened the fingers of one hand slightly, and in the palm of the hand was a single slender object, an ordinary kitchen match. The sight of it rushed the men out and down away from the house. Captain Baby, keeping his dignity, backed slowly through the front door, his pink face burnt and shiny from 1,000 fires and night excitements. The fumes of kerosene bloomed up all around her. Montag felt the hidden book pound like a heart inside his chest. Go on, said the woman, and Montag felt himself back out and away out the door. Thank you all. Go libraries.
I'm going to read from Joseph Mitchell's Up in the Old Hotel.
I'm Jamie. Hi. And I just lost my name. We'll see how far we get. A bossy, yellow-haired blonde named Maisie P. Gordon is a celebrity on the Bowery. In the nickel drink saloons and in the all-night restaurants which specialize in thick snouts and cabbage at a dime and platter, she's known by her first name. She makes a round of these establishments practically every night, and drunken punks sometimes come up behind her, slap her on the back, and call her sweetheart. This never annoys her. She has a wry but genuine fondness for dogs, and is undoubtedly acquainted with more than any other person has seen. Each day she gives them between $5 and $15 in small change, which is a lot of money on the bar. In my time, I've been as free with my dimes as old John D. himself, she says. Maisie has resided for 21 years under the ticket cage of the Venice Theater at 209 Park Road, a few doors west of Chapman Square, where the Bowery begins. The Venice is a small, seedy, moving picture theater which opens at 8 a.m. and closes at midnight. It is a dime house. For this sum, a customer sees 2 features, a newsreel, a cartoon, a short, and a serial episode. The Venice is not a scratch house. In fact, it is highly esteemed by its customers because it seeks scrubbing at least once a week. Maisie brags that it is as sanitary as the Paramount. Nobody ever got loused up in the Venice, she says. On the Bowery, cheap movies rank just below cheap alcohol as an escape, and most bums are movie fans. In the clientele of the Venice, they are numerous. The Venice is also frequented by people from the tenement neighborhoods in the city of Chapman Square, such as Chinatown, Little Italy on Lower Mulberry Street, and the Spanish section on Cherry Street. 2/3 of his customers are males. Children and most women sit in a reserved section for the eyes of the matron. Once in an elegant mood, Maisie boasted that she never admits intoxicated persons. When do you consider a person intoxicated, she was asked. Maisie snickered. When he has to get down on all fours and crawl, she said. In any case, there are drunks in practically every Venice audience. When the liquor in them dies down, they become fretful and mumble to themselves. And during romantic pictures, they make loud, crazy, derogatory remarks to the actors on the screen. But by and large, they are not as troublesome as the class of Maisie calls it stiffs. Those are the most listless of bums. They are blank-eyed and slow-moving, and they have no strong desire for anything but sleep. Some are able to doze while leaning against a wall, even in freezing weather. Many stiffs habitually go into the Venice early in the day and slumber in their seats until they are driven out at midnight. Some days I don't know which this is, a movie picture theater or a flop house, Maisie once remarked. Other day, I told the manager pictures for shooting in them are bad for business. They wake up the customers. Most Bowery movie houses employ bouncers. At the Venice, Maisie is the bouncer. She tells intimates that she feels fighting is unladylike, but that she considers it her duty to throw at least one customer out of the theater every day. If I didn't put my foot down, the customers would take the place, she says. I don't get any fun out of fighting. I always lose my temper. When I start swinging, I taste blood and I can't stop. Sometimes I get beside myself. Also, a lot of the bums are so weak they don't fight back, and that makes me feel like a kid. Maisie is small, but she is wirely and fearless, and she has a frightening voice. The ticket cage is in the shadow of the tracks of the City Hall spur of the 3rd Avenue elevated line, and 2 decades of talking about the screeching of the trains have left her with a rasping face, with which she can dominate men twice her size. Now and then, in the Venice, a stiff first head back and begins to snore so blatantly that he can be heard all over the place, especially during tense moments of picture. When this happens, or when one of the drunks gets into a belly mood, the women and children in the reserve section stamp on the floor and chant, "Maisie, Maisie, we want Maisie." The instant this chant goes up, the matron hastens out to the lobby, raps on the side window of Maisie's cage. Maisie locks the cash door, grabs a bludgeon she keeps around, made a couple of copies of True Romances rolled up tightly and held together by rubber bands, and strides into the theater. As she goes down the aisle, peering this way and that, women and children jump to their feet, point fingers in the direction of the offender, and cry, "There he is, Maisie, there he is." Maisie gives the man a resounding whack on the head with her bludgeon and keeps on whacking him until he seems willing to be made. Between blows, she threatens him with the worst punishment. Her threats are fierce and not altogether coherent. "Out of here on a stretcher," she yells. "Knock your eyeballs out, big baboon, every tooth in your head, oh in your body." The women and children enjoy this, particularly if Maisie gets the wrong man, and she sometimes does. In action, Maisie is an alarming sight. Her face becomes flushed, her hair flies every which way, and her slip begins to show. If a man defends himself or is otherwise contrary, she carries him out of his seat and drives him from the theater. As he scampers up the aisle, with Maisie right behind him walking away, the women and children applaud.
Maisie's animosity toward a stiff or a drunk usually lasts until she has driven him out to the sidewalk. Then, almost invariably, she becomes contrite and apologetic. Look, buddy, I'm sorry, she said one afternoon listening to the drum she had chased out because of Sissy at George Rapp during the showing of a pretty picture called Each Dawn I Die. You didn't see the whole show, she continued. You can go back in. Hell, Maisie, said the drunk. I've seen it 3 times. Here then, she said, handing him John. Go get yourself a drink. Although the drunk's ears were still red from Maisie's blows, he grinned. You got a heart of gold, Maisie, he said. You my sweetheart. Okay, buddy, Maisie said, stepping back in the cage. You quit acting like a goddamn jackass, and I'll be your sweetheart. The Venice is a family enterprise. It is owned by Maisie and 2 sisters, Rosie, the widow of a horse race gambler, and Jeannie, an acrobatic dancer. Maisie's sisters let her run things to suit herself. She is profoundly uninterested in moving pictures, and is seldom able to sit through one. They make me sick, she says. Consequently, she plays a manager and leaves the selection and order the films entirely up to him. For a theater of its class, the Venice is prosperous, and Maisie can afford to hire a ticket girl and take things easy. But she enjoys the job and will not relinquish it, as her sisters often do. From her cage, she has a good view of Chatham Square, which is a favorite promenade of Bowery drunks and eccentrics. The things I see, by God, you wouldn't believe it, she says proudly. When she catches sight of a person she knows among the passers-by, she sticks her face up to the round hole in the front window of her cage and shouts a room. Sometimes she discusses exceedingly personal matters with people out on the sidewalk. Hey there, Squatty, she yelled one afternoon to the dreamy-eyed little man. I thought you was in Bellevue. I was, Maisie, the man said. They turned me loose yesterday. Where'd they put you this time, the drunk ward or the nut ward? I was in with the drunks this time. How'd they treat you? They didn't do me no harm, I guess. You get drunk last night, Squatty? Sure did. Guess you had to celebrate? Sure did. Well, take care of yourself, Squatty. Thanks, Maisie. You do the same. Sitting majestically in her cage like a rakish flea, Maisie is one of the few pleasant sights in the Bowery. She is a short, wizened woman in her middle 40s. Some people believe she has a blurry resemblance to Mae West. Her hair is the color of sulfur. Her face is dead white, and she wears a smudge of rouge the size of a silver dollar on each cheek. Her eyes are sleepy and droopy lidded. On duty, she often wears a green celluloid eyeshade. She almost always has a cigarette hanging from the corner of her mouth, and this makes her look hot. Like a movie croupier, she could smoke a cigarette down again and not take it from her mouth even while talking. She has a deep cigarette cough, and she smokes 3.5 packs each day, and says the tobacco is a murder in her. On her right hand, she wears 4 diamond rings. She likes vigorous colors, and her dresses are spectacular. They come from the shops of Venetian Street. The glass-topped Bowery and Chinatown rubberneck wagons often park in front of Venice, and now and then a band of sightseers stand on the sidewalk and stare at Maisie. She despises sightseers and says they give the Bowery a black eye. Sometimes she thumbs her nose at them. Actually, however, she does not mind being stared at. People walk past her just to give me the eye, she once said. I got a public of my own, just like a goddamn movie picture star. Maisie is a talkative woman, and on most subjects she is remarkably frank, and she rarely says anything about her private life, and some people in the Bowery consider her a mystery woman. A man who had been stopping by to chat with her several times a week for years suddenly realized that he did not know whether she was Miss or Mrs. Gordon. You ever been married, Maisie? He asked. That's for me to know, you to find out, she said sharply. A moment later, she added, I'll ask you this. Do I look and act like a girl that never had a date? People around Chatham Square believe, among other things, that she was a belly dancer and her taken scene in burlesque houses when she was a young woman, which isn't true. They claim with not much relevance that she gives her spare money to bums because she was once disappointed in a love affair. Furthermore, they believe she was born in Chinatown. Actually, she's a native of Boston, a fact which gives her a lot of satisfaction. Every winter, she takes a week off and spends it in Boston just walking around. She believes the people of Boston are superior to the people elsewhere. One night, a blind drunk dong stumbled into an L pillar in front of Venice, skinning his nose. She rushed out and dragged him into her lobby. Then she went into a nearby saloon and yelled, Give me some hot water and a clean rag. You want to take a bath, Maisie? Said the bartender. This remark enraged her. Don't you talk like that to me, you yellow-bellied jerk, she said. I come from Boston and I am a lady. Maisie says her real name is Maisie Phillips, but she will not tell anything about her parents. Her intimates say that around 1903, she was a schoolgirl in Boston. Her older sister Rosie came to New York and married Louis Gordon, East Side gambler and promoter. They established a home on Grand Street, and a few years later, Maisie and her younger sister Jeannie came to live with them. The family of Belle Baker, the vaudeville singer, lived nearby on Christie Street. Irving Becker, Belle's brother, now the manager of a road company in Tobacco Road, once had a job loading rifles at the shooting gallery Gordon operated at Grand Street and Valley. We and the Gordons were great friends, Becker said recently. Louis Gordon was as fine a man, as fine a gambler as the East Side ever produced. He was a big, stately gentleman, and he gave to the poor, and the bankroll he carried, a billy goat couldn't swallow it. He hung around racetracks, but he would gamble on anything. He made a lot of money on horses and invested in Coney Island. He and his brother Leo helped back the original Luna Park, which opened in 1903. He was one of those silent gamblers. He never said nothing about himself. He gave everybody a fair shake, and he didn't have a thing to hide. He just never said nothing about himself. All the Gordons were that way. In 1914, Gordon opened a movie picture theater in a building he owned on Park Row, naming it the Venice, after the Italian restaurant of Coney Island whose spaghetti he liked. After operating it for years, he found that it kept him away from the tracks, and he gave it to Rosie, who was working the TV cage. The next year, he sold his Bowery shooting gallery, in which for several months Maisie had been running a candy and root beer concession. Rosie did not like selling tickets, so Maisie took her job. Around this time, Maisie started calling herself Maisie Gordon. She took her brother-in-law's name. That's my business, she says. The Gordons left Grand Street in the early 20s, moving to a house on Surf Avenue in Coney. Maisie continued to live with them. Louis was away much of the time following the horses. Maisie says that once, after a good season in Saratoga, he gave her a Stutz, which with accessories cost $5,000. She used to ride down to Coney Island every night after work. One of the ushers at the Venice was her chauffeur. In October 1932, Louis fell dead of a heart attack at the Empire City Racetrack. Maisie and her sisters left Coney Island a few years later and returned to the East Side, eventually taking an apartment together in Knickerbocker Village, 4 blocks from the Venice. They live quietly. Rosie, a sad-eyed woman, looks after the property left by her husband. Besides her interest in the Venice, this property includes a number of blocks along the boardwalk in Coney and an ancient red brick tenement on James Street, a block from the Venice. This tenement has 16 cold water flats, all occupied by unmarried Chinese men. Jeannie, a handsome young woman, boasts that she has gone to the West Coast and back 10 times while working in the vaudeville as an acrobatic dancer. Now and then she spells Maisie with a head in the cage at the Venice. Maisie's hours would kill most women. She works 7 days a week, seldom taking a day off, and is usually on duty from 9:30 a.m. until 11 p.m. Her cage is not much more spacious than a telephone booth, but she long ago learned how to make use of the phone. She sits on 2 thick pillows in a swivel chair and wears bedroom slippers. In summer, she keeps an electric fan aimed upward on the floor, replacing it in winter with an electric heater. When the weather is especially cold, she brings her dog, Fluffy, an old, wheezy Pomeranian bitch, to the theater. She lets Fluffy sleep in her lap, and this keeps both of them warm. Maisie makes changes automatically as she breathes, and she finds time for many domestic chores while on duty. She mends clothes, puts red polish in her fingernails, reads a little, and occasionally spends half an hour or so cleaning her diamonds. On rainy days, she sends out for her meals, eating them right in the cage. She uses the marble change counter for a table. Once, hunched over a plate of roast beef hash, she looked up and said to the visitor, "I do light housekeeping here." When she gets thirsty, she sends an usher across the street to the King Kong Bar and Grill for a cardboard container of beer. She used to keep a bottle of Canadian whiskey, which she calls Smoke, hidden in her cash drawer, but since an appendix operation in 1939, she's limited herself to celery, tonic, and beer. There are 2 cluttered shelves on one wall of her cage. On the bottom shelf are a glass jar of Jawbreakers, a kind of hard candy which she passes out to children, a clamshell that serves as an ashtray, a hind leg of a rabbit, a stack of paper towels, and a box of soap. When a bum with an exceptionally grimy face steps up to buy a ticket, Maisie places a couple of paper towels in a cake of soap for him and says, "Look, buddy, I'll make a bargain with you. If you'll take this and go in the gents' room and wash your face, I'll let you in free." Few bums are offended by this offer. Most of them accept willingly. Occasionally, she gives one 15 cents and sends him to a barber college on Chatham Square for a shave and a haircut. If she is in a good humor, Maisie will admit a bum free without much argument. However, she says she can tell Bum by the look in his eyes. Ordinary citizens who have heard of her generosity and try to get past it or outrage her. "If you haven't got any money," she tells some people, "go steal a watch." On Maisie's top shelf is a pile of paperbacked books, which includes Old Gypsy Nan's Fortune Teller and Dream Book. Prince Ali 5-star dream book, and Madame Fu Bottom's spiritual magical dream book. Maisie is deeply interested in dreams, although at times she seems a little ashamed of it. A dream just means you ate something that didn't agree with you, she sometimes says, rather defiantly. Nonetheless, she makes a practice of remembering them and spends hours hunting through her books for satisfactory interpretations. Also on her top shelf are rosaries, some back numbers of a religious periodical called The Messenger of the Sacred Heart, and a worn copy of Spiritual Reflections for Sisters by the Reverend Charles J. Noel, S.J., which he borrowed from an Italian nun, one of the daughters of very healthy Christians who conduct a school in Chinatown. Lately, Maisie has been reading a page of this book every day. She says that she understands hardly any of it, but that reading it makes her feel good. Maisie is not a Catholic, she is Jewish, but she's been entranced by Roman Catholicism for many years. One of her oldest friends in the neighborhood is Monsignor William E. Cashin, rector of St. Andrews, the little church back of the municipal building. Frequently shows up for night workers' mass, which is said every Sunday at 2:30 a.m. at St. Andrews under Monsignor Cashin. She sits in a middle pew with her head bowed, surrounded by policemen, firemen, scrub women, telephone girls, nurses, printers, and similar night workers who regularly attend the mass. She feels at home. On the way out, she always slips $1 bill into the poor box. Now and then, she calls on the Monsignor and has a long talk with him. And whenever he takes a walk in the Bowery, he pauses at her page and passes the time of day.
I'm going to read from Outlander. If anyone is watching the TV series, you'll know what's coming. I remonstrated at some length further on the ride back to the inn. Dougal advised me kindly to save my breath to keep my carriage, and after that we rode in silence. Reaching the inn, I flung my reins to the ground and stamped upstairs to the refuge of my room. The whole idea was not only outrageous, but unbearable. I paced around and around the narrow room, feeling increasingly like a rat in a trap. Why in the hell had I not the nerve to steal away from the Scots earlier, whatever the risk? I sat down on the bed and tried to think calmly. Considered strictly from Douglas' point of view, no doubt the idea had merit. If he refused point blank to hand over Randall, no excuse. The captain might easily try to take me by force. And whether he believed me or not, Douglas might understandably not want to engage in a skirmish with a lot of English dragoons for my sake. And viewed in cold blood, the idea had some merit from my side as well. If I were married to a Scot, I would presumably no longer be. It would be that much easier to get away for the time being. And if it were Jamie, well, he liked me, and he knew the highways like the back of his hand. He would perhaps take me to private or at least in the general direction. Yes, possibly marriage was the best way to gain my goal. That was the cold-blooded way to look at it. My blood, however, was anything but cold. I was hot with fury and agitation, could not keep still, pacing and fuming, looking for a way out. Anyway, after an hour of this, my face was flushed and my head throbbing. I got up and threw open the shutters, sticking my head out into the gloomy breeze. There was a peremptory rap on the door behind me. Dougal entered as I pulled my head in. He bore a sheet of stiff paper like a salver, and was followed by Rupert and the immaculate Ed Gowan bringing up the rear with royal authority. Please do come in, I said courteously. Ignoring me as usual, Dougal moved the chamber clock from its resting Christmas table and fanned the sheets of paper out ceremoniously on the rough oak surface. All done, he said, the pride of one who had shepherded a difficult project. Ned's drawn with the papers, nothing like a lawyer, so long as he's on your side, eh, Ned? Mendel laughed, evidently with humor. Not really difficult, you can, Ned said modestly. It's but a simple contract. He rippled the pages with a proprietary forefinger, then paused. Gratefully his brow and some talk. You've no property in France, have you? Asked, hearing words at me over the half-speckled sport of housework. I shook my head and he relaxed.
shuffling papers back into the pile and tapping the edges neatly together. That's right, Ted. You'll only need to sign here, put, and double and Rupert's minutes. The lawyer set down the ink pot he had brought in, and whipping a clean quill from his pocket, presented it ceremoniously to me. And just what is this? I asked. This was in the nature of a rhetorical question. For the top page of the bundle said contract of marriage, and a clear calligraphic hand. The letters 2 inches high and starkly black across the page. Douglas suppressed a sigh of impatience at my written alphabet. You can quite well what it is, he said shortly, and unless you've had another ride buck yourself out of Randall's hands, you'll sign it and end up with time short. I won't do any more. Right thoughts were in a particularly short supply. Everybody will leave, and the mayor will cut more funding. Bright thoughts were in particularly short supply at the moment, despite the hour and despite hammering away at the problem. It really began to seem that this incredible alternative was the best I could do, struggle as I might. But I don't want to marry, I said stubbornly. It occurred to me as well that mine was not the only point of view at all. I remember the girl with blonde hair I had seen kissing Jamie in the alcove at the castle. And maybe Jamie was the one marrying me, I said. What about that? Double dismissed this as underboard. Jamie's a soldier and he'll lose his toe. So will you, he said pointedly. Unless, of course, you prefer an English person. I glared at him, breathing heavily. I had been in a stir ever since our abrupt removal from Randall's office, and my level of agitation had now increased substantially, confronted with the choice of black and white, as it were. I want to talk to him, I said abruptly. Douglas' eyebrows shot up. Jamie, why? Why? Because you're forcing me to marry him, and so far, like, you haven't even told him. Plainly, this was irrelevant as far as Douglas was concerned. For he eventually gave in, and accompanied by his minions, went to fetch Jamie from the tavern. Jamie appeared shortly, looking understandably bewildered. Did you know that Douglas wanted to marry? I demanded bluntly. His expression cleared. Oh, I knew that. But surely, I said, a young man like yourself. I mean, isn't there anyone else you're interested in? He looked blank for a moment, then understanding. Oh, am I promised? Nay, I'm not much of a prospect for a girl. He hurried on as though feeling this might sound insulting. I mean, I've no property, and nothing more than a soldier's paper. He rubbed his chin, eyeing the dubiously. Then there's a minor difficulty that I reprised in my head. You know, father much wants his daughter married to a man as may be arrested and hanged at any time. Did you think of that? I flat my hand, dismissing the matter of outlawry as a minor consideration, compared to the whole monstrous idea. I had one last try. Does it bother you that I'm not a virgin? He hesitated a moment before answering. Well, no, he said slowly, so long as it does not bother you that I am. He grinned at my drop-jawed expression and backed toward the door. Reckon one of us should know what we're doing, he said. Door closed softly behind him. Clearly, the courtship was over. The papers duly signed, I made my way cautiously down the in-steep stairs and over to the bar table in the tavern. Whiskey, I said to the ruffle-robed creature behind it. He glared grimly, but a nod from Dougal made him oblige with a bottle and a glass. The letter was thick and greenish, a bit smeared with a chip out of the rim, but it had a hole at the top, and that was all that mattered in the moment. Once the searing effect of swallowing the slugger passed, it did induce a certain serious calmness. I felt detached, noticing details of my surroundings with a peculiar intensity. The small stained glass headset over the bar, casting colored shadows over the ruffianly proprietor and his wares, the curve of the handle on a copper-bottomed dipper that hung on the wall next to me, a green-bellied fly struggling on the edges of a sticky puddle on the table. With a certain amount of fellow feeling, I nudged it out of danger with the edge of my glass. I gradually became aware of raised voices behind the closed door on the far side of the room. Dougal had disappeared there after the conclusion of his business, presumably to firm up arrangements with the other contracting party. I was pleased to hear that, judging from the sound of it, my intended bridegroom was cutting up rough, despite his apparent lack of objection earlier. she had wanted to attend me. Stick to it, lad, I murmured and took another gulp. Sometime later, I was distinctly conscious of a hand prying my fingers open in order to remove the drainage glass. Another hand was spreading under my elbow. Christ, she's drunk as an old beast in a botany, said a voice in my ear. The voice rasped unpleasantly, I thought, as though its owner had been eating sandpaper. I giggled softly at the thought. Woman, said a pleasant, raspy voice. It grew fainter as the owner turned to talk to someone else. Drunk as a liar and preaching like a parrot. What do you expect? Another voice interrupted the words, but I couldn't tell what it said. The words were blurred and indistinguishable. There was a pleasant sound, though, deep and somehow reassuring. It came nearer, and I could make out a few words. I made an effort to focus, but my attention began to wander again. The fly had found its way back to the puddle and was floundering in the middle, hopelessly mired. The light from the stained glass window fell on it, glittering like sparks on the straining green belly. My gaze fixed on the tiny green spot, which seemed to pulsate because the light twitched and struggled. Brother, you haven't a chance, I said, and the spark went out. Oh, I'm trying to. A marriage takes. There was a low beam ceiling over me when I woke up, and a thick quilt tucked tightly under my chin. I seemed to be clad only in my shift. I started to sit up to look for my clothes, but thought better of it halfway up. I eased myself very carefully back down, closed my eyes, and held onto my head to prevent it from rolling off the pillow and bouncing on the floor. I looked again sometime later. When the door of the room opened, I cracked one eye cautiously. A wavering outline resolved itself into the dour figure of Murtaugh, staring disapprovingly down at me from the foot of the bed. I closed the eye. I heard a muffled Scottish noise, presumably indicating a call of disgust. But when I looked again, he was gone. I was just sinking thankfully back into unconsciousness when the door opened again, this time to reveal a middle-aged woman I took to be the husband's wife, carrying a newer and a basin. She bustled cheerfully into the room and banged the shutters open with a crash that reverberated in my head like a steep collision. Advancing on the bed like a panzer division, she ripped the quilt from my feeble grasp and tossed it aside, leaving me pointed and exposed. Come on then, me love, she said. We must get you ready now. She put a hefty forearm behind my shoulders and levered me into a single position. I clutched my head with one hand, my stomach with the other. Ready, I said, her mouth open to the pause. The woman began briskly washing my face. Guys, she said, you're not one to miss your own wedding now, do you? Yes, I said, but we ignored it. She unceremoniously stripped off my shirt and stood me in the middle of the floor for further intimate attention. A bit later, I sat on the bed, dressed, feeling dazed and belligerent, but thanks to a glass of port supplied by the midwife, that things functioned. I sipped carefully at a second glass as the woman took it home to the fingers of my hair. I jumped and shuddered, smelling the port as the door crashed open once more. One damn thing after another, I thought balefully. This time it was a double visitation. Murtaugh and Ned Gowan, wearing similar looks of disapprobation. I exchanged glares with Ned while Murtaugh came into the room and walked slowly around the bed, surveying me from every angle. He returned to Ned and muttered something in a tone too low for me to hear. With a final glance of despair in my direction, he pulled the door shut behind him. At last, my hair was dressed to complete satisfaction, swept back and pulled high in a knot at the ground, curls picked loose, tumbled back to the back, and ringlets in front of my ears. It felt as though my scalp would want to pop off with the tension of the strained back hair, but the effect of the looking glass that each woman provided was undeniably relieving. I began to feel slightly more free, and even brought myself to pay for further efforts. She left me with the glass and departed, remarking that it was so lucky to be married in summer, wasn't it, because I had plenty of flowers in my hair. We who are about to die, I said to my reflection, sketching a salute in the glass. I collapsed on the bed, pressing a wet cloth over my face and went back to sleep. I was having a rather nice dream, something to do with grassy fields and wildflowers, and I became aware that what I had thought a playful breeze tugging at my sleeve was a pair of none too gentle hands. I sat up with a jerk. Why did When I got my eyes open, I saw that my small chamber now resembled a tube station. It faces wall to wall. Ned Gowan, Murtaugh, the innkeeper, innkeeper's wife, and a lanky young man who turned out to be the innkeeper's son, with his arms full of assorted flowers, which accounted for this sense, I think. There was also a young woman armed with a brown paper basket who smiled amiably at me, displaying her lack of several rather important teeth. This person developed as a village seamstress, recruited to repair the deficiencies of my wardrobe. I adjusted a bit of a dress and obtained on short notice for the local connection of the sneakers. Ned was carrying the dress in question, hanging from one hand like a dead animal. Smooth out of the bed, it proved to be a low neck gown of heavy, cream-colored satin, a severed bodice that buttoned a dozen tiny, cloth-covered buttons, each embroidered with a gold fortune. The neckline and the belt sleeves were heavily dressed in lace, as was the embroidered overskirt on the chocolate brown velvet. The innkeeper was half buried in the petticoats area, his bristly whiskers barely visible over the foamy layers. I looked at the port wine stained my gray serge skirt and bandana. If I were in fact to be married, I didn't want to do it looking like a village drudge. After a short spell of frenetic activity, me standing like a dressmaker's dummy, and everyone else racing about, fetching, carrying, criticizing, and tripping over each other, the final product was ready. Confused white asters and yellow roses bleached my hair, and a heart pounding madly away beneath the lacy bodice. The fit was not quite perfect, and the gown smelled rather strongly of its previous owner, but the satin was weighty and swished rather fascinatingly about my feet. Over the layers of petticoats, I felt quite regal, and not a little lovely. Can't make me do this, you know, I just...
I'm going to dedicate this to Anne Carroll Moore, who was the first children's librarian at the New York Public Library and a friend of Beatrix Potter. The Tale of Peter Rabbit, published in 1902 by Frederick Ward. Once upon a time, there were 4 little rabbits, and their names were Flopsy, Mopsy, Cottontail, and Peter. They lived with their mother in a sandbank underneath the root of a very big fir tree. "Now, my dears," said old Mrs. Rabbit one morning, "you may go into the fields or down the lane, but don't go into Mr. McGregor's garden. Your father had an accident there. He was put in a pie by Mrs. McGregor. Now run along and don't get into mischief. I am going out." Then old Mrs. Rabbit took a basket and her umbrella and went through the wood to the baker's. She bought a loaf of brown bread and 5 currant buns. Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail, who were good little bunnies, went down the lane to gather blackberries. But Peter, who was very naughty, ran straight away to Mr. McGregor's garden and squeezed under the gate. First, he ate some lettuces and some French beans, and then he ate some radishes. And then, feeling rather sick, he went to look for some parsley. But round the end of a cucumber frame, whom should he meet but Mr. McGregor? Mr. McGregor was on his hands and knees, planting out young cabbages, but he jumped up and ran after Peter, waving a rake and calling out, "Stop, thief!" Peter was most dreadfully frightened. He rushed all over the garden, for he had forgotten the way back to the gate. He lost one of his shoes among the cabbages, and the other shoe amongst the potatoes. After losing them, he ran on 4 legs and went faster, so that I think he might have got away altogether if he had not unfortunately run into a gooseberry net and got caught by the large buttons on his jacket. It was a blue jacket with brass buttons, quite new. Peter gave himself up for lost and shed big tears, but his sobs were overheard by some friendly sparrows, who flew to him in great excitement and implored him to exert himself. Mr. McGregor came up with a sieve, which he intended to pop upon the top of Peter, but Peter wriggled out just in time, leaving his jacket behind, and rushed into the tool shed and jumped into a pan. It would have been a beautiful thing to hide in if it had not had so much water in it. Mr. McGregor was quite sure that Peter was somewhere in the tool shed, perhaps hidden underneath a flower pot. He began to turn them over carefully, looking under each. Presently, Peter sneezed. Purdy, too. Mr. McGregor was after him in no time, and tried to put his foot upon Peter, who jumped out of a window, upsetting 3 plants. The window was too small for Mr. McGregor, and he was tired of running after Peter. He went back to his work. Peter sat down to rest. He was out of breath and trembling with fright, and he had not the least idea which way to go. Also, he was very damp with sitting in that pan. After a time, he began to wander about, going lippity, lippity, not very fast, and looking all round. He found a door in a wall, but it was locked, and there was no room for a fat little rabbit to squeeze underneath. An old mouse was running in and out over the stone doorstep, carrying peas and beans to her family in the wood. Peter asked her the way to the gate, but she had such a large pea in her mouth that she could not answer. She only shook her head at him. Peter began to cry. Then he tried to find his way straight across the garden, but he became more and more puzzled. Presently, he came to a pond where Mr. McGregor filled his water cans. A white cat was staring at some goldfish. She sat very, very still. But now and then, the tip of her tail twitched as if it were alive. Peter thought it best to go away without speaking to her. He had heard about cats from his cousin, little Benjamin Bunny. He went back towards the tool shed, but suddenly, quite close to him, he heard the noise of a hoe. Scritch, scratch, scratch, scritch. Peter scuttered underneath the bushes. But presently, as nothing happened, he came out and climbed upon a wheelbarrow and peeped over. The first thing he saw was a Mr. McGregor hoeing onions. His back was turned towards Peter, and beyond him was the gate. Peter got down very quietly off the wheelbarrow and started running along as fast as he could, along a straight walk behind some black currant bushes. Mr. McGregor caught sight of him at the corner, but Peter did not care. He slipped underneath the gate and was safe at last in the wood outside the garden. Mr. McGregor hung up the little jacket and the shoes for a scarecrow to frighten the blackbirds. Peter never stopped running or looked behind him till he got home to the big fir tree. He was so tired that he flopped down upon the nice soft sand on the floor of the rabbit hole and shut his eyes. His mother was busy cooking. She wondered what he had done with his clothes. It was the second little jacket and pair of shoes that Peter had lost in a fortnight. I am sorry to say that Peter was not very well during the evening. His mother put him to bed and made some chamomile tea, and she gave a dose of it to Peter, 1 tablespoon to be taken at bedtime. But Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail had bread and milk and blackberries for supper. The end. Thank you. I'll continue with Beatrix Potter's Gardening Life, published by Timber Press in 2013. The chapter is entitled Summer. Excuse a scribble. I have just come out of the hay. It is uncommonly warm. The pendulum swings. The calendar turns. By June, flowers seem in a hurry to open. The gardens at Hilltop and Castle Cottage are buoyant with bloom. The German iris with their glaucous, dagger-pointed leaves cut through the fluff of lesser plants. Beatrix monitors them for years, waiting for them to bloom. One year, her neighbor, Cecily Mills, yanks hers out in disgust, pitching them onto the rubbish heap on top of some old mortar. Wouldn't you know they flowered there? Now both Beatrix and Cecily have marvelous irises in the garden, grown in the soil, mixed with pulverized mortar rubble. No doubt the plants appreciate the drainage, the lean soil, and the addition of lime from the mortar. Their fleur-de-lis flowers are a joy. The fuzzy beards on their lower petals are like her father's mutton chop sideburns. The peonies are like her. Once settled, they resist moving. They're undemanding plants, blooming without fuss. Energetic ants seem to be doing a country dance on the fat brown buds. Willie is the one for traditional dancing. He practices and enters competition with friends from the village. Beatrix enjoys the dances too, from the sidelines. The ants are delirious with collecting the sweet fluid exuded by the plant. The insects in Beatrix's garden are endlessly interesting. Sometimes watching them takes all her attention. She invited many into The Tale of Mrs. Tittlemouse, 1910. Beetles and bees, spiders and butterflies. Butterflies and moths remind her of her brother Bertram, who hunted them like African game as a boy. Sometimes he let her draw their wings at the microscope before he pinned them like trophies that gleam in a case. She has hung one of his display boxes in the new room at Hilltop, along with some of his large, somber landscapes. The canvases surround her when she sits inside and works. The spiders are comfortable at Hilltop, both indoors and out. I rather like spiders too, Beatrix writes to a young correspondent. They are useful for catching flies. Unlike Mrs. Tittlemouse, Beatrix underlines, I won't have them brushed away in summer. Only when we do the spring whitewashing, you have to sweep down their webs. Back in the day when she painted at the microscope, she painted precise biological renderings of furry arachnids. Insect life in the garden is attracted by smell as well as sight, and summer is the season of the nose. The herbs are at their best. Great bushes of sage bloom on their square stems. Flavor accrues in their silvery leaves over the long days. Mrs. Beeton called sage a sweet herb, along with thyme, mint, marjoram, savory, and basil. You might roast a duck with them, but they also add flavor to the soups and stews and savory pies. Rosemary blooms. It seems a miracle that this Mediterranean native is so at home in the soggy north. Perhaps it is sort of a reverse vacation, with so many British heading to Point South for the winter. The sorry soil conditions are just right, drying out after each rain. Shakespeare wrote, "There's rosemary, that's for remembrance." In her 20s, Beatrix could recite so many of Shakespeare's plays by heart. She remains a solitary person, painting, reading, writing, gardening. Close up, the rosemary has tiny purple-blue flowers that look like orchids, needles green with a stripe of gray. Contrast and complement for an artist to appreciate, lovely in design, and even lovelier to smell. Brushing a hand against a branch releases the fragrance. Sharp, acute, or perhaps a memento. The bushes of gray lavender give her a glow of nearly maternal accomplishment. Every time a cutting takes root, it seems like a miracle. From the Latin lessons in the Bolton Garden schoolroom, she knows that lavare means to wash. Lavender does make the linens fresh. The bees like it too. She is pleased with her pinks, small carnations with their zigzag edges and gray-green stems. They are perfect for her cottage garden, antique flowers beloved of the English since the 16th century. In fact, the color pink was named for the flower, not the other way round. The word pink originally meant to pierce or perforate, in the same way that pinking shears cut a decorative edge on fabric. She remembers a great bed of pinks growing at Fall Park and drawing them there with thoughts of Benjamin Bunny. By the end of August, the damson plums are starting to come in, ripening into a taste of the antique and the exotic. Roman history interests her, and it was the Romans who introduced the plum of Damascus, or damson, to England. Plums in general appreciate high moisture, so the Lake District weather suits them perfectly. With the sun high and the days long, thoughts of winter are banished, almost. They creep in when the potatoes are ready to be dug and stored in the cellar. There is fruit to be preserved. From the orchard come crab apples, damsons and plums. From the garden, strawberries and raspberries, gooseberries and currants. From the countryside, elderberries, rowan berries, and blackberries. She remembers a neighbor at Bray coaching her that the blackberry is a kindly berry. It ripens in the Bray. The season of fruit is short and the winters are long. Every jar of jam or jelly will be a taste of summer in the dark days, but no use rushing things. There is still autumn to enjoy.
I'm going to read from a new novel called The Only Ones by Carol DeBell. This came out a couple of months ago, so you could ask the libraries to order it. And I'll just read from the beginning. Before I start, let me say really fast, don't worry, you're not in trouble. I will not track you down or hurt you, nothing like that. I just got a few things to tell you that you really need to hear, and you need to hear them from me, not someone else. Okay, that's it for now. Here we go. The Hydro bus stopped right beside the river checkpoint, like Rodman said it will. The driver wore a mask. They generally check your pass real good when you go out of state, but this guy didn't even look. Just took my bus coupon and off we go. I guess whatever bad thing someone from somewhere where I'm from could have, they already got it in New Jersey. I recognize the smell. Hygiene spray, smoke. Outside, the regular stuff. Barricades, caution tape. No one is on the street. Me, the driver, a couple passengers all the way back. It's like we are the only ones even alive out here. At least I'm out of Queens. Man, I am glad to be out of Queens. We pass a bunch of houses burnt right to the ground. We got that in Queens, too. I'm glad to be on a trip. I've never even been to this side of the river. I've been to Pennsylvania once. Well, I think I've been in Connecticut. But the van that took me in did not have windows. Pennsylvania was in a dome. I did not see a single dome here. Maybe they keep them in some other part of New Jersey. Here is just burnt houses and smoke. Then the smoke is gone. The houses are just empty. Then no houses. It is just the road in Jersey, or I don't know where. The road is in good shape. Snow is melting and everything is wet. I woke up in a terminal in the checkpoint called End of Line. And outside, a fat guy with a beard is standing in snow saying to his mobile, "She's here." And when he reached out to take the pack I brought him from Queens, I recognized the hands. I saw them when he hired me. It's Rodden. The rest of him was in one of those stupid bubble suits clients wear when they come to do business where I work. We call it the mound. If they come by boat, they could just wear a mask. The drop-off work is planned, Rawdon asked. Nobody touched the pack. Just the guy who brought it, and he got off the mound real fast. I am glad to be off the mound myself. Cold out there. The girls all wear 2 coats because we got to stand right on the edge of Powell's Cove in case somebody wants to hire us from their stupid boat. They come in boats so they don't have to go too far in Queens. Nobody wants to go too far in Queens. There was a food stand at the terminal shelter, and after the guy put the pack in his truck, he bought something which is called chicken and dumplings. I enjoy that. I enjoy the truck. I've never been in a truck. We head off on a big road through like snow. I've been out in the sticks before. Pennsylvania was the sticks, but like I say, in a dome. You don't see much from a dome. Here, it's mainly snow. They got a few burnt houses too. We turn on a smaller road with trees, then up a hill, and where a sign says DVM, we turn to a really small road of dirt. And the guy gets out of the gate where there is like blinking light. He stands a minute in the road, like he is listening to something. Then he shrugs and works some gizmo in the gate, which opens and shuts behind us when we drive on, up dirt and snow and bushes and trees to a clearing. And that's the farm, he says. I heard of it. When he sent me trip coupons, he signed off like this. Rawdon Sachs, La Farm. It looks like a really big, dirty tin can cut in half. Old school Quonset, he says. Whatever. It is very windy. There is a smell I never smelled. A large woman with short orange hair and a large pink sweater is at the counter inside watching TV and eating donuts, which are also pink. Rawdon said her name was Janet Belize. Behind her was that kind of wall they call paneling, and in front was one orange sofa plus chairs. If you'll bear with me while I do a quick product check, and I'll need your pass and ID. Rawdon took them and the pack and went through some door, and Janet Belize said, I'd like to take a bath, and took me through a different door, past one dark room and a hall of freezers, to a very small side room with a large sink, right near a blinking green light. Just climb right in, she said. She said she will leave a clean outfit for when I'm done and take my old dress. She's not taking my coat, I will tell you that. I foraged hard for that coat. Where I live, it is low on people and food, but forage is up the wazoo. Great big empty houses, just climb in a window, help yourself. What's going to happen even if somebody sees? Please, we don't even got a working jail in Queens. Not in Bronx or Brooklyn either. It is a hygiene thing. They burn them down. I could hear Rawdon coughing in back when I came up front to dry off in my outfit. He coughed like that on the mound. I just look out the window. It is the kind that does not open. Then a phone rang and he yelled at someone. I've been looking out the window maybe 10 minutes when Rawdon shows up breathing so hard he got to lean his fat self on the door. If you'll come with me to my office, he goes, I'm going to run a few tests. Nothing invasive. Janet, he yells, hold my call. I'll be in the box room with the subject. Subject? So that is news to me. I didn't know I was the subject. I thought I was the courier. Courier, you take a trip. Subject, you don't know what is going to happen. And that is okay with me. I'm having some trouble calling up your files, Ms. Rawdon pulled my ID from the pocket and reads off. Pardo? So this is Rawdon's office. I have not been in an office like this. It is like a warehouse, but small. I've been in a warehouse. I've been in a tent. I've been in labs and also books, reports. Pardo. He's sitting at a desk and I am on a box and he's reading off my ID. What's the I for? Inez. And they call you? Hi. He looks up from the ID and says, I see. But like he didn't. Well, get over it. That's what they call me. what do they call me? Anything. He swipes the ID in a slot in the gizmo on his desk. I'd like to do a little intake. It might help me access some medical information I can probably figure out on my own, but this could save some time. Just basic background. He went on, typing in his gizmo and squinting at the screen. Where were you born? Grew up. Intake. Okay, I was not wild about intake. They ask a lot of questions they expect you to answer for free, but it's part of the job. Just get it over fast. I told the guy I grew up in Corona, Queens, in a basement. I didn't know where I was born. Sissy Fardo brought me up till she died in the fire when I was 10. When I finished saying all that, I just looked at the pictures on the wall. Well, the guy said. He leaned back and got comfortable. I think we're missing a few details. And he got so comfortable, he started scratching himself in different places under what he wore, which, by the way, I had not seen a tech wear this before. They generally wear a white coat or a bubble suit. This guy wore overalls. I never saw overalls so big. In forage, you generally just find small ones. You find those a lot. Nobody needs the small ones. He says, for instance, your entire life between 10 and now. The phone rang. He pushed a button under his desk and it stopped. How old are you, by the way? I said, I didn't know. You don't know how old you are? I shook my head. He leaned back in the chair again and rubbed his forehead like I already wore him out. Well, that's his problem. He's the one who wanted to do intake in the first place. If it was up to me, I'd just as soon go straight to the so-called tests. Whatever they are, I'm pretty sure I will rather do it than intake, let alone sex. That is what they generally want where I live. A lot of people got the stupid idea if they have sex with a Powell's Cove party, they won't die. Well, it is a pretty ignorant clientele. But that's not my problem. I did not like sex and tried to pitch other things like blood or urine. I got no idea what they did with it. Even brought teeth sometimes. I think they wore them on a string for luck. They even brought fingernails. Thing is, he goes, typically a simple ID will access some databases that I would very much like to explore. There might be some compensation for the fact the product in the pack turned out to be completely useless. Not what I thought I was getting, and quite a bit of what I did get was compromised, in fact, dead. Not your fault, but I'd like to see if I can get some return for my expenses. Access to interesting files, possibly by running a few tests. But I need to know what I'm testing for. Some very basic history might help. Lab work, illness. Nothing is coming up from your ID or past. Can you tell me something about your vaccine history? I shook my head. Yes, let's give it another shot. I might be able to get at your files through some local grid. He's back at the screen. Did you reside in any other areas than Corona? East Elmhurst. He looked it up and thought a little. How did you end up there? The Vargas brothers took me when they bought me from foster care. Bought you from, he said, like he had some trouble following. See, this is what comes from running intake. They like to ask questions, then they cannot take the answer. And after that, they die when you move to Powell's Cove. Edgar Vargas has a TV. Well, they said it is the TV. It could have been that thing with fleas. Manny Vargas, they said they didn't know. Who said? The Vertov brothers. We're getting nowhere. There could be a jam on your regular ID. I'm going to run some pure code if you don't mind. So I'm like, why would I mind? A subject like myself, I run pure code all the time. Like I got any idea what it is. He wipes a stick in my mouth, smears that on a plate. Okay, I have done this before, but we call it something else in Queens. You do it to get a pass, so they are sure you're who you say you are, and not someone else who should be in jail, if they had a jail. He was sticking the plate in a slot in his gizmo when Janet Louise came through in a coat and Rodney threw up his hand. Janet, what is this? I need you here. I'm sorry if I was rude, but I do fucking need someone to take fucking Dell's fucking calls. She went on. The front door slammed. He's on the phone now. Elmore thinks there's going to be a raid. Janet thinks I should read up some alarms. That green light behind back, I thought it just ran the generator. And I hook it up to the main system in front. Yep, I'm working with the Powell Stove party. My pulling teeth. I think she is a little challenged. He looked through boxes in the box room until he found a long cable, plugged one end under his desk, and put the rest down the hall. I ate another donut. When he came back, he said to his screen, "Oh, what's this now?" I already saw it with my. That is how challenged I am. He got under his desk, did something, sat up, and stared at the screen. Subject, I, Christina Pardo. Location, Zone North. Oh, this is new. Origin, unknown. It is not new to me. He just sat there tapping his nails. Christina, what sort of name is that? I told him it is where the bus stopped. So, you were named for a bus stop? Oh, what is it with this guy? He got a problem with everything I say, like who's even named for a bus stop? Who do they even call on? Well, tap this fat guy. I'm not going to tell you why the bus stopped there, or who was in it, or why it's in my name. It is not your business. I just told the guy I didn't know. He pulled a metal bottle from a drawer and unscrewed the top. He had a long drink. Let's try something else. Have you been in close contact with, let's see, someone infected by one of the Luzon viruses? Say, even a lesser one? Like, well, avian? I think I could test for that. Thank you.
Okay. Isaac Watts, A Day of Judgment. When the fierce north wind, with his airy forces, rears up the Baltic to a foaming fury, and the red lightning with a storm of hail comes, rushing a maid down, how the poor, is this, not better? I feel like I'm, okay, am I better now? Okay. When the poor sailors stand amazed and tremble, while the hoarse thunder like a bloody trumpet roars a loud onset to the gaping waters, quick to devour them. Such shall the noise be, and the wild disorder, if things eternal may be like these earthquakes. Such dire terror with the great archangel shakes the creation. Tears the strong pillars of the vault of heaven, breaks up old marble, the repose of princes, sees the graves open and the bones arising, flames all around them. Hark, the shrill outcries of the guilty wretches, lively bright horror and amazing anguish stare through their eyelids while the living worm lies, gnawing within them. Thoughts, like old vultures, prey upon their heartstrings, and the smart twitches when the eye beholds the lofty judge frowning, and a flood of vengeance rolling forth, hopeless immortals, how they scream and shiver. When devils push them to the pit wide yearning, hideous and gloomy, to receive them headlong down to the center. Stop here, my fancy. All away, ye horrid, doleful ideas. Come arise to Jesus, how he sits, godlike, and the saints around him throned yet adorned. Oh, I may sit there when he comes trumpet, dooming the nations, then ascend to glory, while our hosannas all along the passage shout to the Redeemer. Just keep going? Okay.
a cradle hum. Hush, my dear, lie still and slumber. Holy angels guard thy bed. Heavenly blessings without number, gently falling on thy head. Sleep, my babe, thy food and rent, house and home, thy friends provide, all without thy care or payment, all thy wants are well supplied. How much better thou art tended, thou the Son of God could be, when from heaven he descended, and became a child like thee. Soft and easy is thy cradle, coarse and hard thy Savior lay, when his birthplace was a stable, and his softest bed was hay. Blessed babe, what glorious features, spotless fair, divinely bright. Must he dwell with brutal creatures? How could angels bear the sight? Was there nothing but a manger? Cursed sinners could afford to receive a heavenly stranger. Did thy thrust affront their Lord? Soft, my child, I did not chide thee, though my soul might sound too hard. 'Tis thy mother sits beside thee, and her arm shall be thy guard. Yet to read the shameful story, how the Jews abuse their king, how they serve the Lord of glory, makes me angry while I sing. See the kinder shepherds round him, telling wonders from the sky, where they saw him. They found him, with his virgin mother by. See the lovely babe addressing, lovely infant, how he smiled when he swept the mother's blessing, soothed and hushed the holy child. Lo, he slumbers in his manger, where the horrid oxen fed. Peace, my darling, here's no danger. Here's no ox anear thy bed. 'Twas to save thee, child, from dying. Save my dear from burning flame, bitter groans and endless crying. That thy best Redeemer came. Mayst thou live to know and fear him, trust and love him all thy days. Then go dwell forever near him. See his face and sing his praise. Okay, John Gay to a lady. When I some antique jar behold, or white or blue or speckled with gold, vessels so pure and so refined, appear the types of womankind. Are they not valued for their beauty, too far, too fine for household duty, with flowers and gold and azure dye? Of every house the grace and pride, how white, how polished is their skin, and valued most when only seen? She who before was highest prize, is it for a crack or for despise? I grant they are frail, yet they are so real, the treasures cannot cost too dear. But man is made of coarser stuff, and serves convenience well enough. He's a strong earthen vessel made, for drugging, labor, toil, and trade, and when wives lose their old self, with ease they bear the loss of wealth. At the last tenderly, from the walls of the powerful fortress house, from the class of knighted locks, from the keep of the well-closed doors, let me be wafted. Let me glide noiseless forth, with the key of softness unlocks the lock, with a whisper set to open the doors, O soul, tenderly. Be not impatient, strong is your hold, O immortal flesh, strong is your hold, O love. Okay.
Great.
Okay, oh Captain, my Captain. Oh Captain, my Captain. Our field trip is done. The ship has weathered every raft. The prize we sought is won. The port is near, the bells I hear, the people all exulting. While follow eyes the steady meal, the vessel grim and darling. But oh heart, oh the bleeding drops of red, where the deck my captain lies, falling cold and dead. Oh, captain, my captain, raise up and hear the bells. Rise up, for you the flag is flung, for you the bulge thrills, for you bouquets and ribbons wreaths, for you the shores crowding, for you they call the swaying mass, their eager faces turning. Dear captain, dear father, this arm beneath your head, it is some dream that on deck you fallen cold and dead. My captain does not answer. His lips are pale and still. My father does not feel my arm. He has no pulse nor will. The ship is anchored safe and sound. The voyage close and done. From fearful trip the victor ship comes in with object one. Exalt, O shores, and sing, O bells. But I, with mournful tread, walk the deck my captain lies, falling cold and dead. Keep okay, keep going. Keep going. Okay, I'm looking for. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'll read this one. William Blake, Night. The sun is descending in the west. The evening stars are shine. The birds are silent in their nests, and I must seek for mine. The moon like a flower in heaven's high bower. With silence alike sits and smiles on the night. Farewell green fields and happy groves, where flocks have took delight, where lamps have nimble, silent moved, the feet of angels bright. Unseen they pour blessings and joy without ceasing. O each bud and blossom, O each sleeping blossom. They look in every thoughtless nest, where birds are covered warm. They visit caves of every beast, to keep them all from harm. If they see any weeping, they should have been sleeping. They pour sleep on their head, and sit down by their bed. When wolves and tigers howl for prey, they pitying stand and weep, seeking to drive their thirst away and keep from the sheep. But if they rush dreadful, the angels most needful, receive each mild spirit, new worlds to inherit, and there the lion's bright eyes shall flow with tears of gold, the pitying the tender cries, and walking round the folds, saying, grasped by his meekness, and by his health, sickness, are driven far away from our immortal day. And now beside thee, bleeding lamb, I can lie down and sleep, or think on him who bore thy name, graze after thee and weep, for washed in life's river, my bright name forever shall shine like the gold as I guard, the fold. Love's secret. Never seek to tell thy love. Love that never told can be. For the gentle wind doth move, silently, invisibly. I told my love, I told her all my heart, trembling cold, in ghastly fears, did she depart. Soon after she was gone from me, a traveler came by, silently, invisibly. He took her with a sigh. Okay. You're welcome.
Oops. This is for you, and you can sit on it or stand on it, okay? You want to stand? Shall we start? You hear us okay? Great. Okay, great. So, this is I Wish That I Had Duck Feet by Dr. Seuss. I wish that I had duck feet, and I can tell you why. just splash around in duck feet. You don't have to keep them. I wish that I had duck feet. No more shoes. No shoes for me. The man down at the shoe store would not have my size. You? If I had 2 duck feet, I could laugh at Big Bill Brown. I would say, you don't have duck feet. These are all there are in. I think it would be very good to have them when I play. Only kids with duck feet on can ever play this. But my mother would not like them. She would say, get off my floor. She would say, you take your duck feet and you take them out that door. Don't ever come in here again with duck feet on. Now don't. So I guess I can't have duck feet. I would like to. So, if I can't have duck feet, I'll have something else instead. Say, I know what. I wish I had 2 horns up on my... I wish I had 2 deer horns. They would be a lot of fun. Then I could wear 10 hats up there. Big Bill could wear just... I think they would be very good to have when I play ball. But nobody could stop me. No, sir. Nobody yet. My horns could carry books and stuff like paper, pens, and strings. And apples for my teacher, and a lot of other. But if I had big deer horns, I would never get a ride. I could never ride the school bus. I could never get in. And so I won't have deer horns. I'll have something else instead. I wish I had a whale spout on my... When days get hot, it would be good to spout my spout in school. And then Miss Banks would say, thanks. You keep our school so? I could play all day in summer. I would never feel the heat. I would beat Big Bill at tennis. I would play him off his... But my mother would not like you. I know just what she would say. Not in the house. You shut that off and take that spout away. I know that she would tell me, I don't want that spout about. And when mother does not want a thing, it's O-U-T, it's... And so, I will not have one. I don't wish to be a whale. I think it would be better if I had a... I wish I had a long tail. Someday I will, I hope. And then I'll show the kids in town new ways to... jump a rope. If I had a long tail, I know what I would like. I would like to ride down State Street pulling kids behind my... Bye. I wish I had a long tail, and I can tell you why. I can hit a fly 10 feet away and hit him in the... eye. I know Miss Banks would like this. She would smile and she would say, no other boy in town can hit a fly so far away. But if I had a long tail, I know that Big Bill Brown would tie me in a tree. He would. And how would I get down? I don't think that I would like it with my tail tied in a tree. The more I think about it, no long tail for me. And so if I can't have a tail, I'll have a long nose. A nose just like an elephant. It's the longest nose that grows. I wish I had a long nose, and I can tell you why. I think it would be very good to get at things up. Hi. Every kid in town will love it. Every kid but Big Bill Brown. And every time I saw him, I would sneeze and blow him down. What's going on right there? Say, achoo. Achoo. Say, I could help the firemen. My nose would be just right. I could help them put out fires 100 times a night. Oh, I would do a lot of things that no one ever did. And everyone in town would say, just watch that long-nosed. Hey. But if I had a long nose, I know what Dad would do. My dad would make me wash the car, the house, and windows, too. My dad would make me work all day and wash things with that hose. I guess it would not be so good to have a long nose. No. Yeah, let me think about it. All these things I want are bad. And so I wish. Now, what do I wish I had? I know what. I know just what. I know just what to do. I wish that I had all those things. I'd be a witch, what, who? If I could be a witch, what, who, I'd jump high in the air. I'd splash and spout and run about and give the town a... Yeah! But the people would not like it. They would be so scared, I bet. They would call the town policeman. They would catch me in a... net. They would put me in the zoo house with my horns and nose and... And hey, 2 times a day is all I get to... I think I would be very sad when people came to call. So I don't think a witch one room would be much fun at all. And so I think there are some things I do not wish to be. And that is why I think that I just wish to be like me. And he throws them all away. We have a winner. Okay, so that went a lot more quickly than I thought, but we had more to read than we thought. This is a book called A is for Activists by Santa Nagara. And this is another one of our favorites. Ready? A is for activist. Advocate, ally, abolitionist. Actively answering a call to action. Are you an activist? B is for banner, bobbing in the sky, billowing in the breeze because you're not shy. C is for co-op, cooperating cultures, creative counter to the corporate cultures. Oh, and cats. Can you find the D? Little d democracy. More than voting, you'll agree. Dictators detest it. Donkeys don't get it. And you and me, we demand equality. E. Equal rights. Black, brown, or white. Environmental justice is our right. Where we each live, work, and play. Clean and healthy is the right. F. A feminist fight for fundamental rights, choice in our future, fairness in our pay, the freedom to flourish in each and every way. G. G is for grassroots, sprouting from below, sharing nutrients and the waters flow. Below the surface, we are all connected. Stronger together, we grow. H. Healthy food is a human right. Honeydew, jicama, Havarti cheese, hummus, hot dogs. Hot dogs? Yes, healthy hot dogs, please. And I, indigenous and immigrant, together we stand tall. We must all be vigilant. An injury to one is an injury to all. J. J is for justice. Yay for justice. Jiajia, Jang, Juanita, Jamal. Justice for the janitors. Justicia for all. K. Kings are fine for story time. Knights are fun to play. But when we make decisions, we will choose the people's way. L. LGBTQ. Love where you choose, because love is true. Liberate your notions of limited emotions. Celebrate with pride our links of devotion. M. Megaphones marching. Movimiento music. Hip hip hooray. It must be Mayday. N is for no. No, no, no. Yes is what we want. No is what's got to go. O. Open minds operate best. Critical thinking outside the test. Out of the office and into the street. Organize, educate, occupy. P. Protest. P. Peace march. Pow, power to the people. Q. Question, coercion. Quiz, assertion. Querying qualities quickly quell distortion. R. Radical Reds, the headline said. Ruinous rioters, the rumors spread. Rabble rapping riffraff. Really? S. Sun, solar, superstar, source of power, sustains plants, animals, and flowers. Fuel for homes, cars, and showers.
Papa,
What kid?
I was it home.
Okay, well, it's a good thing you went away. Silly, selfish scoundrel sucking on dinosaur sludge. Who is? T. T is for trams, tulips, tassels, tigers, tractors, and tiaras. Trusts in the true, the Hichi day, that is.
You.
You. What's this thing? U is for weekends. U is for wages. U is for workers, workers' rights. Wait, that's not U, that's W. U is for union. Union? Yes. V. V is for box. Did you say fox? No. Box. Did you say box? No. Box. Rocks? Blocks? Socks? Vox. Vox of the people. The voice of the populi. Better go see the letter D. Democracy. W. Wonderful world, wondrously. One cannot be whole, all cannot be free, unless you delight in diversity.
T.
X. X is for Malcolm, Malcolm X. History is like lessons can be complex. Remember Parks, remember hate, remember Malcolm, and let freedom ring.
Ring.
Y. Y is for you. You. Your future, your planet, your rights, your truth. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
And Z is for Zapatista.
Zapatista.
Do you want to do one more, kiddo? Okay. Okay. So, to mix things up, we also have another one of Charlie's favorites, which is Dora.
Dora's Halloween Adventure.
Ready? Hola, I'm Dora. Swiper swiped Boots' bag of Halloween treats. But we don't know where he hid it. Will you help us find the bag? Let's follow the treats trail. Map says the treats bag is at the haunted house. We have to follow the treats trail through the spooky forest, past the pumpkin patch,
And that's how we get to the haunted house.
Oh, you know this better than I thought. We're at the spooky forest. Do you see any treats? You want to show them the treats? We made it to the pumpkin patch, and here's a scarecrow. The scarecrow says we can find treats behind two pumpkins that match. Do you see two matching pumpkins? You want to show them where they are? All right. Look, the treats trail leads right up to the door of the haunted house. Who's behind that door?
Lollipop.
A ghost. That ghost has an orange tail. I don't think that's really a ghost. Do you? Do you want to show them the ghost?
It's not really a ghost.
Awesome.
There's Halloween bags. There's Halloween bags.
Oh, we did it. You helped us find Boots' bag of treats. Happy Halloween. Not very seasonal. Thank you for coming.
I wish I had something for my favorite stories.
Oh yeah, us too. All right, kid. Someone else's turn now.
Good job.
Put this back.
Hello. I am going to read from one of my favorite children's books, Puck Everlasting. Prologue. The first week of August hangs at the very top of the summer, the top of the livelong year, like the highest seat of a Ferris wheel when it pauses in its turning. The weeks that come before are only a climb from balmy spring, and those that follow, a drop to the chill of autumn. But the first week of August is motionless and hot. It is curiously silent too, with blank white dawns and glaring noons, and sunsets smeared with too much color. Often at night there is lightning, but it quivers all alone. There is no thunder, no relieving rain. There are strange and breathless days, the dog days, when people are led to do things they are sure to be sorry for after. One day, at that time, not so very long ago, 3 things happened, and at first there appeared to be no connection between them. At dawn, May Tuck set out on her horse for the wood at the edge of the village of Tree Gap. She was going there, as she did, once every 10 years, to meet her 2 sons, Miles and Jesse. At noontime, Winnie Foster, whose family owns the Tree Gap Wood, lost her patience at last and decided to think about running away. And at sunset, a stranger appeared at the Foster's gate. He was looking for someone, but he didn't say who. No connection, you would agree, but things can come together in strange ways. The wood was at the center, the hub of the wheel. All wheels must have a hub. A Ferris wheel has one, as the sun is the hub of the wheeling calendar. Fixed points they are, and best left undisturbed, for without them, nothing holds together. But sometimes, people find this out too late. Chapter 1. The road that led to Tree Gap had been trod out long before by a herd of cows who were, to say the least, relaxed. It wandered along in curves and easy angles, swayed off and up in a pleasant tangent to the top of a small hill, ambled down again between fringes of bee-hung clover, and then cut sideways across a meadow. Here its edges blurred. It widened and seemed to pause, suggesting tranquil bovine picnics, slow chewing and thoughtful contemplation of the infinite. And then it went on again, and came at last to the wood. But on reaching the shadows of the first trees, it veered sharply, swung out in a wide arc, as if, for the first time, it had a reason to think where it was going, and passed around. On the other side of the wood, the sense of easiness dissolved. The road no longer belonged to the cows. It became instead, and rather abruptly, the property of people. And all at once the sun was uncomfortably hot, the dust oppressive, and the meager grass along its edges, somewhat ragged and forlorn. On the left stood the first house, a square and solid cottage, with a touch-me-not appearance, surrounded by grass cut painfully to the quick,
and enclosed by a capable iron fence some 4 feet high, which clearly said, "Move on, we don't want you here." So the road went humbly by and made its way past cottages and more frequent but less and less forbidding, and into the village. But the village doesn't matter, except for the jailhouse and the gallows. The first house only is important. The first house, the road, and the wood. There was something strange about the wood. If the look of the first house suggested that you'd better pass it by, so did the look of the wood, but for quite a different reason. The house was so proud of itself that you wanted to make a lot of noise as you passed, maybe even throw a rock or two. But the wood had a sleeping, otherworld appearance that made you want to speak in whispers. This, at least, is what the cows must have thought. Let it keep its peace. We won't disturb it. Whether the people felt that way about the wood or not is difficult to say. There were some, perhaps, who did. But for the most part, people followed the road around the wood because that was the way it led. There was no road through the wood, and anyway, for the people, there was another reason to leave the wood to itself. It belonged to the Fosters, the owners of the Touch-Me-Not cottage, and was therefore private property, in spite of the fact that it lay outside the fence and was perfectly accessible. The ownership of land is an odd thing when you come to think of it. How deep, after all, can it go? A person owns a piece of land. If a person owns a piece of land, does he own it all the way down in ever-narrowing dimensions till it meets all other pieces at the center of the earth? Or does ownership consist only of a thin crust under which the friendly worms have never heard of trespassing? In any case, the wood, being on top of, except for, of course, for its roots, was owned bud and bough by the Fosters in the Touch-Me-Not cottage. And if they never went there, if they never wandered in among the trees, well, that was their affair. Minnie, the only child of the house, never went there, though she sometimes stood inside the fence, carelessly banging a stick against the iron bars and looked at it. But she never had been curious about it. Nothing ever seems interesting when it belongs to you, only when it doesn't. And what is interesting anyway about a few slim acres of trees? There will be a dimness shot through the bars of sunlight, a great many squirrels and birds, a deep, damp mattress of leaves on the ground, and all the other things just as familiar, if not so pleasant, like spiders, thorns, and grubs. In the end, however, it was the cows who are responsible for the wood's isolation. And the cows, through some wisdom, they were not wise enough to know they possessed, were very wise indeed. If they had made their road through the wood instead of around it, then the people would have followed the road. The people would have noticed the giant ash tree at the center of the wood, and then in time, they'd have noticed the little spring bubbling up among its roots in spite of the pebbles piled there to conceal it. And that would have been a disaster so immense that this weary old earth, owned or not to its fiery core, would have trembled on its axis like a beetle on a pin. Chapter 2. And so at dawn that day, in the first week of August, May Tuck woke up and lay for a while, beaming at the cobwebs on the ceiling. At last she said aloud, "The boys will be home tomorrow." May's husband, on his back beside her, did not stir. He was still asleep, and the melancholy creases that folded his daytime face were soothed and slack. He snored gently, and for a moment the corners of his mouth turned upward in a smile. Tuck almost never smiled, except in sleep. May sat up in bed and looked at him tolerantly. "The boys will be home tomorrow," she said again, a little more loudly. twitched, and the smile vanished. He opened his eyes. Why'd you have to wake me up? He sighed. I was having that dream again. The good one, where we're all in heaven and never heard of tree gas. May sat there frowning, a great potato of a woman with a round, sensible face and calm brown eyes. It's no use having that dream, she said. Nothing's going to change. You tell me that every day, said Tuck, turning away from her onto his side. Anyways, I can't help what I dream. Maybe not, said May, but all the same, you should have gotten used to things by now. Tuck groaned. I'm going back to sleep, he said. Not me, said May. I'm going to take the horse and go down to the woods to meet them. Meet who? The boys, Tuck. Our sons. I'm going to ride down to meet them. Better not do that, said Tuck. I know, said May, but I just can't wait to see them. Anyways, it's been 10 years since I've been to Tree Gap. No one will remember me. I'll ride in at sunset just to the wood. I won't go into the village. But even if someone did see me, they won't remember. They never did before now, did they? Suit yourself then, said Tuck into his pillow. I'm going back to sleep. May Tuck climbed out of bed and began to dress. 3 petticoats, a rusty brown skirt with one enormous pocket, an old cotton jacket, and a knitted shawl which she pinned across her bosom with a tarnished metal brooch. The sounds of her dressing were so familiar to Tuck that he could say, without opening his eyes, you don't need that shawl in the middle of summer. May ignored this observation. Instead, she said, will you be all right? We won't get back till late tomorrow. Tuck rolled over and made a rueful face at her. What in the world could possibly happen to me? That's so, said May. I keep forgetting. I don't, said Tuck. Have a nice time. And in a moment, he was asleep again. May sat on the edge of the bed and pulled on a pair of short leather boots, so thin and soft with age, it was a wonder they held together. Then she stood and took from the washstand beside the bed a little square-shaped object, a music box painted with roses and lilies of the valley. It was one of the pretty things she owned, and she never went anywhere without it. Her fingers strayed to the winding key on its bottom, but glancing at the sleeping Tuck, she shook her head, gave the box a little pat, and dropped it into her pocket. Then, last of all, she pulled down over her ears a blue straw hat with a drooping, exhausted brim. But before she put on the hat, she brushed her gray-brown hair and wound it into a bun at the back of her neck. She did this quickly and skillfully without a single glance in the mirror. May Tuck didn't need a mirror, though she had one propped up on the washstand. She knew very well what she would see in it. Her reflection had long since ceased to interest her. For May Tuck and her husband, and Miles and Jessie too, had all looked the same for exactly 87 years. Went a little quicker than I thought.
Hello. Everyone can hear me? Okay, I'm going to read from The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. It was time. I stood and gathered up my loot. Willem clapped my arm and Simon grinned at me, trying not to look almost sick with friendly words. I nodded silently to each of them as I walked over to the vacant seat at the end of the bar, where it curved toward the stage. I fingered the silver talent in my pocket, thick and heavy. Some irrational part of me wanted to clutch it and hoard it for later. But I knew in a few more days, a single talent wouldn't do me a bit of good. With a set of talent types, I could support myself playing at local inns, if I was lucky enough to attract the attention of a patron. I could earn enough to square my debt to Debbie, and pay my tuition as well. It was a gamble I had to take. Stanchion came ambling back to his spot at the bar. I'll go next, sir, if that's all right with you. I hoped I didn't look as nervous as I felt. My grip on the loot case was slippery to my sweaty palms. He smiled at me and nodded. You've got a good eye for a crowd, boy. This one's bright for a sad song. Still planning on doing Savian? I nodded. He sat down and took a drink. Well then, let's just give them a couple of minutes to simmer and get their talking over with. I nodded and leaned against the bar. I took time to fret uselessly about things I had no control over. One of the pegs on my lute was loose, and I didn't have the money to fix it. There would not be any talented woman on stage yet. I felt a twinge of unease at the thought of this being the odd night for the only talented musicians at the Odeon, or men, or women who didn't know Eloin's part. It seemed only a short time before Stanchion stood and raised a questioning eyebrow at me. I nodded and picked up my loot case. It suddenly looked terribly shabby to me. Together we walked up the stairs. As soon as my foot touched the stage, the room hushed to a murmur. At the same time, my nervousness left me, burned away at the attention of the crowd. It has always been that way with me. Off stage, I worry and sweat. On stage, I am as calm as a windless winter night. Stanchion bade everyone consider the end of candidate for my talent. His words had a soothing, ritual feel. When he gestured to me, there was no familiar applause, only an expectant silence. In a flash, I saw myself as the audience was seating, not finely dressed as the others had been. In fact, only one step from being ragged. Young, almost a child, I could feel the curiosity drawing them closer to me. I let it build, taking my time as I unclasped my battered second-hand loot case and removed my battered second-hand loot. I felt their attention sharpen at the homely side of it. I struck a few quiet chords, then touched the peg, moving it ever so slightly. I fingered a few more light chords, testing, listened, and nodded to myself. The light shining onto the stage made the rest of the room dim from where I sat. Looking out, I saw what seemed to be 1,000 eyes. Simon and Wilhelm, Stanchion by the bar, Daft by the door. I felt a vague flutter in my stomach as I saw Ambrose watching me with all the menace of a smoldering cold. I looked away from him to see a bearded man in Count an old couple holding hands, a lovely dark-eyed girl. My audience, I smiled at them. The smile drew them in. Closer still, and I said, still sit, for though you listen long would you wait without the hope of song. So sweet as this, as Ilion himself said now, an age ago, masterwork of a master's life. Of Savian and Eloin, the woman he would take to wife. I let the wave of whisper pass through the crowd. Those who knew the song made soft exclamations themselves, while those who didn't asked their neighbors what the stir was about. I raised my hands to the strings and drew their attention back to me. The room stilled, and I began to play. The music came easily out of me, my lute like a second voice. I flipped my fingers, and the lute made a third voice as well. I sang in the proud, powerful tones of Savian and Valliard, greatest of the Emir. The audience moved under the music like grass under the wind. I sang as Sir Savian, and I felt the audience begin to love and fear me. I was so used to practicing the song alone that I almost forgot to double the third refrain, but I remembered at the last moment in a flash of cold sweat. This time I sang it. I looked out into the audience, hoping at the end I would hear a voice answering my own. I reached the end of the refrain before Eloin's first stanza. I struck the first chord hard and waited as the sound of it began to fade without drawing a voice from the audience. I looked calmly out to them, waiting. Every second, a greater relief died with a greater disappointment inside me. Then a voice drifted onto stage, gentle as a brushing feather, singing. Savian, how could you know? It was the time for you to come to me. Savian, do you remember the days you squandered pleasantly? How well, then, have you carried what have tarred in my heart in memory? She sang as Eloin, I as Savian. On the refrains her voice swung, twinning and mixing with my own. Part of me wanted to search the audience for her, to find the face of the woman I was singing with. I tried, once, but my fingers faltered as I searched for the face that could fit with the cool moonlight voice that answered me. Distracted, I touched the wrong note, and there was a burr in the music. A small mistake. I set my teeth and concentrated on my playing. I pushed my curiosity aside and bowed my head to watch my fingers, careful to keep them slipping on the strings. And he sang, her voice like burning silver, my voice an echoing answer. Sapien sang solid, powerful lines, like branches of a rock old oak. All the while, Alwyn was like a nightingale, moving in and darting circles around the crowd most of it. I was only dimly aware of the audience now, dimly aware of the sweat on my body. I was so deeply in the music that I couldn't have told you where it stopped and where my blood began. But it did stop. 2 verses from the end of the song, the end came. I struck the beginning chord of Sabian's verse and I heard a piercing sound that pulled me out of the music, like a fish dragged from deep water. A string broke. High on the neck of the lute it snapped, and the tension lashed it across the back of my hand, drawing a thin, bright line of blood. I stared at it numbly. It should have not broken. None of my strings were worn badly enough to break, but it had. And as the last notes of the music faded into silence, I felt the audience begin to stir. They began to rouse themselves from the waking dreams that I had woven out for them out of strands of song. In the silence, I felt it all unraveling. The audience making the dream unfinished, all my work ruined and wasted, and all the while burning inside of me was the song, the song, the song. Without knowing what I did, I set my fingers back to the strings and fell deep into myself, into years before, when my hands had calluses like stones, and my music had come as easy as breathing.
It's okay, we're collecting them.
Back to the time I played to the sound of the wind turning on a lute with 6 strings. And I began to play, slowly, then with greater speed as my hands remembered. I gathered the fraying strands of the song and wove them carefully back into what they'd been a moment earlier. It was not perfect. No song as complex as Sir Sabian can be played as perfectly on 6 strings instead of 7, but it was whole. And as I played, the audience sighed, stirred, and slowly fell back under the spell I had made for them. I heard they knew they were there, and after a minute, I forgot them entirely. My hands danced, then ran, then blurred across the strings as I fought to keep those 2 voices singing with my own. Then even as I watched them, I forgot them. I forgot everything except finishing the song. The refrain came, and Edelman sang it again. To me, she was not a person or even a voice. She was just part of the song that was burning out of me. And then it was done. Raising my head to look at the room that was like breaking the surface of water for air, I came back into myself, found my hand bleeding and my body covered in sweat, and the ending of the song struck me like a fist in my chest, as it always does, no matter where or when I listen to it. I buried my face in my hands and wept, not for a broken lute string and the chance of failure, not for blood shed and a wounded hand. I did not even cry for the boy who had learned to play a lute with 6 strings in the forest years ago. I cried for Sir Sabian and Eloin, for love lost and found and lost again, out of cruel fate and a man's folly. And so for a while, I was lost in grief, as you know. I held all of my mourning for Sabian and Eloin for the same moments. Knowing I was still on display, I gathered myself and straightened my chair to look out at my audience, my silent audience. Music sounds different to the one who plays it. It is the musician's curse. Even as I sat, the ending I had improvised was fading from my memory. Then came doubt. What if it hadn't been as whole as it seemed? What if my ending hadn't carried the terrible tragedy of the song to anyone but myself? What if my tears seemed to be nothing but a child's embarrassing reaction to his own failure? Then, waiting, I heard the silence pouring from us. The audience held themselves quiet, tense, as if their song had burned the force of playing. Each person held their wounded selves closely, clutching their pain as it was a precious thing. Then there was a murmur of sobs released and sobs escaping, a sigh of tears, a whisper of bodies slowly went on to become still. Then the applause, a roar like leaping flame, like thunder after lightning. I restrung my lute. It was a fair distraction while Stanchion gathered the opinions of the crowd. My hands would do the routine motions of stripping the broken string away while I fretted to myself. Now that the applause has died, my doubts have come to plague me. Was one song enough to prove my skill? What if the audience's reaction had been to the power of the song rather than my playing of it? What if my improvised ending? Perhaps the song only seemed cold to me. As I finished removing the broken string, I gave it an idle look, and all my thoughts fell to a jumble at my feet. It wasn't worn or flawed as I thought it would be. The broken end is clean, as if it's cut with a knife or snipped with a pair of scissors. For a while, I stared at it dumbly. My loot had been tampered with? Impossible. It was never let out of my sight. Besides, I checked the strings before I left the university, and again before I came on stage. Then how? I was running the thought in circles in my head when I noticed the crowd quieting. I looked up in time to see Stanchion take the last step onto the stage. I hurriedly got to my feet to face him. His expression was pleasant, but otherwise unreadable. My stomach tied a knot as he walked toward me. Then it fell as he held out his hand the same way he held it out for the other two musicians who had been found wanting. I forced my best smile onto my face and reached to take his hand. I was my father's son, and a trooper, and I would take my refusal with a high dignity at the end of my roof. The earth would crack and swallow this glittering, self-important place before I would show a trace of despair. And somewhere in the watching audience was Ambrose. The earth would have swallowed the Illyrian, the Irmire, and the whole Central Sea before I gave him a grain of satisfaction over this. So I smiled brightly and took Stanchion's hand in my own. As I shook it, something hard passed into my palm. Looking down, I saw a glimmer of silver. My talent pipes. My expression must have been a delight to watch. I looked back up at Stanchion. His eyes danced, and he winked at me. I turned and held my pipes aloft for everyone to see. The Illyrian roared again. This time it roared aloud. "You'll have to promise me," a red-eyed Simon said seriously, "that you will never play that song again without warning me first, ever." "Was it that bad?" I smiled giddily at him. "No," Simon almost cried out. I've never... He struggled, wordless for a moment, then bowed his head and began to cry hopelessly into his hands. Willem put a protective arm around Simon, who leaned unashamedly against his shoulder. "As Simon has a tender heart," he said gently. I imagine he meant to say that he liked it very much. I noticed Willem's eyes were red around the edges, too. I laid a hand on Simon's back. It hit me hard the first time I heard it, too, I told him honestly. My parents performed it in the midwinter pageantry when I was 9, and I was a wreck for 2 hours afterward. They had to cut my heart from the swineherd and the nightingale because I wasn't in any shape to act. Simon nodded and made a gesture that seemed to imply that he was fine, but that he didn't expect to be able to talk anytime soon, and that I should just carry along with whatever it was I was doing. I looked back at Willem. "I forgot that it hits some people this way," I said lamely. "I recommend scudding," William said bluntly. "Cut tail if you insist on the vulgar. But I seem to remember you saying that you would float us home tonight if you got your pipes, which may be unfortunate, as I happen to be wearing my lead drinking shoes." I heard Stanchion chuckle behind me. "These must be the two non-castrati friends, eh?" Simon was surprised enough at being called a non-castrati to collect himself slightly, rubbing his nose on his sleeve. "Willem, Simon, this is Stanchion." Simon nodded. Willem gave a slight, stiff bow. "Stanchion, could you help us to the bar? I promised to buy them drinks." Willem said, "Drinks. Sorry, drinks." I stressed the plural. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them. "Ah," Stanchion said with a grin. "Patrons, I understand completely." The Victory tanker turned out to be the same as the Constellation one. It was ready for me when Stanchion finally managed to get us through the throng of people to our new seats at the bar. He even insisted on buying scutton for Simon and Willem, saying that patrons have some claim to the spoils of victory as well. I thanked him earnestly from the bottom of my rapidly thinning purse. While we were waiting for their drinks to come, I tried to peer curiously in my tankard, and found that doing so while I was sitting on the bar would require me to stand on my stool. "Missed again," Stanchion informed me. "Try it and you can thank me later. Where I'm from, they say a man will come back from the dead to get a drink of it." I tipped an imaginary hat to him, "At your service." "Yours and your family's," he replied politely. I took a drink from the tall tankard to give myself a chance to collect my wits, and something wonderful happened in my mouth. Cool spring honey, clove, cardamom, cinnamon, pressed grapes, burnt apple, sweet pear, and clear well water. That is all I have to say of it. If you haven't tried it, then I'm sorry I cannot describe it properly. If you have, you don't need me to remind you what it's like. I was relieved to see the cut tail had come in moderately sized glasses, with one for Stanchion too. If my friends had received tankards of the black bars, I would have needed a wheelbarrow to get them back to the other side of the river. "The Savians," William toasted. "Here, here," Stanchion said, lifting his own glass. Savvier, Simon managed. His voice sounded like a stifled sob. And Evelyn, I said, and maneuvered my great tankard to touch glasses with him. Stanchion drank off his cup with a nonchalance that made my eyes water. So, he said, before I leave you to the ovulation of your tears, I have to ask, where did you learn to do that? Play a missing string, I mean. I thought for a moment. Do you want the short or the long of it? I'll take the short for now. I smiled. Well, in that case, it's just something I picked up. I made a casual gesture as if tossing something away. A remnant of my misspent youth. Stanchion gave me a long look, his expression amused. I suppose I deserve that. I'll take the long version next time. He took a deep breath and looked around the room. His golden earrings swung and caught the light. I'm off to mix the crowd. I'll keep them from coming at you all at once. I grinned relief. Thank you, sir. He shook his head and made a peremptory motion to someone behind the bar. He quickly fetched him his tankard. Earlier tonight, sir was proper and good, but now it's Stanchion. He glanced back in my direction, and I smiled and nodded. And what should I call you? Quoth, I said. Just quoth. And Eloin, Simon added, and he began to cry softly to the crook of his arm. Count Threpp was one of the first to come at me. He looked shorter up close and older, but he was bright-eyed and laughing as he talked about my song. Then it broke, he said, gesturing wildly. And all I could think of, not now, not before the ending. Okay.
That's the ending.
Can you hear me? From Kate Walbert's Archive. We were once rich, or close enough. Our husbands had good jobs, buying and selling. We left them some years ago with a thundering whoop, our long faces uncompromised by apology. They would remarry mostly younger girls or women not our type. We couldn't have cared less. We kept the house and the pool, occasionally a court. We drew together. Afternoons at the club for 9 holes, evenings at Delphi, listening to lectures. The architecture of the Prairie School, that sort of thing. In the earlier years, mornings were at commutes, weather permitting. Children friends old enough to entertain themselves. Now, Marco, Paulo, lilts in the distance like a departing train, familiar and expected, too far away to catch. Where has the time gone? Of Esther Curran we knew this. Walter had whisked her off her feet, quite literally, saving her from a runaway bus that would surely have mowed her down in its path. The driver crashed into a cable car, killing only himself, disrupting service throughout San Francisco for the rest of the day. This happened in that city, exotic and too far west, the land of fruits and nuts. Esther moved in with her father, a notorious drunk, who would die alone in a restaurant choking on a piece of steak. We knew this and the rest of it. The orphan mother, a charity case of murder, expecting anyone perhaps to stumble upon it to be carried. Esther's father certainly did. Stoned, minute we laid eyes on her. In the back issues of certain newspapers, the two of them belonged to a charity functions. Esther's mother with gloves up to her elbows, hair, a white blonde twisted into a chignon, her neck and shoulders marble smooth, Harry leaning against her, his cummerbund cinched. You need not tell us Esther's story is absurd. A fairy tale, a girl of 18, a debutante, fresh from a finishing school next to Lake in Switzerland. Its church spire, as we imagined it, reflected in the sheen of the surface that always sheen, given the nature of the sky and the tranquility of the seas there, where girls like Esther recited Italian with perfect accents, healing grace. A girl with hair as white blonde as her mother, saved by a boy so homely he might have been beautiful. His buck teeth fighting down hard as he struggled to lay her gently onto the sidewalk, his eyes distorted by an overactive thyroid, or under. Who knew which, and did it matter? He was sickly from the get-go. His sallow, skinned tail, and his hair already thinning. And was she all right? Yes, she was fine. Then he escorted her to a bench? No, her father was right here. But Harry had slipped out as the remaining bus hurried on, his daughter safely in the arms of another man. Harry needed a drink. He needed to escape his watchdog daughter, kidnapping him to his godforsaken coast. He needed to be told what to do. He knew exactly. He needed three. Perhaps several. He finds her eventually. The crowd has a look of stay. She seems comfortable in the next one's arms. And so Harry disappeared and left Esther in Walter's charge. Pruna in Shining Arbor. My hero, she would say. Miss Hayward reported later, having witnessed it herself. Esther took her cups of bottling port, paper cocktail napkin hitched to the top of her head as if a bow. My hero, she said, a little napkin forgotten, still balanced on her head as Esther used for a pretzel. I'm famished, Susan said, because she usually was, because we've been milling around Esther's living room with not a cracker in sight. Esther's rescue stray house, the one called General, slept on its ugly, narrow back, legs up like a dead possum. Reputation, kindness, and loyalty, etc., etc. Did our best for as Bertie haunted, branded with a strange symbol, its great pink eyes minuscule in that long, floating head. We were hungry, starved. We were hungry, starved. We could have roasted the thing, picked clean his bones. The grandfather clock ticked. The draperies, where in earlier times chameleons, three known as organ, skirted from blue cord, brown velvet, hung as if discouraged. No doubt the Mongols had crushed one organ, swallowed it whole, and the velvet had not been washed for years. It used to be Francis Woodruff. We looked at her. It's gone. I remember it as Rose, Judy Sawyer said, flushed. I promise you, it's blue. I don't remember that at all, Judy said, because she looked at me. Her mind seemed to be going, where we could always tell. And lately she dragged one foot. Now she sat at the edge of us, entirely overdressed. A long strand of pearls looped around her neck. Pumps. At one of the parties, Lindsay glanced all over it, she said. You and her dress and shoes. Makes me feel funny, she said. Henry gave her the camera. Where's my side? She said. The voice rang out among us. What a night, Walter. He sat very still. Esther stood at the threshold of the night, lit down with a candle, shadowy. We could see a large portrait of Walter over the table, his hands clasped and no doubt yellowed by the malaria. He was attracted in Brazil, apparently the only child of anthropologists. That Esther had married him, all through the faces. We were born doubters, skeptics when it came to love. But who could ever account for taste? Just last year, Susie had run off with Emilio Santarica, leaving us behind for a polo field and a language she couldn't understand. True, Emilio had come to our town to train ponies, and few among us had not schooled at the height of his boots, but the way in which his hair, profiled, brushed the collar of his jacket. His hat paraded, no bigger we did, but Susie never looked back. She said until she returned last month with a woman named Margaret. C'est la vie. Esther ushered us in and shut the door, sweeping aside the sweep of her wrap to direct us to the single row. Walter wants to see your boots, she said. So we looked up and smiled. Several of the candles we lined directly beneath Walter's portrait. Some had the effect of turning him somehow, as if he understood an anniversary to celebrate that. In no time, he was able to love. We tried to be kind. It would go along with that. We organized a little drive. Non-perishable, Jello, cup of soup. But we are frugal by nature. Cautious. Suffice it to say, we know the cold of these winters, the uncertainty of the market. Who can predict that canned cranberries might come in handy? What a rotted wool coat might be used for patching? We have in our lifetime. We don't want. The table was set with our covered dishes, still covered. Esther seemed to have forgotten all about it. She bustled around us, the dried flowers hanging by the stem, standard big shoulders. She wore a blue shorts, tropical, with embroidered neck and waist, a hand-me-down from her mother-in-law, perhaps, who would retire with Walter's father in the beginning, was comfortable, above the cannibals. We met her once at one of Esther Walter's parties. A tiny woman named Secret sat in the corner scribbling. An artist with a
until she corrected us. Anthropologist, she said, showing us what she had written. We will never forget it. The look of our names in a stranger's hand entered in a ledger. Help me remember, she said. What? Maybe Klondike had asked. All of this, she said, turning to her screen. Ruthie, you would add. Us, we thought? This? We looked at what she meant. Esther's living room was filled with guests. The house, as usual. The house, as usual, appeared down. On the walls hung Esther's paintings, earlier ones, portraits, still lifes that never looked quite still. Then the more recent places were colored. Irish orange, she'd say, fractured glass vases, an apple with a woman's face, or once just a woman's face, and its floor. On her cherry side table, beneath a large canvas of the three ornaments in blue, unnaturally positioned around a bird bath, sat Esther's collection of porcelain eggs. There would have been other things there. The carved whalebone and jade, the bird skeletons that Esther claimed inspired, the closed egg cigarette box, but these have been cleared for the platter of ham, the basket of snowflake holders, the horseradish. Beyond this, Liz Cooper, Kate Klondike, dressed in empty tuxedos, worked serving drinks from a makeshift wet bar. Their faces bright red from the stolen dregs of our drinks. Then the French doors, through which we could see a slightly obscured view of Walter's northern horse, the goldenrod high and blue. All of what? He said, turning back to Sydney. But she had disappeared. Cocktail parties gave her the hots, as was told us later by way of explanation. She'd rather boogie with the natives. He felt a lick then, thinking of the natives. Goneril at her fingers, doggedly appreciative of the cheese from Barbertown to Costco. Esther stood at the head of us and suggested we begin, then disappeared again for fresh drinks. There were finger bowls at every place set. Is this Japanese? Klondike said. Chinese, she said. Maybe shrugged. She put her tiny fingers into the finger bowl. Chinese, Japanese, she said. The candles burned their wicks, giving off a sweet odor. Their shifting shadows against the fierce walls like so many black spiders in the web. I wonder why they never had children, he said. She was. She'd be the very person to tell you. Empty is the right word. She tried for years with an abandoned ship without Melissa. I used to stand at the screen door waiting for Megan to come home, Margaret said. That's how much I missed her. And then when she'd walk in, I'd walk out. Anywhere. The club. Anything. Most of the girls are having one now, said you. What? He said. Or negative one. In Italy, I think. Can you believe it? A place like that? I thought they always had a dozen. A dozen ones, said James. As far as I'm concerned, they've got the right idea, said James Cooper. They always have the right idea. Look at their salt and pepper shaker, says Nicky Klondike. We were in San Giorno, and I thought I'd died back to heaven. I told Mike I wanted to slip a few into my purse, even though we could find, except the big purse. Americans. We were expecting to behave best. He said, over my dead body. Can you imagine? The salt and pepper shaker. Then he was a pain in the ass from the moment on I planned to travel on my own. If I got the notion, I told him, I might very well slip the K-top into my suitcase and carry it to customs. Lord knows the British did. Never mind the Germans. The British, he said. What are we? That was the beginning of the end, he said. I don't believe I spoke another word until Naples. When he had the nerve to hold up some god-awful ashtray and say, how about this one, sweetheart? I don't think Esther wanted it, he said. What? He said. Children. Children? Oh, Christ, children, he said. Esther disappeared in the doorway with fresh drinks on her tray. She set the tray down before us and dealt us the glasses. Rings of water caught the candlelight and burned, magnifying the English hunting scene on the coast. Of horses that looked like so many gonerils bounding over the great hills. Susie had caught on. What had been the beginning of the end? The dress shirts. First the socks, she said. Then the dress shirts, buttoned at the vest. Then the necktie. Then the dress shirt flaps tucked into the elastic of the boxer shorts. Then the trousers. I asked him one time if he could possibly put on his trousers first. I said I would rather not witness a grown man walking around in his boxer shorts, dress shirt, and tie. He looked at me as if I surrounded a second head. He nodded, chewing.
We'd already agreed to possibly protect testing like dopamine switched to her own ceramic pot. I didn't know the time when they said, no one's ever guessed. Charlotte used to clear his throat, Barbara said. Post-nasal drip, I've got something like that. We were out to dinner, first, and I asked him in the nicest of possible ways whether he could, with a slightly thing, stop making that sound. Certainly to a pass. Casserole was gone cold. Candles burned, low, no wish. Yes, Judy said? That was ours, Barbara said, chewing. The beginning of the end.
Hey everybody. I'm reading A Relationship of Words, an essay by Lily Lotate. I often wonder when I meet my first real boyfriend, or even years into the future when I'm engaged to my fiancé, how I will describe my father. How will I give my guy a glimpse into our unique relationship? How will I narrate the experience of being a daughter and the influence of having a writer as a father? What liberties will I take in framing him as a character? Who's to know the parts I'll omit, the parts I'll embellish? Would I dare to embark on an accurate portrayal? And how will I know if this guy sitting across from me in a cafe asking about my life story is worth it? See, we date for 2 months, and as we drive on the turnpike to meet my parents, he probes for some family background. He wants stories that showcase how I'm a product of my parents. Will I make the effort to reveal the complex narrative of my father in me? Supposing he's a swell guy with a decent IQ, and then I imagine myself to be semi in love with him. I decide to take the gamble. Tell the guy, as my father would say, the truth. But where to begin? As a kid, I saw my father through a series of movements and actions. Like a tall man with an egg-shaped head, he engaged with inanimate objects and moved through space. He rushed to catch the ringing phone. As wardrobe assistant in the daily production of dressing up our Abyssinian cats, he leapt up in haste to answer the doorbell, still with remnants of the feather boa and dropped earrings I had festooned on him. He set time aside to peruse the mail and drink coffee from a glass mug like a Russian. Ate everything bagels with cream cheese and lox, leaving residues of onion and sesame seeds on the wooden cutting board. He was also a man of habit, announcing, "I'm going into town," where he'd screen films at the Angelica or Film Corps or meet a friend for lunch. For years, I thought his two linked occupations in life were to buy dolls and write books, because on each of his writing trips to lecture or teach a workshop, he'd bring me back a doll. A porcelain fur-capped one from Russia, a brown paper bag one from Bulgaria, a ramshackle babushka from Poland, a slim kimono-dressed one from Japan, a flamenco dancer with fishnets from Spain, and my favorite, a teal and gold-skirted French Barbie from Paris, with pearl studs and satin cabbage. Anyone I thought I could share in his listening. Feeling my duty of authority to delve into the navigating spectrum. I take pleasure in revealing to the world his abnormalities and flaws. For instance, he has a disproportionate fear about others, which I can only assume derived from childhood. With swift urgency, he is keen to put the butter back in the fridge so that it doesn't grow rancid. He has a dislike for the rain, and like a little boy will explain, "I don't like to get wet." In Paris, Karlovy Vary, or Brooklyn, he takes cover under a storefront until the downpour clears. My father chews his tongue. In a state of deep rumination or pensiveness, careful not to bite too hard, he gnaws on the pink saliva muscle at an even rhythm. As he gaps spells of boredom at a holiday dinner or is forced to endure a lecture on his lack of domestic skills, he will recline in his chair so it teeters on the back 2 legs. Suspended at an angle, he will pull at a section of his cheek where he scowls. Akin to pinching yourself to stay awake, he hopes stretched skin will reinvigorate new brain cells. Sometimes strands of olives. It's a musical technique that
all was done with black ballpoint pen because the pencil was too light for his eyesight. My father is above all else easy to talk to. He engages you in stimulating conversation, proposes theories and facets about your character, and responds to your stories with playful interest. Mid-sentence, he furrows his brows and a cunning smile forms at his lips. My father, always diplomatic words, aims for a higher level of conversing and believes any interaction can be wielded towards maximum amusement. He is also a grammarian, drilling me about the uses of I and me, neither and nor, and subject, clause, and index. When I increase the number of rights I use in my sentence, he comments, do you mean you like arrived at the house, or you arrived at the house? He was unimpressed when I said the reason for using lights was generational. Be above your generation, he bellowed. My father is a nonconformist. He never wears jeans because he feels they are ridiculous. He questions flaunting Abercrombie and Fitch across the breast pockets. Fashion forward or not, these are his principles. Unlike him, I conform to an extent. I strive for normalcy. He, on the other hand, argues, normal is not an option. Is that your highest goal, to strive for normalcy? Attempt to be like everyone else? I worry if I break from the fabric of my generation, I will be too isolated, a castaway on my own island. My dad is far too stubborn to have his social anxiety. At 70, he's the man who's made peace with himself. What's so bad about being alone? Great things can come from learning to live with yourself. I don't know if I'm ready for that lesson in isolation. My self is not cultivated enough yet to find contentment in my own company. Words have created such an open dialogue between us. He never has to work too hard to try and connect with me. He confesses when his teaching has lost its energy, or he struggles to sustain friendship. And I complain about my fellow 20-somethings and their speaker's hesitation to speak a sentence that conveys what they're thinking. I expect words to carry meaning, be surprising, embody a certain lyricism, but not everyone is a skilled conversationalist. Words can solve the mystery many parents seem to face, wondering what their kids are thinking. Even in a wordless exchange, my father can feel excited. Am I just that predictable? It's unnerving how quickly and accurately my father can read me. His analysis of my contradictions, ambivalences, and yearnings are spot on. He knows I frequently check my internal temperature and hover around the baseline of dissatisfaction. I'm worried my face gives all my secrets away. He seems wise to my faint attempts at easygoing flexibility, especially when I meet new people. While I waited for my college roommate to be assigned, I speculated, and he succinctly summarized my wariness as, I'm prepared to dislike you to expose yourself. Even if he can guess, he still continues to ask what I'm thinking. It's a question that's been bred into me. I ask it to myself. I answer honestly, knowing he will appreciate the unsettled ambiguity of my thoughts. On boys and self-presentation. Have you reinvented yourself then? Cobbled together an alternate identity? My father asked, lifting his head from the page of a 900-plus page John Lister biography. I spent time before college renovating my profile on Facebook to make myself appear much more fun-loving and appealing. My father called it the ad agency of living. Pictures of cats were swapped for group shots of present friends with their arms strewn across each other. I scoured my iPhoto for images that would convey a night to remember. But my father laughed at the photo editor. Someone mentioned in the act of construction. Similarly, on the topic of boys, he loves to modify his structures. The type of unrequired pressures I had growing up, all of whom I felt I could include, airheads with potential. Well, Lily, you really don't have to pick, he'd say. But he confessed to similar infatuation. In his late 30s, a therapist told him, if only you could apply a tiny percentage of your intelligence to your choice of career. So now he advises, have you ever considered a more bookish boy? Maybe one who shares your sense of humor? It's such a radical proposal. I may need another round of airheads before I take it to heart. My father and I are slightly competitive. Since he's my encyclopedia, my literary database, I weigh my intelligence against his. We joke that years into the future we will challenge each other to a trivia game spanning a multitude of subjects, from books to geography, philosophy, and religion, with a pad of paper to keep score. I used to try to forecast the age when my brain would ripen just enough so that I could trump him in certain areas. Today at 19, I know more about Descartes and Gilbert Ryle, T184 calculators and computer systems he says, than he ever did. I'm still with a giddy sense of victory when I know an answer to a crossword clue about movies, music, or pop culture. Before I acquired my competitive drive, he practiced the art of losing. When I was a little kid, he'd always cheat so I'd win our games of war and go fish. He'd pretend to cry, wrinkling his cheeks and balling up his fists, praising my cunning card strategy. I'd wipe his fake tears and he'd tickle me with his long fingers. My dad would transition from confidant to father knows best advisor to professor. He's a mentor but not a friend. He's the coach for whom I aim to excel. I play that devil's advocate asking him, if I wasn't your daughter, would you still think I'm smart? It's a trick question with an impossible answer. His response never lets me see how much his unconditional love may cloud an otherwise critical, unbiased judgment. You are smart, and you are my daughter. There's a code of respect which prevents us from speaking as equals. And yet, we raise awareness about each other's flaws, shortcomings, or deficiencies. Sometimes we agree to disagree, arguing like great debaters, poking holes in each other's logic and demanding substantiated evidence. My father is Edgar. My father is my primary leader. More so than my friends, I trust his opinion. I also trust myself enough to disagree with his opinion. He's also a valued editor. He has a brain of sentences. Now, I email him attachments, but when I was younger, we could edit side by side. The sessions had a teacher-student dynamic resembling a scene out of My Fair Lady, where a professor taking skills Eliza Doolittle. Lily, the only time you use an apostrophe in it is if you're connected to two words, it is. As in, it's a shame you won't be coming to the party. I continue to think the word it's native that it's accessorized apostrophe. You critique my shifts of tense and misuse of words, and push me to pin down what I was really saying. What is this gargle, Lily? Hours spent combing each sentence of my 7th grade NYC housing project paper marked my enrollment to the School of Logan. The kitchen table was our shared workspace, and until I went off to college, every good paper was written in his company. I don't want to write just for the sake of expression. I want to write well, really try to master the craft. I'll teach you everything I know. His eyes gave a generous smile. If you're willing to roll up your sleeves and put in the time, you can make words to anything you want them to. So I started to put in the time, spending double the hours of my peers on papers and essays. I endeavored to shape my prose into something elegant. For every teacher I ever experienced, my father offered a counterangle of exposure. If his teaching contradicted theirs, I felt forced to meld the two practices together. When a teacher at my school imposed a requirement of one sentence on thesis, my father disagreed. That is absolute copyright, that you have to limit your thesis to only a few words. Teachers wanted you to insert roadmaps and previews, and my dad felt those aids condescended to your reader and robbed the piece of surprise. If I followed his advice, it was an affront to my teacher, an ethical dilemma. Who was I to believe, him or them? I usually chose him, but it made for a longer process. Now the test was separating my dad's rules from my own. The takeaway from him was this syntax of psychology: to write honestly, lean toward discomfort, attempt to delve into unresolved, tangled territory, and engage with humor. If nothing else, my father wants me to arguing for the accumulation of materials, which is, Lily, you must develop your reading muscles, strengthen your vocabulary, harness your absorption skills, endurance, patience.
When my eyes wander towards easier contemporary reads like vampire trilogies and beach romances, he's the cheerleader telling me to finish an Austen, Bronte, or Dostoevsky. For my dad, reading is a religion. It is the technique of survival. In his view, we are all lonely and great works of literature, written by writers who wrestled with that same hollowness, our consolation. Sometimes my father's views are too heavy. I don't always opt for the existential or intellectual. I can enjoy the trivial. A disillusioning book can make it harder to engage lightheartedly with the everyday. So if I endeavor to know suffering, I can't as easily divorce from it. Learning is a lifestyle, and read for life. There's no one moment when you transition from ignorance to self-assured knowledge. Higher quality literature stimulates greater self-awareness and forces you to confront your own limits. My dad takes comfort in knowing his limits. He's a realist. I'm only a partial realist. The other part of me is an idealist, taking stock in the possibility of becoming a limitless person. My father and his fame. They love me, I'm a star, he reported, elated with the success of his recent year. When my father returns home from his successful writing gig, he's on cloud 9. Always having to be back in New York, he feels invigorated. When he walks through the door, he encounters real life. I type on my laptop, the cat's lounge by the window, my mom folds laundry.
Hi everybody! I'm going to read from a book I'm reading right now. It's by Anna North. It's called The Life and Death of Sophie Stark. And I'm choosing to do that because, for me, that's what the library was when I was a kid. It was a place where I picked up new books and discovered new writers. So I didn't get this from the library, but I could have. When Sophie first saw me, I was on stage. This girl, Irina, who I lived with at the time, had organized a storytelling series at a bar in Bushwick. And after a couple of weeks of watching, I decided I wanted to tell a story too. I wasn't like the other kids in the house. I'd never assumed I'd be an actor or a writer or anything creative. When I was growing up, everybody figured I'd stay in Burnsville, West Virginia and have some kids. But there I was in New York, and for 10 minutes I could make people listen to me and treat me like I was important. The theme that week was scary camping stories. I was wearing my only pretty dress, a blue halter with a full skirt that I bought for $7 at a vintage store. And I got up on stage after some girl talked for 20 minutes about seeing a possum. Here's the story I told, the one that started everything for Sophie and me. My school had some good kids, Christian kids, kids who got married at 18 before they started popping out babies, but my family was 100% trash for 5 generations back, and I didn't fit in real well with the church crowd. Instead, I used to hang out with this guy named Bean. Bean was a couple years older than me, and he'd dropped out of high school to sell weed, and he made enough money to rent half a rundown old farmhouse outside of town. He was nice. He always shared his weed, especially with girls, and he'd give me a place to stay when things got bad at home. But he had an edge to him. His dad was a Marine, and he had taught Bean this trick where you snap someone's neck in a single motion. And Bean always made you feel like you were so cool, part of this secret club with just him, and you wanted to do exactly what he said so you could be in the club forever. I never saw a girl turn Bean down until he decided he was into Stacey Ashton. Stacey was my only friend who was a good girl. She was in the French club and didn't smoke weed, and she wanted to go to Emory someday. She had a sweatshirt from there and everything. Maybe that's why Bean liked her, because she was so different. But she wasn't interested. He'd go up to her at a party, and she'd just be polite and then turn away, talk to some other guy. It made me really angry. I'd never seen him mad before. Things usually went so well for him. But now, every time Stacy turned her back on him, he got that look on his face like pressure building up. Bean convinced me to talk to Stacy for him. He said maybe she'd go out with him if we double dated. I didn't like the weird, angry Bean, and I wanted to bring the happy one back. Plus, he promised me an eighth of weed. Stacy wasn't easy to sway. She kept saying he creeped her out. There was something off about him. I said she was crazy. Everybody loved him. Anyway, me and Tommy, this guy I was sort of dating, would be there the whole time. Finally, I told her that if she didn't have fun, I'd buy her those butterfly earrings she liked at the mall. Stacy loved all that girly shit. So Bean showed up that Friday, and him and Stacy and me and Tommy drove to the campground where we usually went to drink and make out with anybody without anybody bothering us. There had been a lot of stories about this serial killer that summer, not in our area, but in Virginia and North Carolina. He used a Bowie knife to kill his victims, mostly girls in their teens or 20s. The paper called him the Charlottesville Stabber, but we called him Stabby. And whenever we went out in the woods, we'd tease each other that Stabby was going to get us. On the car ride, I kept poking Stacy in the ribs to make her shriek, and then I'd yell, Stabby. When we got there, we roasted hot dogs and drank beer and had a good time, and I could tell Stacy was kind of loosening up. Bean moved closer to her, and she didn't move away. And then he put his arm around her, and she didn't stop him. The night got colder, and she actually snuggled up against him a little bit. Then Bean winked at me, and I turned and started kissing Tommy, and I heard Bean say, let's go for a walk and give them a little privacy. Then I heard them both walk off toward the creek. I didn't love Tommy, but I liked fucking him, and since we both lived in houses full of kids and stepdads, we were pretty used to doing it on the ground at the campsite or in the backs of pickup trucks or on football fields or wherever we could get a minute to ourselves. So we were all sweaty and happy and pulling on our clothes when Bean came walking out of the bushes by himself with a look on his face that I'd never seen before. We need to leave, he said. Why? I asked. What's the matter? Where's Stacy? She went off to pee, he said, and then I couldn't find her. I called and I called. I looked all over. We can't just leave, I said. I started calling Stacy's name. Bean took my arm. He looked at me and I saw fear in his eyes for the first time. I think we need to get the police, he said. I mean, I'm sure she just got lost or something, but in case... He trailed off, but I knew what he meant. None of us wanted to bring up the Stabber's silly nickname. I told Bean to give me another minute, and I walked just a few steps outside the campsite, but I started to get scared. And we all drove to the police station, where we told our stories to Officer Gray, who spent most of his time breaking up our parties or arresting my stepdad when he tried to drive home drunk from Red's on a Tuesday night. The police searched with dogs for miles around the campsite, but they didn't find her body. Sometimes a thing like that brings people together, but this just blew the three of us apart. Tommy and I didn't hook up anymore after that night. Bean didn't come to high school parties anymore, and then he moved away without telling anybody or saying goodbye. The Stabber killed another victim, this one in South Carolina. I felt the joy drain out of me. I dropped out of high school, left my sisters and my brother to fend for themselves, and took a job waiting tables at a pasta restaurant in Charlottesville. I'd been working there about 6 months when I saw in the news that they'd found Stacy's body. She'd washed up on the shore of Mon Cove Lake, about a half-mile from the campsite. The police said it was probably the work of the Stabber, since Stacy fit the profile of his other victims, but they noticed a change in his MO. Stacy's neck had been snapped. Another year passed. I turned 20. I was just marking time in my life, and then I remember it was a Friday. The restaurant was crowded with students ordering carafes of our gross wine. He showed up. He had a woman with him, a pretty thin girl with strawberry blonde hair. She was well-dressed, well-cared for, nice skin, and expensive shoes. She looked the way people look at that time in their relationship when they're absolutely sure the other person loves them and they haven't started to love that person any less yet. The hostess seated them at one of my tables, and I went away to take their drink orders. I didn't even think about running away. I wanted to see what Bean ordered, what his girlfriend's voice sounded like. It was more than curiosity. As I walked over, I had the feeling of finishing something. And then he saw me. We looked right at each other for just a moment, and he didn't look frightened at all. His face had no expression on it. For a second, I thought he might pretend not to know me, but instead he smiled wide and said, "Allison, it's been forever." "It has," I said. I didn't know what to say next. I hadn't thought beyond walking up to the table, looking at Dean and seeing what he did. Allison was my best friend back in Burnsville. "Allison, this is my fiance, Sarah Beth." Sarah Beth extended her hand, and I saw the ring sparkling on the other one. Dean had come up in the world. He was wearing a sweater and a collared shirt. He looked like he had stopped dealing drugs. "What are you doing here?" I asked him. "Sarah Beth and I just bought a house in Sunflower Court," he said. "I'm working at Alton Penny." Alton Penny was the biggest real estate agency in Charlottesville. I looked at Sarah Beth and then back at Dean and thought, rich father-in-law, house, wife, life. I wasn't disgusted. I just felt like I'd slipped into some other universe, one that had even less justice than the one I'd grown up in. I felt like I was moving through water. I took their drink orders and told them about our specials and even remembered to smile. Dean smiled back. I went back and got the drinks, white wine for her, red for him, and I took their meal orders and brought them their pasta, and then I went in the kitchen and stood for a minute staring at the wall. That's when Bean found me. He touched my elbow, not hard, not a grab, just a tap, and asked me if I'd come outside with him for a minute. I thought about whether he would kill me too, just snap my neck the way he'd snapped hers, but I didn't think he'd do that with his wife so close, sipping her wine and thinking he was normal, and I wanted to hear what he had to say. I let him lead me out to the parking lot. "You know why I wasn't surprised to see you?" he asked. "Why?" I kept my back against the kitchen door so I could let myself in quickly if I needed to. "Because I've been keeping track of you. I knew when you moved here, and I knew where you worked, and I came to see you." "Why?" I asked again. "Because I wanted you to know that I can always find you." And then he reached behind me and opened the door and went back inside. That was 3 years ago. I quit that job, changed my name, moved here, but I still check behind me every time I let myself in my apartment. I still have a panic attack every time I see someone his height, his build. I've never told anyone this story before. I guess I keep hoping I'll forget it, but I never do. After I finished, everyone applauded. A blonde girl with perfect teeth came up to tell me how great I was. A guy who said he had a magazine gave me a homemade business card and told me to send my story to him. I was sleeping with this guy Barber at the time, who was in a band and who everyone thought was going places, and he put his arm around me and kissed me on the head and said, "That was so powerful, dude." Sophie waited until I was alone. Barbara and Irina had gone off to get drinks when she came over. She was tiny, wearing a boy's button-down shirt and jeans rolled up above scrawny ankles. Her hair was slicked back and her face was pale, pointy, wide-eyed. She looked about 16 years old. "That's not a true story," was the first thing she said to me. "Is it?" So that is Anna North's The Life and Death of Sophie Stark. And I haven't gotten much further than that myself, but I think we can all agree it's pretty good.
Hello. I'm reading my latest book because I didn't realize we could read someone else's, and by the time I did, it was too late to go to the library and get something good. So, we did this at the library, and something else. Yes, we never talked about something other than okay. 2 years earlier, Sharon had read her first Eons and Empires comic book the way most 12-year-olds probably examine their first Playboy. Locked in a bathroom, heart tingling in her throat, fearful of being caught in the act of doing something naughty. The couple next door had a weekly date night on Fridays. So completely different than Sharon's own parents were far too practical for such extravagance. And Sharon would babysit the Robin's 4-year-old son. After putting Elliot to sleep, Sharon would rummage through Robin's bookcases, crowded with volumes crammed with ease. Thin habits of poetry, hefty Victorian novels, some books new, others with covers torn by old age, notes marking the passages. Her own house only had her father's accounting textbooks and a handful of mass-market paperbacks by Mary Higgins Clark and Pete Koontz. Sharon told her friends, well, she told Laurel, that she took the babysitting gig because she needed the money, but the truth was she actually preferred reading the Robin's books to going anywhere her friends were headed. That particular Friday, Sharon was putting back Lady Taggart's Lover, which she'd heard was scandalous, which she'd actually found boring, when she noticed the stack of comic books behind Shakespeare's collected works. Eons and Empires, Issue 1, Volume 1, Rohan Rising was on the top of the stack in a clear plastic sheet. The cover was a washed-out black with dozens of striking figures and different colors. And there were 2 women on the front, one blonde, one redhead, hanging to each other. One man in black and one man in white were fighting each other. In the same way everyone knows about Spider-Man or Wonder Woman, Sharon had a passing familiarity with Andy. New Captain Rowan was the bad guy, Jason Bryce was good, twin sister scientists were in the mix, and it had something to do with parallel worlds and nuclear war. Still, she'd never actually seen one of the comic books, and holding the decade-old first issue from 1991 in her hand in her rush of warmth she couldn't explain. Even though it was date night and the Robins wouldn't be home for hours, Sharon tucked the issue into her purple book bag, went into the cover, and bolted the door. Before reading the text, she studied each panel, the artwork minimal and haunting, all grays and blacks in row 1, the other universes each a different color palette. It read like a book, a more interesting book than Lady Chatterley's Lover anyway. All about Commander Bryce and the Snow Sisters traveling to the parallel Earths in hopes of stopping Captain Rowan from blowing up North America in their own world. Midway through Volume 1, Sharon realized she was busy from holding her breath. It wasn't that she couldn't identify, it was the opposite. The world-hopping struggles between Rowan and Bryce had less than nothing to do with her own life in the suburbs, with her friends, well, Laurel and Laurel's friends, whose universe was all about ballet class and grades and getting asked to dances. With their parents, who were still married to each other, had one cocktail at precisely 6:30 after work each night, paid their taxes, and were absolutely adequate and innocuous in every meaningful way. In any things mattered, decisions had consequences, character was tested. And Captain Rowan, wonderful tortured Rowan, he wasn't so much evil as misguided. He loved Cordelia Snow with all his heart, no matter what universe they were in. Rowan was infinitely more interesting than any of the boys, Laurel or Laurel's friends, could help it. For the next 18 months, Sharon read and reread every issue at the Robins' house on date night, even after Laurel and her friends began including Sharon in more and more trips to the mall and slumber parties. When the Robins moved to Minneapolis, Sharon stole new D&D comic books from the library or the racks of Walden books in Millcane Hall, and hid them in plain sight in a mess of papers and clothing in her room. It wasn't that she didn't have the money to buy them. She'd saved almost all the money from her babysitting days. It was about not wanting to share any news with anyone, even cashiers and librarians. Talking about the comics with the potential to make those girls less real, to weigh them down with the boredom of suburban Cincinnati. 2 months earlier, Sharon, Laurel, and Laurel's friends had seen Candyman at the Esquire Theater, and there had been a preview for the movie. As the screen filled with the ash of nuclear winter and dashing Jake James and Curtis Commander Price, Sharon had felt naked and exposed, everything in her digestive system tugged into a halt. Jake James is so hot, Laura whispered. We should totally see that. Sharon admitted from me not knowing. But movies Laurel's friends saw were never about the film, but about going to the bathroom pairs to apply sticky pink lip gloss, about which of the other kids with the driver's license might even try the Pizza Hut afterwards. Sharon understood and even had fun when the girls helped her apply blue shadow that matched her eyes and used their curling irons to give her straight black hair body. But the thought of seeing her talking Rowan battling Bryce with his passion for her doing show while Laurel and Laurel's friends discussed the attractiveness of the boys in front of them was intolerable. That was when Sharon began planning today. Taking a map from the glove compartment of her father's Taurus, she plotted the courses involved and checked the Inquirer dailies in case the matinee was due to change. She even pretended to feel a little sick at school yesterday, so her absence would be found a surprise. Their parents were usually busy getting ready for work when she left. Sharon made a point of saying goodbye and going out the front door. Instead of heading to the bus stop, though, she wandered behind Beats with Eric and their house until both of their cars were gone, then ducked back inside to call the school and the attendant's office. She tried to take her mother's slight Midwestern accent, which pretended to be Sally Gallagher, explaining what Sharon was doing. Cincinnati isn't a city designed for walking, but the trip to the theater wasn't bad. Before she and Laurel had quit Girl Scouts, she'd earned all the badges for reading maps and using compasses, and most of the journeys were straight shot along the highway. It was an unusually nice December day. Her jacket was sufficient, and although she brought an umbrella, she hadn't needed it. The whole walk should take a little more than an hour. It was quite possibly the most daring thing Sharon had ever done. As she watches the film again, Sharon notices subtle details. The filmmakers have kept the color palette the same as in the comics, and much of the dialogue is lifting verbatim as well. She could have recited it along with the actors. And the boys from high school just came wrong. The movie's actually better than the comics. After the second show, she learned some great holiday decorations and praise. Now, Sharon was finding that point because the full impression makes the point. Finding for the world for everything to see. And it will be another year and a half before the sequel comes out. It's glorifying the thought of 3 more years of high school. Even through the spring and snow on the walls of glass doors, Sharon can tell it's darker outside than it should be at 4:30. Further inspection reveals that it's pouring rain. That drops will feel like the nuclear fallout from the movie. At some point, she must have lost track of the info. She's mentally retracing her steps when there's a tap on her shoulder. You go to Walnut Hills, right? It's the dark-haired senior from our high school. Yeah, I'm a freshman. I wasn't feeling well this morning, so I didn't make it in. She bites her tongue. Sometimes, when she's nervous, Sharon talks too much. Glad I recognized you. You've got those pretty eyes. The boy is tall and soft-looking ears and a fascinating mix of stubble and red on his chin. She wonders what a girl like Laurel would say in return. What a girl is supposed to say. Did you like the movie, he asks, and Sharon can hardly breathe. She can't talk to him about Rowan Cordelia's tragic love story and the struggle to find the right universe that will save everyone in the world. Not here, where things are safe and comfortable. The Gap is having a sweater sale, and a Muzak version of White Christmas runs in the fountains. It was pretty good, Sharon mumbles, grabbing the door. I need to go. My ride is waiting for me outside. It's my parents. They're here to get me. She's at the edge of the parking lot before registering how much colder it's gotten since the afternoon, and on guard the rain is coming down. But even if she had enough money for another umbrella, she'd run the risk of bumping into the guy again. Pulling part of her jacket tighter, she hunches over and stretches toward the highway. As she follows the grassy path along the shoulder of the road, everything feels slower than on the way there. There's more traffic at this time of day, so she moves farther from the highway, the ground mushy and tired to navigate. The water soaks through her sneakers and socks, every step like swishing cold jello. In 10 minutes, the waterlogged denim of her jeans goes from annoying to debilitating. She thinks of Commander Bryce and the Snow Sisters in the movie, leading groups of survivors through the cold ash and burning sun of nuclear winter. And even through her own discomfort, there's that stab of longing to be out of this world into an even more unpleasant one. Another 10 minutes and her teeth are chattered, hands stiff in the mouth. She flirts with the idea of calling her parents. Obviously, they'd never understand about being in Captain Road, but she could invent a story about a fight with Laurel and Laurel's friends at the mall after school. Her mom especially likes it when she gets out there and does normal teenage things. There's no phone booth anywhere, though. Water stings her eyes, and she realizes she can't keep going. Might not even make it to the exit ramp 30 yards away. So Sharon just stops and feels sorry for herself. An old station wagon with wood paneled sides pulled to the side shoulder of the road. The driver leans across the passenger seat to roll down the window. "Where are you headed?" asks the man, maybe 50-something, with a salt and pepper beard. She tells him Reading Road. "It's on my way," he says. "I can drop you." He pops the door and Sharon slides in, instantly creating pebbles on the cracked vinyl seats of the floor mats. "Thank you," she says, as welcome heat blows in her face from the vents. So relieved it takes Sharon a few seconds until the car is again zipping at 50 miles per hour to notice her surroundings. Smell hits first, something long past ripe and decayed. Then she glances behind her, where the whole long heights of the car is still. Yellow newspapers, plastic IGA grocery bags, oil soil rags, garden tools with clumps of dirt clinging to sharp edges. What looks like a blade of a chainsaw. On the dashboard, there's a Saint figurine and rosary beads dangling from the rear view mirror. "Don't worry, little lady," the man says when he notices her looking. "I'm not a religious zealot or anything like that." "I wasn't thinking that," she says politely. It was mentioning it makes her shiver again. This was she could see how dirty the driver is. Younger than she originally thought, but unkempt, brown and trimmed with septies under his fingernails. "This used to be my wife's car, and she'd take it to church sometimes." The man is leaning toward her, familiar scent on his breath. The gin and tonic her father pours himself each night after work at 6:30 on the dot. "A lot of good all that crying did for her, right?" Sharon nods and tries not to let her mind wander to the tools and the possible chainsaw. In the passenger's on the back, not to make any unfounded connections between them, presumably dead wife and the smell. "I'm only saying religion didn't help her," says the man. Through the windshield, the rows of good-spec curtains of rain and the fog of condensation from heat on old glass. "Get out of this car." Shame strikes before fear. Her grades have always been okay. Solid B's with A's in history and English. But as far back as she can remember, Sharon has harbored a secret sense that she was smarter than other people in some less tangible way. That all that time spent reading about other worlds and making up stories had to count for life experience, even if the experienced life had not been her own. When she'd been reading a book in which the young heroine accepted a ride from a stranger, she would expect the girl to end up raped or murdered or tortured in some horrible imaginative way. She would dismiss the character as too dumb to warrant concern. "Get out of this car." "Sir, it's okay if you're dropping off here," she says, trying to determine through the steamy windshield exactly where here is. The man continues talking but she said nothing. "You know that old saying, there are no atheists in foxholes?" he asks. Though she's never heard it, Sharon nods again. "Well," the driver continues, "I was in the world, and I can tell you for damn sure I was the atheist in the foxhole." "Thank you for your service," Sharon says without knowing which war the man is talking about. Her father, who joined the National Guard to avoid being drafted during Vietnam, says the phrase whenever they walk by uniformed soldiers. The sweet girl. He looks at her directly for the first time, having a bulb on the end of his nose and packed lips to dry the saliva. Such exquisite eyes. "Thank you." As stealthily as possible, Sharon inches her butt toward the door. But it's hard because her jeans are wet enough to stick to the worn vinyl seats. "Really, it seems like the rain is letting up. You can just drop me off here. That'd be great." "Still looks like cats and dogs to me," says the boy. He's right, of course. Thick sheets of water smacked in the windshield. "Reading Road is on my way. It's no trouble." Her back finally against the side of the car, Sharon cautiously lets her right hand search for the door handle. Eyes on her, not the road, the man smiles, his teeth crooked, but whiter than she expected. It wouldn't be right for me to leave a pretty little girl like you on the side of the road in a sweater, now would it? She remembers the movie, Captain Nolan pulling open the hatch of his crashing plane and jumping out without a parachute. The lesser of two deaths, the one with the clock. Her fingers finally find the door latch. Sharon squeezes, releases when she feels it give, a tickle of icy air on her back, and then she hurls herself against the door. Falling backward isn't easy. It goes against almost every human instinct to grope for the seatbelt or the console, to cling and cling and cling to the wall. Let it go. A crash of pain in her left thigh, like nothing she's ever felt before when she hits the asphalt and rolls away from the highway down the grassy shoulder. Hurts like hell, but she can tell her leg isn't broken. Knows it will work even if it's unsteady. 40 minutes later, when she opens the door to her house, soaking wet and bleeding from small cuts on her hand and cheek, she'll think about how fortunate it was she landed the way she did. Realize it could have gone another way. When her parents look up from the living room couch in confusion, then rush toward her, she realized she could have cracked her head open or been crushed by oncoming traffic, or maybe something minor, a broken wrist or collarbone. an injury that would have slowed her down and killed her reflexes. Again and again throughout her life, she'll recall the love of her landing. When she gets her acceptance letter to NYU, and when she kisses the boy she's falling in love with at Washington Square Park. When she burns her novel manuscript or gets her first byline in the New York Honor. Over and over she'll contemplate, there but for the grace of Captain Roman, she'd not have this opportunity to screw up this new thing, to move forward, to breathe. And when she hits the pavement at 50 miles per hour and tumbles down the soggy grass, she's not thinking of possibilities and failures in other universes. She's only thinking of getting up and running home for the safety of the world she loves.
Country Doctor by Franz Kafka. I was in a most awkward predicament. I needed to leave at once on an urgent journey. A seriously ill patient was waiting for me in a village 10 miles away. A heavy snowstorm filled the wide interval between him and me. I had a carriage, light, with large wheels, perfectly suited to our country roads. Wrapped in my fur coat, my instrument bag in my hand, I was already standing in the yard, ready to go. But I lacked a horse, of course. Previous night, my own horse had died as a result of overwork in its glacial winter. We made this as a result of overwork. It was now running all over the village, trying to borrow a horse. But it was hopeless. I knew it was more and more snow piling up on me, becoming more and more immobile. I stood there aimlessly. The maid showed up at the gate alone, swinging her lantern. Naturally, who would rent his horse for such a ride? I walked across the yard once again. I could see no possibility. Distracted, tormented, I picked the ramshackle door of a pig pen, which hadn't been used for years. It opened and swung back and forth on its hinges. Once, and the smell like that of horses came out of it. The murky stable lantern was swinging by a rope inside. The man crouching in the low shed showed his candid, blue-eyed face. "Shall I hitch up?" he asked, breaking out on all fours. I could think of nothing to say, and I just stooped down to see what else was in the pen. The maid stood next to me. "People don't know what they've got available in their own house," she said, and we both laughed. "Hey there, brother. Hey there, sister," called the groom. With two horses, powerful animals with strong flanks, their legs thrown up tight to their bodies, lowering their well-formed heads like camels, slid out of the door, one after the other, solely by twisting their bodies to and fro, and occupied the doorway completely without an inch to spare. Immediately, they stood up on tall legs, their bodies steamed with dense vapor. "Help them," I said, and the willing maid ran to find the groom, carriage harness. The moment she has reached it, the groom embraces her and shoves his face against hers. She yells out and escapes over to me. 2 rows of teeth have left the red marks on the girl's cheek. "You beast," I shout furiously. "Would you like to feel my whip?" I instantly recall that he's a stranger. I don't know where he is coming from. It is voluntary to help me when all the rest are failing me. As if you know my thoughts, Agent beckons on my friend. He's still busy with the horses, barely turns once in places. "Get anything," says. "Surely, everything is in readiness." I observe that I've never before handled such a beautiful feat in my betting chair. I'll do the driving. You don't know the way, I say. Sure, he says. I'm not going along at all. I'm staying with Rosa. No, yells Rosa. Foreboding that if it is inevitable, she runs into the house. I hear the fortune rattle as she draws it tight. I hear the lock snap shut. I watch as in addition, she turns off all the lights. First in the vestibule, then racing through the rooms, where she won't get down. You're coming along, I say to the group. I'm giving up the trip, no matter how original it is. I have no wish to hand the maid over to you as spirit for a ride. Giddy up, he says, and claps his hands. The carriage is swept away like a piece of wood in a current. I can still hear the door of my house cracking and splintering. The gloom assaults it. But my eyes and ears are filled with the rustling wind that penetrates through my senses uniformly. But even that lasts only a moment, because as if my patient strong heart opened up the rescue from within, my own God, I'm already there. Horses are sitting calm. The snowfall has ended. Moonlight all around. Parents in the kitchen rush out of the house. The sister after me. And practically literally out of the carriage. I can't make out everything is full. In the sick room, the air is barely breathable. The stove, which I have attended to, is smoking. I intend to open the window. First, I want to speak to you. Then, with no fever, not cold, not warm, expressionless eyes, without a shirt, the boy raises himself up from the feather bed. He races my neck. He whispers in my ear, "Doctor, let me die." I look around. No one is heard. His parents are standing in silence, waiting for an expectation of medical opinion. The sister has brought a chair for my bag. I open the bag, look through my instruments. The boy continues to smoke directly from his bed, in order to remind me of his request. We take hold of such reasons as ornament, with a candlelight, up and down again. Yes, I think that's listening to such innocence that God's come to your aid. They send the missing horse. Because of the emergency, they had a second. And then they're down to me. They then drag me through. It is only then that they look rose again. What am I to do? How can I rescue her? How can I pull her out from under that gloom while I'm 10 miles away from her and the uninterrupted horses are harnessed to my cover? Those forces somehow have no use of the brains that sometimes all days open the windows from outside. Each one thrust his head in through a window. The deepest of the family's outcry, scrutinizing the nation. I'll ride right back, I think, said the horses are inviting me to go. But I allow the system to leave some of my need. I got my foot close. Last abruption occurred to me. Walmart pats me on the shoulder. The surrender of this trophy of this justifies like the green apple. I shake my head. Growing older than the old man circumscribed way of thinking. That is the loan I refuse to drink. Mother stands by the bed and entices me over. I obey. While the horse neighs loudly at the ceiling, I place my head on the chest of the boy. The shivers of the touch of my wet beard. What I know is confirmed. The boy is healthy. There's somewhat poor circulation. Flooded with coffee by his anxious mother. I'm healthy, so that the best thing is to shut him out of bed. I'm not out to improve the world, and let him lie there. Employ the district government, that you might be really helped. Great returns too much. Though badly paid, the generous and helpful to the poor, and still must take care of those who The boy may be right, and I too shall die. What am I doing here in this endless empty? My horse is dead, and there's no one in the village who rents the hills. I have to find my team in the pavement. If by chance my burnt horses, I have to drive these miles. That's the way it is. You bring honor to the family. They know nothing about it. They know they don't believe it. Writing prescriptions is easy. Otherwise, you really can't get into this bar. Well, this seems to be the end of my job. Once again, I've been annoyed for nothing. I'm used to that. With the help of my night district coordinator, I'm happy to pick up groceries this time. That beautiful girl who has lived in my house for years, and I scarcely noticed that sacrifice is too great. I must somehow spare it temporarily. In my own mind, the sophist dreams if I'm not to take all out attack on this family. Because even with the best will in the world, it can't get me that closer. As I am closing my bag and sitting down, I'm going to roll over. As the family stands there together, the father sniffing at the glass of rum in his hand, the mother whom I had most likely disappointed, looking at me unexpected. Biting her lips tearfully, and the sister making a blood-soaked towel, and somehow ready to repent in certain conditions, with boys perhaps ill afterward. I go over to him. He smiles at me as I approach, as if I were threatening him, save the most invigorating soup. Oh, hang on, little horses, you know. Boys are getting by some local college is relevant to the facilities of my examination. And I find, yes, the boy is well. On his right side, around the head, a wound as large as the palm of one's hand has opened up. Pink, many shades, dark as it gets deeply, up the light of the edges, softly granular with the rhythms and accumulations of blood. Wide open as a surface entrance to the mind. That's how it looks from some distance. A close-up and concentration can be seen as well. You can look at it without giving a low whistle. Worms as long and thick as my little finger, naturally rose-colored hay with vision scattered like flies, neatly attached to the inside of the wound, and the white heads of many legs are running the upwards of the light. Poor boy, there's no hope for you. At the start of the great wound, they will be destroyed by this flower on your side. Family is happy to see the happens. The sister tells it to the mother, the mother to the father. Father, if you guess or enter the open door to the moonlight, balance in the natural shade. If you're saying the word whispers to the soft and figures dazzled by the light in his room, that's how the people are in my area. Always asking the doctor if it's impossible. It was their fate. The priest sits on and gets his vestments to pieces, one after another. The doctors are supposed to accomplish everything in his residence church at the house. Well, have it any way you like. I didn't offer my services. For religious purposes, I don't want to get that too. What better can I ask for an old-fashioned doctor? Lots of my maid. They come from $50 of the investment. The school parlor where their teachers stand in the front of the house. And sitting there sitting inside the cellar of his church. And dressing like a killer. And if he doesn't kill them, kill him. It's only a doctor. It's only a doctor. Then I'm undressed with my fingers in my hair. I look at the people. Gone with them. People come on with years more. Remain so true, even though it doesn't help you. But now they take you by the head and you carry the end of the bed. Lay me against the wall on the side of the room. Getting all the other way. The door is closed. The same guys are there. Last passing from the phone. Like that closed when I'm walking and talking to you. The horses heads at the window open. Wake up, shut. You know, I hear something in my ear. I don't have much confidence in this. It's kind of helpful to just having out of my desk. I like hospital to scratch your eyes. Right, I say, in his face. But I'm a doctor, you see. What should I do? It's not easy. I suppose to be contented with that excuse. Oh, I guess I must. Always forced to be contented. You have to welcome the true finder of God's my young friend, I said, the mistake was that you don't have to get it. I will believe in all systems, far and wide, television. Your room isn't that bad. Brought up, I see $100 of the computer. Then people often decide to be strangers to family with cars, let alone having a person. Is it really so hard to collect the money? Scream so, I pick up the doctor's order on it, the next day, and we come in across some. But now we have to think about how to say this. The horse is located in different places, both the fur coat involved in the disease. But I didn't want to waste time getting dressed. The horse was made in century pounds on the way over, and looks like he's getting out of his bed in the line. Immediately your horse will come in here with the bundle under the paddock. Fur comes with the car, just then put on all the things. Good enough, I leaped on the horse range loose to the other wall. One horse just barely past the other, and carried the empty candy behind the fur coat bringing up the rear of the store. You have to look right way, it said, but the head wasn't wide enough. Slowly, it's all tempted to see it. Lost the snowy waist for a long time, but it's in the lines, sleeping into that strong return. Keep going, horse off, patience, the doctor is putting that alongside me. Traveling this way, I'll never ride down the boat and breakfast is better. Successful shouting people, and they're doing over it, but they can't replace it. My house, close and gloom, is rampaging. Those are distinctions. I don't want to keep a whole consequence. Maybe disposed to the court of this woman at the era. The earthly cars and unearthly horses. I, an old man, Roma Gardenius, my first mother's hand is back in the day. Let me have reached, and no one among the spiteful, rattle on my patience. What's it feel like? The trade. Having a faith of fostering at the night of this month, the mistake will never be ready.
In 1968, on the Berkeley campus of the University of California, 6 young men undertook an irregular and unprecedented act. Despite the setting and the social climate of the day, it involved no civil disobedience or mind-altering substances. Given that it took place in the Nutritional Sciences Department, I cannot even say with confidence that the participants wore bell-bottom pants or sideburns of unusual scope. I know only the basic facts. 6 men stepped inside a metabolic chamber and remained for 2 days, testing meals made from dead bacteria. This was the fevered dawn of space exploration. NASA had Mars on its mind. A spacecraft packed with all the food necessary for a 2-year mission would be impracticably heavy to launch. Thus, there was a push to develop menu items that could be bioregenerated, that is to say, farmed on elements of the astronauts' waste. The title of the paper nicely sums up the results. Human intolerance to bacteria as food. Leaving aside the vomiting and vertigo, the 13 bowel movements in 12 hours from the subject H, one hopes the aesthetics alone would have tabled further research. Pale gray Aerobacter, served as a slurry, was reported to be unpleasantly slimy. H. Europa had a halogen-like taste. Some in the field looked askance at the work. I found this quote in a chapter on fabricated space foods. Men and women do not ingest nutrients. They consume food. More than that, they eat meals. Although to the single-minded biochemist or physiologist, this aspect of human behavior may appear to be irrelevant or even frivolous, it is nevertheless a deeply ingrained part of the human situation. The point is well taken. In their zeal for a solution, the Berkeley team would appear to have lost a bit of perspective. When you can identify the taste of street lightning, it may be time to take a break from experimental nutrition. But I wish to say a word in defense of the single-minded biochemist or physiologist. As a writer, I live for these men and women, the scientists who tackle the questions no one else thinks or has the courage to ask. The gastric pioneer, William Buffon, with his tongue through the fistulated hole in his houseboy's stomach. The Swedish physician, Algoth P. Aber, propping cadavers in dining room chairs to study their holding capacity. Francois Magendie, the first man to identify the constituents of intestinal gas, aided in his investigation by 4 French prisoners guillotined in the act of digesting their last meal. David Metz, the Philadelphia dyspepsia expert who shot X-ray footage of a competitive eater downing hot dogs 2 at a time, to see what it might reveal about indigestion, and of course our monthly nutritionists, spooning bacteria onto dinnerware and stepping back like nervous chefs to see how it goes. The meals were a flop, but the experiment, for better or worse, inspired this book. When it comes to literature about eating, science has been a little hard to hear amid the clamor of cuisine. Just as we adorn sex with a fancy gold-leaf filigree of love, so we dress the need for sustenance in the finery of cooking and consortium. I adore the writings of M.F.K. Fisher and Calvin Quillen, but I also adore no less Michael Levin, Studies of a Flatulent Nation, J.C. Dalton, Experimental Investigations to Determine Whether the Garden Slug Could Live in the Human Stomach, and P.B. Johnson, a lexicon of on-range catfish flavor description. I'm not saying I don't appreciate a nice meal. I'm saying that the human equipment and the delightful, unusual people who study it are at least as interesting as the photogenic arrangements we push through it. Yes, men and women eat meals, but they also ingest ingredients. They grind and sculpt them into a moistened bolus that is delivered via the stadium wave of sequential contractions into a self-kneading sac of hydrochloric acid and then dumped into a tubular leach field, where it is converted into the most powerful taboo in human history. Lunch is an opening act. My introduction to the human anatomy was missing a good deal of its own. It took the form of a headless, legless, molded plastic torso in this Claflin's science classroom. The chest and ribcage were sheared away, as if by some unspeakable industrial accident, leaving a set of removable organs in full and lurid view. The torso stood on a table in the back of the room, enduring daily evisceration and reassembly at the hands of fifth graders. The idea was to introduce young minds to the geography of their own interior, and at this it failed terribly. The organs fit together like puzzle pieces, tidy as wares in a butcher's glass case. The digestive tract came out in parts. Esophagus separate from the stomach from the intestines. A better teaching tool would have been the hidden digestive tract that made the rounds of the internet a few years ago. A single tube per mouth per rectum. Tube isn't quite the right metaphor, as it implies the sameness throughout. The tract is more of a railroad flat, a long structure, one room opening onto the next, through each with a distinctive look and purpose. Just as you would never mistake kitchen for bedroom, you would not, from the perspective of a tiny, alimentary traveler, mistake mouth for stomach or for colon. I have toured the tube from that tiny traveler's perspective by way of a pill can, an undersized digital camera shaped like an oversized multivitamin. A pill cam documents its travels like a teenager with a smartphone, grabbing snapshots second by second as it moves along. Inside the stomach, the images are murky green with bits of drifting sediment. It's like footage from the Titanic documentary. In a matter of hours, acids, enzymes, and the stomach's muscular churning reduce all but the most resilient bits of food and pill cans to a gruel potent time. Eventually, a pill can is sent down the line, and as it reaches the pylorus, the portal from the stomach to the small intestine, the decor changes abruptly. The walls of the small intestine are baloney pink and lush with millimeter-long projections called the villi. Villi increase the surface area available for absorbing nutrients. They are like tiny loops on the terry cloth. The inside surface of the colon, by contrast, is shiny, smooth, and split-wrapped. It would not make a good bath towel. The colon and rectum, the farthest reaches of the digestive tract, are primarily a waste management facility. They store it and dry it out. Function was not hinted at in Mrs. Claflin's educational torso man. Interior surfaces were hidden. The small intestine and colon were presented as a single fused ravelment, like a brain that had been thrown against the wall. Yet I owe the guy a debt of thanks. To venture beyond the abdominal wall, even a plastic one, was to pull the curtain back on life itself. I found it both appalling and compelling, all the more so because I knew a parallel world existed in my own English college. I marked that fifth grade classroom as the point at which curiosity began to push aside disgust or fear, or whatever it is that so reliably deflects mind for thought. The early anatomists had that curiosity in spades. They entered the human form like an unexplored continent. Parts were named like elements of geography: the isthmus of the thyroid, the aisles of the pancreas, the straits and inlets of the pelvis. The digestive tract was for centuries known as the alimentary canal. How lovely to picture one's dinner making its way down a tranquil, winding waterway. Digestion and excretion no more upsetting or off-putting than a cruise along the Rhine. It's this mood, these sentiments, the excitement of exploration and the surprises and delights of travel to foreign locales that I hope to inspire with this book. It may take some doing. The prevailing attitude is one of disgust. There are people and our exits so repulsed by the thought of their food inside them that they cannot bring themselves to eat. In Roman Hindu tradition, saliva is so potent a ritual movement that a drop of one's own spittle on the lips is a kind of defilement. I remember from my last book, talking to the public affairs staff to choose what to stream on NASA TV. The cameras are often parked on the comings and goings of Michigan. If someone spots a staffer eating onto his desk, the camera is quickly repositioned. In a restaurant setting, conviviality distracts us from the biological reality of nutrient intake and oral processing. But a man alone with a sandwich appears as what he is, an organism satisfying a need. As with other bodily imperatives, we'd rather not watch. Feeding, and even more so its unsavory correlates, are as much taboos as mating and death. The taboos, of course, in my favor. The elementary recesses hide a load of unusual stories, mostly unlined. Authors have profiled the brain, the hearts, the eyes, the skin, the penis, the female geography, and even the hair, but never the gut. The pie hole and the feed chute are mine. Like a bite of something yummy, you will begin at one end and make your way to the other. Although this is not a practical health book, your more pressing elementary curiosities will be addressed, and some less pressing. Could thorough chewing lower the national debt? If saliva is full of bacteria, why do animals lick their wounds? Why don't suicide bombers swallow bombs in their rectums? Why don't stomachs digest themselves? Why is crunchy food so appealing? Can constipation kill you? Did it kill Elvis? You will occasionally not believe me, but my aim is not to discuss. I have tried in my way to exercise research. I'm aware of the website www.foodreport.com, but I did not visit. When I stumbled on the paper, Fecal Odor of Sick Hedgehogs Mediates Olfactory Attraction of the Tick, and references in another paper, I resisted the urge to order a copy. I don't want you to say this is gross. I want you to say, I thought this would be gross, but it's really interesting. Okay, and maybe a little gross. Nose job. Tasting has little to do with taste. The sensory analyst rides a Harley. There are surely many things she enjoys about traveling by motorcycle, but the one Sue Langstaff mentions to me is the waving air, the great and odorous out of doors is shoved into her nose. It's a big, lasting, passive sniff. This is why dogs stick their heads out the car window. It's not for the feeling of the wind in their hair. When you have a nose like a dog has, or Sue Langstaff, you take in the sights by smell. Here is California's Highway 29 between Napa and St. Helena, through Langstaff's nose. Cut grass, diesel from the wine train locomotive, sulfur being sprayed on grapes, garlic from Mateo Restaurante, rotting vegetation from low tide on the Napa River, toasting oak from the Demtos cooperage, hydrogen sulfide from the Calistoga mineral baths, grilling meat and onions from God's Drive-In, and alcohol evaporating on the open fermenters of Whitehall Lake Winery, dirt from a vineyard cellar, smoking meats at Mustard Grill, manure, hay. Tasting, in the sense of wine tasting, is what Sue Langstaff does when she evaluates a product, is mostly smelling. The exact verb would be flavored, if that could be a verb, in the same way that tasting is smelling. Flavor is a combination of taste, sensory input from the surface of the tongue, and smell, but mostly it's the latter. Humans perceive 5 tastes: sweet, bitter, salty, sour, and umami, frothy. And an almost infinite number of smells. 80 to 90% of the sensory experience of eating is olfaction. Langstaff would throw away her tongue and still do a reasonable facsimile of her tongue. For job. It's a kind of sensory forensics. People come to me and say, my wine stinks. What happened? My staff can read the stink. Off flavors or defects in professional parlance are clues to what went wrong. Olive oil with a flavor of straw or hay, that suggests a problem with just at all. A beer with a hospital smell is an indication that the brewer may have used chlorinated water, even just to rinse the equipment. The wine flavors leather and horse sweat, or tells of spoilage, yeast, bread in the mice. The nose is a fleshy glass chromatograph. As you chew or pull the wine into the warmth of your mouth, aromatic gases are set free. As you exhale, these volatiles waft up through the posterior hairs, the internal nostrils at the back of the mouth, and connect with olfactory receptors in the upper reaches of the nasal cavity. The technical name for this internal swelling is retronasal olfaction. The more familiar sniffing of aromas in the internal nostril is called orthonasal olfaction. The information is passed on to the brain, which scans for a match. What sets a professional nose apart from everyday nose is not so much its sensitivity to the many aromas of the human brain, but the ability to tease them apart and identify them. Someone's next.
I don't know how we did. Okay, well, I need to try. I think it's a good children's book. Should I read it right there?
Yeah.
No, it's fine. We can go. No, they should go.
I'm just going to keep going when she gets up here. Like this. Dried cherries, molasses, backstrap. Langstaff is sipping a strong, dark ale called Noel. Coming? Awesome. Cool.
Oh, no, you know.
I'm going to be reading from The Absolutely True Diary of a Part-Time Indian by Sherman Alexie, who's a Native American writer from my home state, Washington. This chapter is called The Black Eye of the Monk Club. I was born with water on the brain. Okay, so that's not exactly true. I was actually born with too much cerebral spinal fluid inside my skull. But cerebral spinal fluid is just a doctor's fancy way of saying brain grease. And brain grease works inside the lobes like car grease works inside an engine. It keeps things running smooth and fast. But weirdo me, I was born with too much grease inside my skull. And it got all thick and muddy and disgusting, and it only mucked up the works. My thinking and breathing and living engine slowed down and flooded. My brain was drowning in grease. But that makes the whole thing sound weirdo and funny, like my brain was a giant French fry. So it seems more serious and poetic and accurate to say, I was born with water on the brain. Okay, so maybe that's not a very serious way to say it either. Maybe the whole thing is weird and funny. But geez, my mother and father and big sister and grandma and cousins and aunts and uncles think it was funny when the doctors cut open my little skull and sucked it all out, sucked out all the extra water with some tiny vacuum. I was only 6 months old, and I was supposed to croak during the surgery. And even if I somehow survived the mini Hoover, I was supposed to suffer serious brain damage during the procedure and live the rest of my life like a vegetable. Well, I obviously survived the surgery. I wouldn't be writing this if I didn't. But I have all sorts of physical problems that are directly the result of my brain damage. First of all, I ended up having 42 teeth. The typical human has 32, right? But I have 42. 10 more than usual. 10 more than normal. 10 teeth past human. My teeth got so crowded that I could barely close my mouth. I went to Indian Health Service to get some teeth pulled so I could eat normally, not like some slobbering vulture. But the Indian Health Service funded major dental work only once a year, so I had to have all 10 extra teeth pulled in one day. And what's more, our white dentist believed that Indians only have half as much pain as white people did, so he only gave us half of the Novocaine. What a bastard, huh? Indian Health Service also funded eyeglass purchases only once a year and offered one style, those ugly, thick, black plastic ones. My brain damage left me nearsighted in one eye and farsighted in the other, so my ugly glasses were all lopsided because my eyes were so lopsided. I get headaches because my eyes are like enemies, you know? Like they used to be married to each other, but now they hate each other's guts. And I started wearing glasses when I was 3, so I ran around the res looking like a 3-year-old Indian grandpa. And oh, I was skinny. I turned sideways and disappeared. But my hands and feet were huge. My feet were a size 11 in the 3rd grade. With my big feet and pencil body, I looked like a capital L walking down the road. And my skull was enormous. Epic. My head was so big that little Indian skulls orbited around it. Some of the kids called me Orbit, and other kids just called me Globe. The bullies would pick me up, spin me in circles, put their finger down on my skull and say, I want to go there. So obviously I looked goofy on the outside, but it was the inside stuff that was the worst. First of all, I had seizures, at least 2 a week, so I was damaging my brain on a regular basis. But the thing is, I was having those seizures because I already had brain damage, so I was reopening wounds each time I seized. Yep, whenever I had a seizure, I was damaging my damage. I haven't had a seizure in 7 years, but the doctors tell me I'm susceptible to seizure activity. Susceptible to seizure activity. Does that just roll off the tongue like poetry? I also had a stutter and a lisp. Or maybe I should say I had a stutter and a lisp. You shouldn't think there's anything life-threatening about speech impediments, but let me tell you, there is nothing more dangerous than being a kid with a stutter and a lisp. A 5-year-old is cute when he lisps and stutters. Heck, most of the big-time kid actors stuttered and lisped their way to stardom. And geez, you're still fairly cute when you're a stuttering and lisping 6, 7, and 8-year-old, but it's all over when you turn 9 and 10. After that, your stutter and lisp turn you into a retard. And if you're 14 years old, like me, and you're still stuttering and lisping, then you become the biggest retard in the world. Everybody on the res calls me a retard about twice a day. They call me a retard when they're pantsing me or stuffing my head in the toilet or just smacking me upside the head. I'm not even writing down the story the way I actually talk because I'd have to fill it with stutters and lisps. And then you'd be wondering why you're reading a story by such a retard. Do you know what happens to retards in the res? We get beat up. At least once a month. Yep, I belong to the Black Eye of the Month Club. Sure, I want to go outside. Every kid wants to go outside, but it's safer to stay at home. So I mostly hang out alone in my bedroom and read books and draw cartoons. Here's one of me, and it's him with a big head dancing. I draw all the time. I draw cartoons of my mother and father, my sister and grandmother, my best friend Rowdy, and everybody else in the res. I draw because words are too unpredictable. I draw because words are too limited. If you speak and write in English, or Spanish, or Chinese, or any other language, then only a certain percentage of human beings will get your meaning. But when you draw a picture, everybody can understand it. If I draw a cartoon or a flower, then every man, woman, and child in the world can look at it and say, that's a flower. So I draw because I want to talk to the world, and I want the world to pay attention to me. I feel important with a pen in my hand, and I feel like I might grow up to be somebody important, an artist, maybe a famous artist, maybe a rich artist. That's the only way I can become rich and famous. Just take a look at the world. Almost all the rich and famous brown people are artists. They're singers and actors and writers and dancers and directors and poets. So I draw because I feel like it might be the only real chance to escape the reservation. I think the world is a series of broken dams and floods, and my cartoons are tiny little lifeboats. The second chapter is why chicken means so much to me. Okay, so now you know that I'm a cartoonist, and I think I'm pretty good at it too. But no matter how good I am, my cartoons will never take the place of food or money. I wish I could draw a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or a fistful of $20 bills, and perform some magic trick and make it real. But I can't do that. Nobody can do that, not even the hungriest magician in the world. I wish I were magical, but I'm really just a poor-ass reservation kid living with this poor-ass family on the poor-ass Spokane Indian reservation. Do you know the worst thing about being poor? Oh, maybe you've done the math in your head and you figure, poverty equals empty refrigerator plus empty stomach. And sure, sometimes my family misses a meal, and sleep is the only thing we have for dinner. But I know that sooner or later, my parents will come bursting through the door with a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken, the original recipe. And hey, in a weird way, being hungry makes food taste better. There's nothing better than a chicken leg when you haven't eaten for approximately 18 and a half hours. And believe me, a good piece of chicken can make anybody believe in the existence of God. So hunger is not the worst thing about being poor. And now I'm sure you're asking, okay, Mr. Hunger Artist, Mr. Mouthful of Words, Mr. Woe is Me, Mr. Secret Recipe, what is the worst thing about being poor? So okay, I'll tell you the worst thing. Last week, my friend Oscar got really sick. At first, I thought he had just had heat exhaustion or something. I mean, it was a crazy hot July day, 102 degrees with 90% humidity, and plenty of people were falling over from heat exhaustion. So why not a little dog wearing a fur coat? I tried to give him some water, but he didn't want any of that. He was lying in his bed with red, watery, snotty eyes. He whimpered in pain. When I touched him, he yelped like crazy. It was his nerves. It was like his nerves were poking out 3 inches from his skin. I figured he'd be okay with some rest, but then he started vomiting, and diarrhea blasted out of him. And he had these seizures where his little legs just kicked and kicked and kicked. And sure, Oscar was only an adopted stray mutt, but he was the only living thing I could depend on. He was more dependable than my parents, grandmother, aunts, uncles, cousins, and big sister. He taught me more than any teachers ever did. Honestly, Oscar was a better person than any human I'd ever known. Mom, I said, we have to take Oscar to the vet. He'll be all right, she said. But she was lying. Her eyes always got darker in the middle when she lied. She was a Spokane Indian and a bad liar, which didn't make any sense. We Indians really should be better liars, considering how often we've been lied to. He's really sick, Mom, I said. He's going to die if we don't take him to the doctor. She looked hard at me, and her eyes weren't dark anymore, so I knew that she was going to tell me the truth. And trust me, there are times when the last thing you want to hear is the truth. Junior, sweetheart, Mom said, I'm sorry, but we don't have any money for Oscar. I'll pay you back, I said. I promise. Honey, it'll cost hundreds of dollars, maybe 1,000. I'll pay back the doctor. I'll get a job. Mom smiled all sad and hugged me hard. Geez, how stupid was I? What kind of job can a reservation Indian boy get? I was too young to deal blackjack at the casino. There were only about 15 green grass lawns in the reservation, and none of their owners outsourced the mowing jobs. And the only paper route was owned by a tribal elder named Wally, and he had to deliver only 50 papers, so his job was like a hobby. There was nothing I could do to save Oscar. Nothing. So I lay down on the floor beside him and patted his head and whispered his name for hours. Then Dad came home from wherever he had gone. Then Dad came home from wherever and had one of those long talks with Mom, and they decided something was healthy. And then Dad pulled down his rifle and bullets to the closet. Junior, he said, carry Oscar outside. No, I screamed. He's suffering, Dad said. We have to help him. You can't do it, I shouted. I wanted to punch my dad in the face. I wanted to punch him in the nose and make him bleed. I wanted to punch him in the eye and make him blind. I wanted to kick him in the balls and make him pass out. I was hot mad, volcano mad, tsunami mad. Dad just looked down at me, the saddest look in his eyes. He was crying. He looked weak. I wanted to hate him for his weakness. I wanted to hate Dad and Mom for our poverty. I wanted to blame them for my sick dog and for all the other sickness in the world. But I can't blame my parents for our poverty because my mother and father are the twin suns around which I orbit, and my world would explode without them. And it's not like my mother and father were born into wealth. It's not like they gambled away their family fortunes. My parents came from poor people who came from poor people who came from poor people, all the way back to the very worst poor people. Adam and Eve covered their privates with fig leaves. First Indians covered their privates with their tiny hands. Seriously, I know my mother and father had their dreams when they were kids. They dreamed about being something other than poor, but they never got the chance to be anything because nobody paid attention to their dreams. Given the chance, my mother could have gone to college. She still reads books like crazy. She buys them by the pound, and she remembers everything she reads. She can recite whole pages by memory. She's a human tape recorder. Really, my mom can read the newspaper in 15 minutes and tell me baseball scores, the location of every ward, the latest guy to win the lottery, and the high temperature in Des Moines, Iowa. Given the chance, my father would have been a musician. When he gets drunk, he sings old country songs, and blues too, and he sounds good, like a pro, like he should be on the radio. He plays the guitar and the piano a little bit.
Can you guys hear me okay? I want to get this a little higher. Okay. All right. I'm going to read a book called Create Dangerously. Now, you're going to have to excuse me. There's a lot of bits of French in this book written by a Haitian writer, and I can't pronounce French. So I'll be butchering it, even her name, probably. After which, Dedicon. I know you probably don't pronounce the last T of that, but yeah, there it is. Create Dangerously, The Immigrant at Work. The chapter I'm going to read is chapter 4, Daughters of Memory. At first, I read Jean J. Dominique, the Haitian novelist and daughter of Jean Dominique, and I could still read an entire book in French without once consulting a dictionary. 5 years before, at the age of 12, I had left Haiti where I had been living with my aunt and uncle and had moved to Brooklyn, New York to be reunited with my parents. Being new to a place where schoolmates felt free to call me a dirty Haitian or a Frenchie or both person, I hungered for words from home. Reading in New York was not like the reading back in Haiti, where route memorization was the primary method of learning for children my age and where I had memorized and then decided and quickly forgotten at least a million unsacred words. If anything, I resented those forgotten words, their length and complication, their intangibility, their occasional irrelevance to my tropical reality. We even had to memorize, for example, lessons about the seasons, which listed in the spring, summer, fall, and winter, without acknowledging the dry and rainy season, or even the hurricane season around us. At least we were not obliged to recite the French colonial creed. Our ancestors, I recall, with our African lips by staring ahead from our black faces with dark eyes. But there were still some necessary erasures, one of them being the fact that because of dictatorship and its brutal censorship, I knew no child who had ever read a short novel by a Haitian-born writer. What we got in school were excerpts from certain French novels, among them Camille, the Three Musketeers of Andrew Dumas, who had a Haitian grandmother and a great-grandmother, Marie Septa Dumas. Many older students read the meticulous details of Elise Roland's downtrodden classes, but strongly echoed some of the realities of my own impoverished neighborhood. These and the fable de La Fontaine, the Paix of Blaise Pascal, the cruel jokes of Francois Rabelais, filled whatever space and time that had been devoted to homegrown contemporary talent. I can hear now, as I write these cries of protest, from other nations my age, and younger and older too, shouting from the space above my shoulders, bleachers above every writer's shoulders where readers cheer or hiss and boo in advance. They're hissing now, the chorus, or a portion of it, decrying this as both a contradiction and a lie. I read Haitian writers when I was 12. They say, I must have stopped and turned to them and now say, I am speaking only for myself. One of my young literature teachers in primary school, Miss Roy, loved French literature so much, she was always quoting from it. As the writer said, she began, quoting Voltaire, Racine, Voltaire. Writers were words that must be composed, she thought, in order to be wholly civilized. I was later become a French literature major in college. I think because I secretly worshipped her. I remember her cocoa brown skin, her manicured nails, her forced Parisian accent, her slight hint of Vietnamese perfume, her perfectly creased clothes, her face that never sweated even on her hottest days. When in the heat, haze, it would appear as almost her spiky high-heeled shoes were not even touching the ground. If angelic literature teacher knew the existence of homegrown literature, he never betrayed her. So I first read Jean J. Dominique when I was still reading an entire book in French without consulting a dictionary. At 17, after having lived in the United States for 5 years, I went on and had I went on what would become a weekly quest for reading material at the main branch of the Brooklyn Public Library one Saturday afternoon, and was shocked to come across 2 narrow shelves of books named La Vieilles Haitiennes, or Haitian books, most of them still crisp and new as though they had been carefully packaged and lovingly hand-delivered to those shelves. The 30-year-old Duvalier dictatorship had just ended in Haiti, and perhaps some of the more vocal Haitian patrons of the Brooklyn Public Library that demanded more books about themselves to help the ever-changing country than the bar. I checked out only 2 novels remaining among the poetry collections and political essays of John Dominique's Memoir of an Amnesiac, and the French edition of Jacques Romain's Dove Masters of the Dew. Because the Romain book was shorter, I devoured it first, and perhaps it was thanks to each first reading that I ever tried to maintain a silent conversation with Jacques Romain that publicly manifests itself in the title of my 2004 book, The Dew Breaker. A book I intended to be neither a novel nor a story collection, but something in between. The longing to converse with Romain, not mine alone, in tribute to the 100th anniversary of his birth. Jean J. Dominique wrote, over the years, Jacques Romain has often been present in my life, for various reasons ranging from literature to politics, to voodoo, to linguistic choices, to personal considerations and professional activities. Romain has sometimes infiltrated my daily life as a journalist, featured citizen, and most of all, I have felt his absence in my awareness of being a literary orphan. Inasmuch as our stories are the bastard children of everything that we have ever expressed and read, my desire to tell some of these stories in a collage manner, to merge my own narrative with the oral and written narratives of others, beginning with my reading and listening books I eagerly checked out in the non-Haitian section of the Brooklyn Public Library. That day, books have been written only by literary authors, to utter literary orphans. Maxims about judging a book by its cover aside, and I picked up John J. Dominique's Memoir of Amnesiac. Yes, I was of course drawn to it with the paradoxical title. How can an amnesiac remember? Perhaps there is a particular type of memory allowed for amnesiacs. One that other amnesiacs, severe amnesiacs, share. I've grown up steeped in Haitian morality, but I have never seen it written down in French before, especially in an intricate and graceful way. There was a deeply moving exploration of childhood, a complex father-daughter relationship, further complicated by a brutal dictator whose arsenal of psychological weapons and coattails, turning old myths into living nightmares, thus the legend of Tomlin House, Boogeyman, who comes to take disobedient children away in knapsacks, comes to life in the form of dead black killers henchwomen who would assassinate their own mothers and fathers as ordered by the dictator. A foreign journalist once asked François Duvalier where he had represented for Haitians, and Duvalier replied that he was their father and the Virgin Mary was their mother. Duvalier also dressed as a guardian of the cemetery, a bearing somebody, and was believed to have steadily stood in the crowd dressed like this, or in military camouflage at the public execution by Marcel Dumas and Louise Duel. Thus all Haitians were meant to be like the future writer of Jean Jay's novel, terrified children who could not even We cannot be sure even to whom to look in the eye or smile or to love. For love to easily turn into something ugly, something that should be expressed only through violence, a slap like one given to a daughter who must not speak again against the evil she witnesses. The silence heard protects her from greater injuries. Coldness that hides fear of attachment, because who knows when we might have to leave to go into hiding towards their exile. Who knows when we might have to die? Who knows if we're going to be remembered once we are gone? Grappling with memory is, I believe, one of the many complicated Haitian obsessions. We have, it seems, a collective agreement to remember our triumphs and gloss over our failures. Thus, we speak of the Haitian Revolution as though it just happened yesterday, but we rarely speak of slavery that profited. Our paintings show glorious, Eden-like African jungles, but never the middle passage. In order to shield our shattered collective sight from losses and setbacks and disillusionment, our constant roverless ride between saviors and dictators, homespun oppression, foreign tyranny, we cultivate communal historical amnesia, continually repeating cycles that we never see coming until we are reliving similar horrors. Never again will foreigners trample Haitian soil, founders of the Republic declared in 1804. Yet in 1915, the Boots, as they were referred to in Jan Jay's novel, invade an American occupation of the last 19 years. As soon as they landed, the Marines shut down the press, took charge of the Haitian banks and custom houses, instituted a system of compulsory labor for poor Haitians. By the end of the occupation, more than 50,000 Haitians had lost their lives. The United States is at war with Haiti. W.E.B. Du Bois wrote after returning from the fact-finding mission to occupy Haiti. Congress has never sanctioned the war. Joseph Danvers, President Woodrow Wilson, Secretary of the Navy, has illegally and unjustly occupied a great foreign land and murdered its inhabitants by thousands. He has deposed his officials, dispersed his legally elected representatives. He is carrying out a secret reign of terror, browbeating and cruelty at the hands of Southern white naval officers and Marines. For more than a year, this red-handed deviltry has proceeded, and today the island is in open rebellion. Growing up in the shadow net with Diane, the narrator's father will never truly know a free sovereign life, having not had just his country, but also imagination invaded as a small boy when his parents used the presence of the U.S. Marines to frighten him into drinking his milk. There are many ways our mind protects us from the present and past horrors. One way is by allowing us to forget. Forgetting is a constant fear in any writer's life. For the immigrant writer, far from home, memory becomes an ever deeper abyss. It is as if we have been forced to deep like a notorious forgetted trees. The Sabuns, our slave ancestors were told to remove their past from their heads and dull their desire to return home. We know we must pass under the tree, but we hold our breath and cross our fingers and toes and hope that the forgetting will not penetrate too deeply into our brains. But what happens when we cannot tell our own stories? When our memories have temporarily abandoned us? What is left is longing for something that we're not even sure that we ever had, but are certain we will never experience again. I love memories on glossy paper, the struggling novelist on the memoirs of the end of amnesia declares. Memories, when not frozen in time, are excruciating. Yet Jan Jay's stand-in writer has no choice but to write around his memories because, for one thing, the types of books she loves, would love to write, are forgiven and legal. Their mere presence in her house could result in the arrest and execution of their entire family. How does one write under those conditions? This novel asks again and again. How can we not write in code when so many of those who come before us lost their lives because they thought they had nothing to fear? How does Jan Jay write after having seen her father gunned down a few feet from where they worked together at his radio station? The book that she finally began writing 3 years after his death is called Wandering Memory. In memory, wandering as a memoirist writes, since April 3rd, 2000, I'm no longer writing. Before, I was full of ideas and have always loved working on many texts at once, planning parallel stories, a story set in the present, filled with fear and noise called dreaming of a woman from the past, not knowing if the two will eventually become linked. There has been no link. There has been no link. It what was almost never is, was as a single volume trilogy I encountered on my next trip to the Station Bookshelf at the Brooklyn Public Library. The author was the stunning and brave Dakota Marie Vieux Chauvet, born in Port-au-Prince during the first year of the U.S. occupation. She would later recreate the period in Love, the first novelette in her seminal trilogy, which was published for the first time in English in August 2009. As Love Hanger Magnus, Claire Mama, the main character of Love, placed her own unfortunate predicament as a 39-year-old virgin with predicament of D.H. Lawrence's Lady Chattery and Flaubert's Madame Bovary, both of their favorites. When she laments in her journal that there is hunger of the body and that of the soul, and the hunger of the mind and the hunger of the senses, all sufferings are equal. But is all of suffering equal? Modern charades of all wonders. When the people who suffer are not considered equal, how do those who stuff hot potatoes in their child servants' mouths fare against those who murder a journalist or rape a neighbor? How can those who have been brutally enslaved turn around and enslave others? Is truly equal when we live in a society where we would never allow the people who are suffering to be considered equal? We have been practicing cutting each other's throats since independence to rationalize rights of a country that we Haitians like to remind the world was the first black republic in the Western Hemisphere, home to the only slave revolt that succeeded in producing a nation. What we could rather not say is that today Shalak does, is that the same country has continued to fail to reach its full potential, in part because of foreign interference, but also because of internal strife and cruelty. X, the synonymous town featured in Love, is terrorized by local henchmen who are given by an unseen dictator the power to decide at any time who lives and who dies. The town is also plagued by other terrorists, not only on the hills and the mountains are permanently eroded, American ships routinely leave export. Okay, thank you guys.
Hello, my name is Phil Campbell. A lot of people have been reading books that have already been published. I am a published author, but I'm going to read from something I'm writing right now. It's a memoir. It's called The Memory Box. And the summary of it goes as this. For one harrowing week in October of 2007, Phil Campbell and his wife, Emily Hall, lost their twin daughter and almost lost their twin son. As a hollow consolation to the stillborn daughter, the hospital gave the couple a memory box, a strange memento that was supposed to help them come to terms with their grief. The box, however, becomes a strange, unwanted totem in their apartment, and Campbell is deeply troubled by the haunting questions the box poses. How can it be a memory box if it contains no memories? The memory box is a digressive, ruminative memoir that finds self-deprecating humor in the darkest situations. That's a little bit of the summary there. This chapter here is from growing up in Ohio, the second section, called Ohio Gothic. The priest at my local parish in suburban Ohio exhorted us as children to embrace the childlike faith of, well, children. And if we did that, God would bless us with his grace. If we did that, our bodies would be bathed in the sacred holy light. And for a time, I believed him. Later, when I was a little older, but not much, the bishop laid his hands on me during the sacrament of Holy Confirmation in front of my parents, friends, and the rest of the congregation at St. Joseph. And I remember in that moment how the Holy Spirit flooded the dais on which I kneeled and made me so overcome with emotion that I turned red, giggled with embarrassment, shed a tear, and had to be led back to my pew. The bishop had sealed the Holy Spirit into me, and the experience was so fraught with power to my small sixth-grade body that later that night on the car ride home, I fell to the floor in the back of the station wagon, and writhing like lightning as my knees turned the earth-bound floorboards, I decided that I had been chosen that I had to grow up to become a priest, perhaps even a martyred priest, to Latin America or some foreign place, that my own destiny had to be fulfilled in blood the way Christ intended. My life was too easy, I decided. I might have to experience genuine suffering to appreciate life, death, and the mystery of God. I have struggled over the years to explain to people what my childhood in Ohio in the 1980s was like, and have never quite captured it. The classical Greeks had a word, logos, to explain how their world was organized. Logos was an organizing principle for everything, with nature and the gods in nature. From fire and the other elements to the position of the sun in the sky. Logos explained why the universe, without logos, was a universe filled with fear and uncertainty. Logos was the seamless incorporation of everything, not just theory for the erudite, but lived experience for the ordinary. It's enabled ordinary people to have conviction when knowledge was limited and scientific rigor undeveloped. Crops bad that year, like the lack of rain, but also the capriciousness of the meter goddess of agriculture. Life in suburban and rural Ohio, and according to its own cultural and political norms. I love its pragmatism, conviction, and presumption, as natural as the cornfields, as common as the malls. When people who had never experienced effective mass transit before agreed on the primacy of the automobile, that was Ohio Logos. When people agreed the government was a problem, hard work and productivity the summit of human existence, fair play the only kind of play, sex an embarrassing subject, therapy a foreign idea, reticence a preferable quality to garrulousness, and the future is a preferable verb tense to the past, that was Ohio Logos. When the 6 o'clock news came on, and my father harumphed and snorted at Tom Brokaw, and magisterially proclaimed, without any additional support, and without any expectation of being disputed, that the Arabs, Israelis, Palestinians, the whole lot of them, were to blame for that mess in the Middle East, that too was Ohio Logos. It suffused everything in its eternal logic and was so pervasive it was impossible to debate, because Ohio Logos didn't understand or appreciate criticisms of primary conclusions and values. What I remember most from my father in those days was his neck. According to my father, he said with satisfied confidence he had always been a big man. According to my mother, his neck and the rest of his body hadn't started thickening until he had started tinkering around in the garage with heavy saws and large sheets of wood, from 15 inches to 17 inches around. She said that she knew this because she was in charge of buying his shirts. Both stories seemed true to me as a kid. Since both parents had told me this, it seemed impossible for either to be wrong. I was often bored, and the parents in the neighborhood left us kids alone. And I'm sorry, this is an abridged version, so it was a little bit bad. We didn't have enough room with all those offenses creating artificial territories, we didn't have enough room to roam. Leaving everyone else at home, my friends and I sought the biggest space possible, a large open field behind the northern row of houses, where we played the most violent games we could think of. One time, Kent Gebke and I fell into a protracted debate about the legitimacy of football's onside kick, and I became so enraged at Kent's dodgy tactics that I bit him on the leg. His cheap technical stunt had upset my sense of fairness so greatly that it seized me with a demoniacal urge to lash out, and I did. I felt surprise and anger as my teeth sank through the leg of his jeans and into his flesh, and he cried out immediately in surprise and pain. Some things that I've done in the past I've admitted only recently. I wouldn't even confess them to the parish priest. My father was born without a mother. I mean, she died giving birth to him. At least that was the rumor. The one or two times I asked my mother, never my father, about it, she gave me an anxious look. I knew better than to press it. My father's past was a mystery, and we had learned not to ask questions. At the dinner table, I sat to his right and ate my food in silence. Logos is an interesting word. If you start to consider the implications of a particular group of people having their own logos, you're going to see how it affects how those people see everything else in the world, and quite a few things that are not. The gospel writer John understood this and appropriated it for Christianity. Arguably more ambitious than the other gospel writers, John sought, in highly compressed language, to assert Jesus' divinity and his existence as a man. More than that, his prologue takes in the totality of existence itself. In the beginning was the Word, we read in English, but in reality, Word is a poor translation for the Logos. And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of man, and the Word was made flesh. This passage was repeated so often I didn't give it too much thought, but it doesn't matter much whether I thought about it or not, because I breathed in its logos daily until understanding was instinctive. For me, appreciation for it went something like this. There was once a great wall, physical or metaphysical, separating God and the world. By becoming a man, God knocked this wall down forever. By becoming a man, God made holy the things of the body. By becoming a man, God made mysterious the things of the body. An entire system of logic flows from this. People born outside religion often fail to appreciate how thoroughly a religion captures the imagination. Religion contains story. In this case, Christ's life, death, redemption, and the growth of the church, as well as stasis, or the eternalness of God's presence and love. It is verb, noun, adjective, and adverb all at once. Catholics in particular merge everything and wonder over its paradoxical completeness, because Catholics believe the priest literally, not just figuratively or metaphorically. Changes during Mass, bread and wine into the body and blood of Jesus. Suddenly those tiny wafers and that cheap wine were sacred. They remain unchanged, but they were thoroughly unchanged. Unchanged, but they were thoroughly changed. The bishop laid his hands on me and sealed the Holy Spirit into my body. And then I knew with the faith of a prophet that something tremendous was expected of me. I waited impatiently for a sign from God. But the injuries I received were only scrapes that looked bad, but were only skin deep, or bloody cuts which needed to be washed before dinner to then refine. One time Billy Dean slashed my hand with a long stick that he was using for a lightsaber, and that hurt like hell. And another time Eric Rose fractured my arm, and Nina's massive belly thundered by me for an impressive touchdown dash. But none of these moments felt like any kind of divine test. Perhaps because, compared to this kind of pain Jesus suffered on the cross, they were clearly nothing. And I was expecting something momentous to happen specifically to me, but nothing I experienced felt momentous. The cut hand didn't need stitches, and the fracture was healed in a month. Perhaps I was invincible. One time, though, later, I was in high school, met my sister in the driveway as I drove the Chevette into the inn. She accosted me as I pulled in. She was crying, and she said Dad had lost his job at the car dealership, and she was terrified we weren't going to be able to go to college, and she ran off inconsolable. I made a small choking noise, but instead of following my sister, I slowly, very slowly, thrice a dream, approached the house and opened the front door and looked in. My father lay on the recliner in the living room, temporarily blinded by a damp washcloth over his eyes. It didn't matter if I could see his face or not, because I could tell his entire body was so racked with stress that he was inhumanly rigid. He wasn't napping or trying to take a short break from us kids in the world. He was consumed with his worst fears of failure and anxiety and depression for a job lost, and worry over who was going to hire a 55-year-old man in this market. This is another thing we won't be able to talk about, I thought to myself. And the Holy Spirit, dormant for so long, wriggled like a snake inside my body and seized me with tension, and I convulsed and twitched and made a fist, and went to the garage to find some plated wooden planks to heave over my slight teenage shoulder and find a place to start walking. How are we doing on time? 2 minutes. I can just start reading from the book I've been reading. Okay, from Knut Hamsun's Mysteries. Miniman found a chair for himself and lighted a cigar. "You don't drink, do you?" Nagel asked. "No, I don't drink much. It makes me confused. Before long, I see double," was the reply. "Have you ever had champagne?" "Yes, of course you have." "Yes, many years ago at my parents' silver wedding. Then I drank champagne." "Did it taste good?" "Yes, I remember it tasted very good." Nagel rang and got some champagne. As they sat at their glasses while smoking, Nagel suddenly says, looking intently at Miniman, "Tell me, well, it's only a question, maybe you'll find it ridiculous. Could you, for a certain sum, assume paternity for a child whose father you were not? Just an idea crossed my mind." Miniman gazed at him with wide open eyes and remained silent. for a modest sum, 50 kroner, or let's say up to a couple of 100 kroner, Nagel asked. The exact sum doesn't really matter. Miniman shakes his head and is silent for a long time. No, he then replies, you couldn't? I would pay the amount in cash. It makes no difference. No, I couldn't do it. I couldn't be of any service to you in this. Why not exactly? Don't ask me, let me be. I'm a human being. Well, maybe I asked for too much. Why should you do anyone a favor like this? Yeah, but I would like to ask you one more question. Are you willing to, could you, for 5 kroner, go around town with a newspaper or a paper bag fastened to your back, starting from the hotel and walking by way of Market Square in the Clyde? Could you do that? Miniman bows his head in shame and repeats mechanically, 5 kroner. That was all he answered. Oh well, 10 kroner if you like. Let's say 10 kroner. So you could do it for 10, could you? Miniman brushes his hair from his forehead. I can't understand why all those who come here now know in advance that I am the laughingstock to everybody, he says. As you see, I can hand you the money right away. Nick goes on, it's all up to you. Miniman glues his eyes to the bill, stares helplessly at the money for a moment, licking his chops for it, and exclaims, yes, pardon me, Nick says quickly. Pardon me for interrupting you. He says again to prevent the other one from talking. What's your name? I don't know. I don't think you would tell me what your name. You told me what your name was. My name is Grogard. Grogard. Are you related to Grogard, who was a member of the Constitutional Assembly? Oh, yes. What were you talking about? What were we talking about? Grogard, indeed. Well, in that case, you obviously wouldn't want to earn these 10 kroner that way, would you? No, Miniman whispers, vacillating. Thank you much. Thank you.
I'm Rita, and I decided to read a story from Chinese children's favorite stories in honor of I'm a librarian, and I'm working at the Brooklyn Public Library. I became very good friends with my friend Cynthia Lu. And so the story is called The Frog Who Lived in a Well. And the author of this book, in the introduction, talks about how much she loved hearing her mother and father read to her and her brother when they were little. And this was one of the stories they heard. Of course, they heard it in Chinese. This is The Frog Who Lived in a Well. Sitting at the well and looking at the sky is an old proverb. The Chinese to describe people who think they know everything, but actually know very little. For example, there was once a frog who lived inside a well shaped like a deep swamp. The frog was so happy with his home that he always boasted to his many friends, tiny crabs, fish, bugs, tadpoles, dragonflies, and worms, how wonderful the well was. Look, he said to a crab as he tilted up his head, the sky looks so bright and clear from here, and so round. No place is better than my well. Another time he cast a delighted look at a tadpole while flinging his limbs in the water this way and that. See, there's so much water here for us to play in. No place is better than my well. But his friends soon grew tired of his constant boasting. They began to ignore him and went about their own business. One day, a big turtle from the eastern ocean crawled past the well. Frog was sitting on a ledge near the wall, appreciating the sky, when he spotted this unexpected visitor. Hi there, Frog yelled. What a rare guest. Please, my friend, please come pay me a visit. Big Turtle looked down inside the small well, straining his eyes. Hi, how's life down there? It can't be very comfortable, can it? Frog looked up, his eyes bulging. His tone annoyed him. What a thing to say! Of course it's comfortable down here. In fact, it's wonderful.
and now look down the narrow opening. Is that so? Frog went on excitedly. This well is all mine. There's plenty of water to quench my thirst, and I can float all day long if I want to. I live like a king, so how could I not be comfortable? Before Big Turtle could reply, Frog splashed the water with his short limbs. See what I can do? He began somersaulting and diving. Finally, his head emerged, his bulging eyes sparkling with delight. Guess what? I've just had my feet massaged by the soft mud at the bottom of the well. Big Turtle smiled at his newly met friend. So you think life's pretty great in your well, huh? Frog smiled back. Sure, at night when I'm tired of swimming, I'll hop along the wall, waking up my friends to say hello. Then I'll take a nap floating on a leaf and dream strange dreams. So what more can a gold-eyed creature ask for? I'm the king of the well. Ha ha ha. He gave Big Turtle a triumphant look. So why don't you come down and take a look at my kingdom? All right, said Big Turtle. The closer he got to the well, Big Turtle, the smaller the opening looked. I'm sorry, Frog. I don't think I can make it down there. Why not? Frog asked, his voice sounding very sad and his face looking like a deflated balloon. I'm too big. The opening of the well is far too small for me to fit through. I don't want to get stuck. Frog eyed his friend through the well's opening. You don't look very big to me. That's because the opening is so small. You can only see my face. You can't yet see my long neck, my strong shell, or my sturdy legs. Before Frog could say anything more, Big Turtle went on. Of course, I'm nowhere near as big as most of my other friends from the Eastern Ocean. Compared to them, I am small. Frog's eyes bulged even more. You mean there are creatures out there that are bigger than you? Much bigger. Shall I tell you how big the Eastern Ocean is? Big Turtle said. Okay, Frog laughed, but it can't be much bigger than my well. Then he hopped onto a tiny leaf, crossed his legs comfortably, and waited for Big Turtle to begin. The Eastern Ocean is so big that no one can tell how wide or how deep it is. In ancient times, during Emperor Yu's rule, there were floods for 9 years, but the water in the Eastern Ocean never rose. During old Emperor Shu's rule, no rain fell for 7 years, but the water in the Eastern Ocean never went down. The Eastern Ocean is so big that nothing can change it. Big Turtle looked down at his tiny friend. That's why I'm proud to live there. The frog was struck speechless by the vastness of the Eastern Ocean. He even fell off his leaf and sank almost to the bottom of the well before he could get over the shock. Then he climbed back on his leaf a little unsteadily. He stared at Big Turtle for a moment, then spoke timidly. Really? Is that so? I think you made up this Eastern Ocean. Big Turtle smiled. Then I'll show it to you. But first you have to hop out of this little well you live in. Straight away, Frog was tallest life to hop. 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally, he was able to jump out of the well and land on the soft moss at the top. Whoa! He exclaimed, swinging his head and shaking his eyes. Big Turtle asked, is something wrong, my friend? Ah! Frog shouted, his face flushed and his head dizzy from the sun. Are you sure you're all right, little friend? Big Turtle asked. Sweating heavily, Frog nodded. I always thought that the sky was round and it was the size of my well's opening. I never knew that it was so huge. I can't even see its head. Before the turtle could say anything, he dropped his finger. And the sun that blinded my eyes. I never knew it was so powerful. Calm down, my friend, the turtle said gently. Now, do you understand why I said the well is small? Certainly, your well is a great place to live, but there are many great places on the earth, some much greater than the well. Very embarrassed, he growled just like his cat. He would still enjoy his life in the well, but now he knew that he and his well were just a small part of an incredibly big world. How am I doing for time? Okay, well, there's another one I can do. The Wolf and the Scholar. Once upon a time, there lived a scholar named Dong Go, who was known for being gentle and kind. Dong Go loved to read, so one day he visited a bookseller and bought many books. When he was hauling his heavy bag home along a tree-lined road, he spotted a wolf running in his direction. Immediately, Dong Go moved aside to let the animal pass, but to his surprise, the wolf stopped right in front of him. The wolf knelt down and said, "Honorable master, please help me. Is something wrong?" Dong Go asked gently. The wolf took a deep breath and blurted out, "Master, I've been chased by a troop of hunters. Believe me, when they catch me, they'll chop me into pieces. Drive me in their sizzling walk, on my trunk back, and out my French bones. I don't want them to eat me. So please help." The scholar realized, "Of course I'll help you. First calm down, then tell me what I can do." But master, the wolf smiled, casting a look at Dong Go's large bag. "Then hide me in your bag, and when the hunters come and ask for me, just tell them you haven't seen anyone." Immediately, the kind-hearted scholar opened his bag, pushed it aside the books, and let the wolf in. After that, he set the bag back on his shoulder. Just then, the group of hunters arrived. There was each of them carrying a What a great idea. Thank you for your precious time, scholar. After Dong Go had assured them the last 100 years of very he had tried to speak them out. The wolf was bearing this long things. I must break everything my life. It's well known to be kind-hearted. The wolf passed the scholar to the if you say my life a second time, what do you mean? That the hunters are all gone and then you say now, ha ha, don't be that, like your scholar. Then what do you mean? Look for the skull, what's your down here? Alright, let me be honest with you. I'm still very, very hungry. I haven't even had so much as a rabbit's ear or a monkey's tail in my stomach for 3 days, which means keep tongue across the scholar's face, which means I want to eat you right now. Dong Go almost fell over. You want to cut him off. Otherwise, I'll starve. Is that what you want? I thought you were famous for being kind. So, are you kind or not? Just then, when the wolf was about to fall upon the scholar, an old man passed by. He noticed Dong Go's terrified expression and asked, "My friends, are you all right?" Dong Go seized the chance to explain the whole thing to the old man. Before finishing, he added, "Mister, please tell the wolf that is wrong." Before the old man had a chance to talk, the wolf was already speaking. "Sir, what the scholar has told you was a complete lie. Is that so? Why don't you tell me your side of the story?" said the old man. The wolf began to talk, looking very dejected. "He didn't save my life. Instead, he tried to kill me. First, he bound my feet so I couldn't move. Then he pushed me inside a small bed. And after that, piled those books on top and made them crush my bones. Worse, he tried to bag as tightly as he could to squeeze out the air, so I almost died. wolf now looking more pitiful than ever. Sir, please believe me. The scholar always pretends to be kind so people fall for his tricks, but he's really terribly cruel. All right, old man waved his smoking hand to the white book. Now openly believe this if you can prove how this scholar tried to kill you. Why don't you jump into the bag again and show me what happened? Okay, the wolf said, and called the trash bag a little time. Old man immediately tied the bag as tight with his best he could. He asked Uncle, do you have a knife? A knife? The scholar looked horrified. Please don't tell me you're going to kill the wolf. The old man quickly retorted, would you rather let him escape and try to eat you again? No, but Dongo stammered, come on, give me your knife. The old man waved his hand frantically. Dongo stammered more, I don't carry a knife. All right, old man said, and he tried to strangle the wolf with his bare hands. The scholar yelled, good heavens, you're hurting him. Of course I'm hurting him. Old man tilted his head and laughed. Scholar, you surely have a kind heart, but you're also very stupid. Being kind is not stupid. As the two were arguing, the wolf spoke from inside the bag. Kind gentlemen, the scholar did try to save my life. I lied and I was wrong. So can you please spare my life one more time? Before the old man had a chance to stop him, the scholar had already untied the bag and let the wolf out. Tears streaming down his face, the wolf bowed down. This time, with sincerity said, kind-hearted master, forgive my cunning. I have learned much from the scholar. I promise that from now on I will behave. After the wolf was gone, the old man said to the scholar, I hope you're right about the wolf. Dongo smiled. Being kind is always right.
Hello, good evening. My name is Natalie, and I'm a librarian at Keats Library, and I'm going to read you my favorite thing written about New York City. Flood tide below me, I see you face to face. Clouds of the west, sun there half an hour high, I see you also face to face. Crowds of men and women attired in usual costumes. How curious you are to me. On the ferry boats, the hundreds and hundreds that cross, returning home, are more curious people. You that shall cross from shore to shore years hence are more to me, and more in my meditations than you might suppose. The impalpable sustenance of me in all things at all hours of the day. The simple, compact, well-trained sea of myself disintegrated. Everyone disintegrated by probable signs. Similitudes of the past, those of the future. Glorious, strung like weeds on my smallest sights and hearings. On the walk in the street, and the passage over the river. The current rushing so swiftly, swimming with me far away. The others that are to follow me, lies between me and them. The certainty of others, the life, love, sight, hearing of others. Others will enter the gates of the ferry and cross from shore to shore. Others will watch the run of the flood tide. Others will see the shipping of Manhattan North, west, and the heights of Brooklyn, south and east. Others will see the islands, large and small, 50 years hence. Others will see them as they cross, some half an hour time. 100 years hence, or ever so many 100 years hence. Others will see them. Will enjoy the sunset, pouring in at the flood tide, all you have return to the sea. But it avails not, time nor place. Distance avails not. I'm with you, many of another generation, or ever so many generations. Just as you feel as you look on the river and the sky, so I feel. Just as any of you is one of the living crowd, I was one of the crowd. Just as you are refreshed by the gladness of the river and the bright flow, I was refreshed. Just as you stand and lean on the rail and hurry with the swift current, I stood and hurried. Just as you looked on the numberless masts of ships, and extent pipes and steamboats, I looked.
I too am many a time across the river, watched the 12-month sea bumps, saw them high in the air close their motionless wings, oscillating their bodies, saw how the misty yellow lit up parts of their bodies, and left the rest of the surrounding level, saw the swift moving circles and gradual edging toward the sun, saw the reflection of the summer sky on the water, had my eyes dazzled by the shimmering cracked beams. We could define a those boats and lighted from the shape of my head in the silver water. Looked on the base, on the hill southward and southwestward. On the river as it flew and the fire. Looked toward the lower bay to notice the vessels arrive. Saw their approach. Saw port roads that were near me. Saw the white sails of schooners and the cruise. Saw the ships that anchored. The sailors at work, in the rigging, were out of sight as well. The round masts, the swinging motion of the hulls, the slender, swift mountains, the large, small steamers in motion, the pilots and the masses. The white wave left above the passage, the quick, tremulous world of wheels. The flags of all nations, the falling of the sunset, the smell of edge waves in the twilight, the middle colors, flowers and dust, listening. The streets of bars going dimmer and dimmer. The gray walls, the abandoned storehouses and the mines. On the river, shadowy groups. The big steam turned closely playing on each side by the barges, the cable, and the belated miner. On the neighboring shore, the fires were chimneys burning across the clear at the end of the night. Casting their flicker, black, crescent, wide.
Oh, not for a bit. I'll bet that I can move up a bit now. Yeah, it's training for 11. Are you? I heard much about you. I work for. Yes. I work at Central Foundation. I work yeah, okay.
Whatever it is,
no, live in the rest of it.
I too live within a never closed time. I too walk the streets of Manhattan and
yeah, no, I love this idea. Yes, let me know like
in the day among thousands, sometimes they become in the walks home late at night, or as I lay in my bed thinking for me. I too have been struck from the close forever on this solution. I too seek identity in my life. What I knew was of my mind. And what I should be, I knew I should be at my time. It is not upon you alone the dark patches come. The dark years patches down behind the eyes. The best I have done seems to be blank and suspicious. My great thoughts, as I seduce them, were they not of reality either? Or is it alone? You know what it is. I am what it was to be. I too fitted to a knowledge. Laughed, blushed, scented, lied, stole, grudged. Had guile, anger, lust, hot wishes. I dared not speak. Was wayward, vain, greedy, shallow, sly, cowardly, flippant, the wolf, distinct, a wrong, not wanting to be. The cheating look, the frivolous word, the adulterous wish, not wanting. Hates, brokenness, weakness, laziness, none of these ones. Was one of the rest, the days and the nights of the rest. Was called by my nice name, clear, loud voices, young men, as they saw me approaching or passing, felt their arms in my neck as I stood, or the beverage of meeting with their conscience faces. So many I loved you, very open and with assembly, I never told you to lived the same life with the rest, the same life, dying, smoking. They were part of the same back, after, the same the role that is, as great as the life, or as small as the life, or great as the life. One thing that I wish you what thought you had of me now? I had as much as you. I I laid in my stores in advance. I considered long, seriously, who was to know when she would who knows what I enjoy? Who knows what all the business, but I am as good as living every day. We are all in the house. On the heaven and more stable, admirable to me, as them. River, a sunset, scallop edge, trees, and thunder. The seagulls oscillating their bodies, eagle, twilight, lake lighter. What gods do you see these last me by my hand? And the voices out above, only populated without me, I am saying my search. What is more subtle than this, which ties me to a woman for man and looks at my voice, which uses me to come down, pours my meaning into my inner. The understand comes to know. What I promise without mentioning it, and we have to accept it. What is the study you not teach? What is the teaching about accomplishments accomplished? Is it not? So on, flow with the left time and with the other time, falling on precedents full of ledge waves. Gorgeous clouds of the sunset, drench with your splendor being, and with generations after me. Cross from shore to shore, countless crowds of passengers. Stand up, tall masts of banana. Stand up to loosen clothes like this. For all the baffled and curious brain, throw out questions and answer us. Suspend here and everywhere to those gorgeous gaze, loving with thirsty eyes, power, public assembly. Sound out young voices. Loudly and musically call me by my nice name. Live old life. Play the part that looks back on the actor or actress. Play the old role that is great, small, according as one makes it. Consider you to be, whether I may not in every ways be looking upon you. The fun, the trail, and the bar, to support those who are behind me, get hasted in the same way. Fly on seabirds, fly sideways and forward in large circles, flying in the air, receive summer style and water, faithfully forward, all young sides. The birch monsters of life, shape of life, or anyone's life in its own time. Come on, ships from the lower bay, pass up and down, white sails, pursuits, lighters, flaunt away flags of all nature, moving lower to sunset. Burn high your fires, found your chimneys, cast black shadows at nightfall, cast red and yellow light over the tops of the houses. Appearances now or henceforth indicate what's wrong. Necessary diligence to know of your soul. About my body to me, and about your body to me, only how the finest of us. God, said this, bring your greatness to your shoulders, handles, cheeks, words. Expand, being that which none else is perhaps more spiritual. Keep the places, objects that which none else is more lasting. Grateful and orchestrate, all the institutions to receive you with three sets of last, your inscription is your own. Not with you and your shall aim to foil us, or withhold yourselves from us. Will not cast you aside, nothing permanently within us. Rather we not, love you, there's perfection in also. Furnish your hearts for it. The brave and strong furnish your hearts for the soul. That was possibly the very design of all everything is best. Since I have 2 minutes, it's time for the evergreen classic, 101 Elephant Jokes. What do you call an elephant with a machine gun? Sir. What do you call an elephant wearing pink earmuffs and a dress? Anything you want, anything. Why do elephants drink so much? To try to forget. Why did the elephant stand on the marshmallow? So she wouldn't fall into the hot chocolate. Why is an elephant big, gray, and wrinkly? Because if it were small, light, and smooth, it would be an accident. How do you get down with elephants? You don't. How do you shoot a blue elephant? With a blue elephant gun, of course. How do you shoot a red elephant? No, not with a red elephant gun. You strangle him until he turns blue, and then shoot him with a blue elephant gun. How do you shoot a green elephant? Tell him a dirty joke so he turns red, strangle him until he turns blue, and then shoot him with a blue elephant gun. How do you get an elephant to sit on a cherry tree? Plant a seed and let the elephant stand on it. How does an elephant get down from a cherry tree? It doesn't. It gets down from the ground. Why do elephants wear springs on their feet? They can jump in trees. Why did the elephant fall out of the tree? Why did the second elephant fall out of the tree? It was loose the first one. Why did the third elephant fall out of the tree? It thought it was a game. And why did the tree fall down? It thought it was him.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, right.
Well done.
Very exciting. My name is Nick. I'm a librarian at the Queen's Library. Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock by T.S. Eliot. Let us go then, you and I, when the evening is spread out like a patient etherized upon a table. Let us go through certain half-deserted streets, the muttering retreats of restless nights in one-night cheap hotels and sawdust restaurants with oyster shells. Streets that follow like a tedious argument of insolent intent to lead you to an overwhelming question. Oh, do not ask, what is it? Let us go and make our visit. In the room, the women come and go, talking of Michelangelo. The yellow fog that rubs its back upon the window panes, the yellow smoke that rubs its muzzle on the window panes, licked its tongue into the corners of the evening, lingered upon the pools that stand in drains, let fall upon the back the soot that falls from the chimneys. Slipped by the terrace, made a sudden leap, and seeing that it was a soft October night, crawled once about the house and fell asleep. And indeed, there will be a time for the yellow smoke that slides along the streets, rubbing its back upon the window panes. There will be a time to prepare a face to meet the faces that you meet. There will be a time to murder and create, and a time for all the works and days of hands that lift and drop a question on your plate. Time for you and time for me, and time for yet 100 indecisions, and for 100 visions and revisions before the taking of toasted tea. In the room, the women come and go, talking of Michelangelo. And indeed, there will be a time to wonder, do I dare? And do I dare? Time to turn back and descend the stair. With a bald spot in the middle of my hair, they will say, how his hair is growing thin. My morning coat, my collar badly firmer into my chin, the necktie rich and modest but asserted by a simple pin. They will say, but how his arms and legs are thin. Do I dare disturb the universe? In a minute there is time for decisions and revisions, which a minute will reverse. For I have known them all, already know them all. I have known the evenings, mornings, afternoons. I have measured out my life with coffee spoons. I know the voices dying with a dying fall beneath the music from a further room. So how should I presume? And I have known the eyes, already know them all. The eyes that fixed you in a formulated phrase, and when I am formulated, scrawled on a pen, When I am pinned and wriggling on the wall, then how should I begin to spit out all the buttons of my days and ways? And how should I presume? And I have known the arms already, known them all, arms that are braceleted and white and bare, but in the lamplight drowned with the light brown hair. Is it perfume from a dress that makes me so digress? Eyes that lie along a table or wrapped about a shawl, and should I then presume? And how should I begin? Shall I say I have gone at dusk through the narrow streets and watched the smoke that rises from the pipes of lonely men in short sleeves leaning out of the windows? I should have been a pair of ragged claws scuttling across the floors of silent seas. And the afternoon, the evening, sleep so peacefully, soothe my long fingers, asleep, tired, or it malingers, stretched on the floor, here beside you and me. Should I, after tea and cake and ices, have the strength to force the moment to its crisis? But though I have wept and fasted, wept and prayed, though I have seen my head, grown slightly bald, brought in upon a platter, I am no prophet, and here's no great matter. I have seen the moment of my greatness flicker, and I have seen the eternal footman hold my coat and snicker, and in short, I was afraid. And would it have been worth it after all, after the cups, the marmalade, the tea, among the porcelain, among some talk of you and me, would it have been worthwhile to have bitten off the matter with a smile, to have squeezed the universe into a ball, to roll it towards some overwhelming question, to say, I am Lazarus, come from the dead, come back to tell you all, I shall tell you all. If one, setting a pillow by her head, should say, that is not what I meant at all. That is not it at all. And would it have been worth it after all? Would it have been worthwhile after the sunsets and the dooryards and the sprinkled streets, among the novels, after the teacups, after the skirts that trail along the floor, and this and so much more? It is impossible to say just what I mean. But as if a magic lantern threw the nerves and patterns on the screen, would it have been worthwhile if one, setting a pillow or throwing off a shawl and turning toward the window should say, that is not it at all. That is not what I meant at all. No, I am not Prince Hamlet, nor was meant to be. I'm an attendant lord, one that will do to swell a progress, start a scene or two, advise the prince, no doubt, an easy tool, differential, glad to be of use. Poet, cautious and meticulous, full of high sentence, but a bit obtuse. At times, indeed, almost ridiculous. Almost at times, the fool. I grow old, I grow old. I shall wear the bottom of my trousers rolled. Shall I park my hair behind? Do I dare eat a peach? I shall wear white flannel trousers and walk upon the beach. I have heard the mermaids singing each to each. I do not think that they will sing to me. I have seen them riding seaward on the waves, combing the white hair of the waves blown back when the wind blows the water white and black. We have lingered in the chamber of the sea by the seagulls withered with the seaweed red and brown, till human voices wake us and we drown. Hills like white elephants by Ernest Hemingway. The hills across the valley of the Ebro were long and white. On this side there were no shade and no trees, and the station was between two lines of the rails in the sun. Close against the side of the station there was the warm shadow of the building, and the curtain made of strings of bamboo beads hung across the open door into the bar to keep out the flies. The American and the girl with him sat at the table in the shade, outside the building. It was very hot, and the express from Barcelona would come in 40 minutes. It stopped at this junction for 2 minutes, and went on to Madrid. What should we drink, the girl asked. She had taken off her hat and put it on the table. It's pretty hot, the man said. Let's drink beer. Dos cerveza, the man said into the curtain. Big ones, said the woman from the doorway. Yes, 2 big ones. The woman brought 2 glasses of beer and 2 felt pads. She put the felt pads and the beer glasses on the table and looked at the man and the girl. The girl was looking off at the line of hills. They were white in the sun and the country was brown and dry. They looked like, he said. I've never seen one, the man drank his beer. No, you wouldn't have. I might have, the man said. Just because you say I wouldn't have doesn't prove anything. The girl looked at the bead curtain. They painted something on it. What does it say? Anis del Toro. It's a drink. Could we try it? The man said, listen, through the curtain. The woman came out from the bar. 4 reales. We want 2 Anos del Toro. With water? Do you want it with water? I don't know, the girl said. Is it good with water? It's all right. You want them with water? Asked the woman. Yes, with water. It tastes like licorice, the girl said as she put the glass down. That's the way with everything. Yes, said the girl. Everything tastes like licorice. All of the things that you've waited so long for, like accident. Oh, cut it out. You started it, said the girl. I was being amused. I was having a fine time. But let's try to have a fine time. All right, I was trying. I said the mountains looked like white elephants. Wasn't that bright? That was bright. I wanted to try this new drink, and that's all we do, isn't it? Look at the things and try new drinks? I guess so. The girl looked across the hills. They're lovely hills, she said. They don't really look like white elephants. I just meant the coloring of their skin through the trees. Should we have another drink? All right. The warm wind blew the bead curtains out against the table. The beer's nice and cool, said the man. It's lovely, said the girl. It's really an awful simple operation, Jake, said the man. It's not really an operation at all. The girl looked at the ground, the table legs rested on. I know you wouldn't mind, Jake. It's really not anything. It's just to let the air in. The girl didn't say it. I'll go with you. I'll stay with you all the time. Just let the air in, and it's all perfectly natural. Then what will we do afterwards? We'll be fine afterwards, just like we were before. What makes you think so? That's the only thing that bothers us. It's the only thing that makes us unhappy. The girl looked at the beaded curtain and put her hand out and took hold of 2 of the strings of beads. And you think we'll be all right and be happy? I know we will. You don't have to be afraid. I've known a lot of people who have done it. So have I, said the girl, and afterwards they were all so happy. Well, said the man, if you don't want to, you don't have to. You wouldn't have to do it if you didn't want to, but I know it's perfectly simple. And you really want to? I think it's the best thing to do, but I don't want to if you don't want to, if you really don't want. And I'll do it, you'll be happy, and things will be just like they were, and you'll love me. I love you now, you know I love you. I know, but if I do it, then it will be a nice again, and I say things like white elephants, and you'll like it. I'll like it, I love it now, but I just can't think about that. You know how I get when I worry. If I do it, will you ever worry? Won't you ever worry? I won't worry because that's the thing that's perfectly simple. Then I'll do it because I don't care about me. What do you mean? I don't care about me. Well, I care about you. Oh yes, but I don't care about me, and I'll do it and then everything will be fine. I don't want you to do it if you feel that way. The girl stood up and walked to the end of the station. Across to the other side were fields of grains and trees along the banks of the Ebro. Far away behind the river were mountains. The shadow of clouds moved across the fields of grain, and she saw the river through the trees. And we can have all this, she said, and we can have everything, and every day will make it more impossible. What did you say? I said that we can have everything. We can have everything. No, we can't. We can have the whole world. No, we can't. We can go everywhere. No, we can't. It isn't ours anymore. It's ours. No, it isn't. And once they take it away, we never get it back. But they haven't taken it away. We'll wait and see. Come on back in the shade, he said. You mustn't feel that way. I don't feel any way, said the girl. I just know things. I don't want you to do anything you don't want to do. Nor is that good for me, she said. I know, we could have another beer. All right, but if you've got to realize, I realize, said the girl. Can we maybe stop talking? They sat down at the table, and the girl looked across the hills on the dry side of the valley, and the man looked at her and at the table. You've got to realize, he said, that I don't want you to do it if you don't want to. I'm perfectly willing to go through it if that means anything to you. It doesn't mean anything to you, we could get along. Of course it does, but I don't want anybody but you. I don't want anyone else. And I know it's perfectly simple. Yes, I know it's perfectly simple. It's all right for you to say, but I do know it. Would you do something for me now? I'll do anything for you. Would you please, 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 please stop talking? He did not say anything, but looked at the bags against the wall of the station. There were labels on them from all the hotels where they had spent nights. But I don't want you to. He said, I don't care about any. I'll scream, said the girl. The woman came out through the curtains with 2 glasses of beer and put them down on the damn felt pads. The train comes in 5 minutes, she said. What did she say, asked the girl. The train comes in 5 minutes. The girl smiled brightly at the woman to thank her. I better take these bags over to the other side of the station, the man said. She smiled at me. All right, then come back and we'll finish the beer. He picked up the 2 heavy bags and carried them around the station to the other tracks. He looked up at the tracks but did not see the train. Coming back, he walked through the bar room where people waited for the train and drinking. He drank an Andes at the bar and looked at the people. They were all waiting reasonably for the train. He went out through the bead curtain. She was sitting at the table and smiled at him. Do you feel better, he asked. I feel fine, she said. There's nothing wrong with me. I feel fine. I have 50 seconds. Chanson de l'automne by Paul Verlaine. Les sangles longs de violon de l'automne blessent mon cœur de longueur monotone. Tout suffocant et blême consoleur, je me souviens des jours anciens et je pleure. Et je m'en vais au vent mauvais qui m'emporte, de ça, de là, pareil à la feuille morte.
Hello? Can you hear me? What? Hello? Hello? Sorry. My name is Brian Hasbrook. I'm a librarian in training, library school. I'm going to read from my favorite book, Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Towards the end of a sultry afternoon, early in July, a young man came out of his little room in Stoyarny Lane and turned slowly, somewhat irresolutely, in the direction of Kameny Bridge. He had been lucky enough to escape an encounter with his landlady on the stairs. His little room, more like a little cupboard than a place to live in, was tucked away under the roof of the high 5-story building. The landlady, who lent him the room and provided him with dinner and service, occupied a flat on the floor below. And every time he went out, he was forced to pass the door of her kitchen, which nearly always stood wide open. He went past each time with an uneasy, almost frightening feeling that made him frown with shame. He was heavily in debt to his landlady and shrank from meeting her. It was not that he was a coward or naturally timorous person, far from it. He had been for some time in an almost morbid state of irritability and tension. He had cut himself off from everybody and withdrawn so completely into himself that he now shrank from every kind of contact. He was crushingly poor, but he no longer felt the oppression of his poverty. For some time he had ceased to concern himself with everyday affairs. He was not really afraid of any landlady, whatever plots he might think she was hatching against him. But to have to stop on the stairs and listen to all her chatter about trivialities, in which he refused to take any interest, all her complaints, threats, and insistent demands for payment, and then to have to extricate himself, lying and making excuses, no better to creep downstairs and softly as a cat could slip out unnoticed. This time, however, he reached the street feeling astonished at the intensity of his fear of his landlady. To think that I can contemplate such a terrible act and yet be afraid of such trifles, he thought. And he smiled strangely. Yes. A man holds the fate of the world in his two hands, and yet, simply because he is afraid, he just lets things drift. That is a truism. I wonder what men are most afraid of. Any new departure, and especially a new word. That is what they fear most of all. But I'm talking too much. That's why I don't act. Because I'm always talking. Or perhaps I talk so much just because I can't act. I have gotten into a habit of babbling to myself during this last month, while I've been lying in a corner for days on end, thinking fantastic nonsense. Why have I cut out now? Can I really be capable of that? Am I really serious? No. Of course I'm not serious. So I am just amusing myself with fancies. Children's games? Yes. Perhaps I am only playing a game. The heat in the streets is stifling, the stuffiness, jostling crowds, the bricks and mortar, scaffolding and dust everywhere, and that peculiar summer stench so familiar to everyone who could not get away from St. Petersburg into the country, all combined to aggravate the disturbance of the young man's nerves. The intolerable reek from the public houses, so numerous in that part of the city, and the sight of drunken men encountered at every turn, even though this was not a holiday, completed the mournfully repellent picture. An expression of the deepest loathing passed across the young man's delicate features. He was, by the way, a strikingly handsome young man, with fine dark eyes, brown hair, and a slender, well-knit figure taller than the average. Soon, however, he relapsed again into profound thought, or rather into a sort of abstraction. He continued on his way in complete and willful unconsciousness of his surroundings. Once or twice he muttered something to himself in a manner that, as he had just confessed, had grown habitual with him. He himself realized that at times his thoughts were confused, and that he was very weak. He had eaten practically nothing, wretchedly dressed, and anybody else, however, used to them, might have hesitated to go out in daylight in such rags. It is true that it would have been difficult to attract attention by one's dress in this part of central St. Petersburg. In these streets and alleys near the Haymarket, with their numerous houses of ill fame and their swarming population of artisans and laborers, such queer figures sometimes appeared on the scene that even the oddest of them could hardly arouse any surprise. Besides, the young man's heart was so full of bitter scorn that in spite of his often very youthful sensitivities, wearing his rags in the street caused him no embarrassment. It would have been difficult had he come across any of his acquaintances or former friends, whom he wished in any case to avoid. All the same, when a drunken man who was being carried off somewhere in an enormous dray, drawn by an equally enormous cart horse, suddenly yelled as he went by, "Hi, you in the German hat!" and went on pointing at him and bawling at the top of his voice. The young man stopped dead and clutched feverishly at his hat. It was a high, round hat, which he had come from Zimmerman's famous hat shop, but was now all rubbed and rusty with age, stained and full of slits. What remained of its battered brim was cocked up grotesquely at one side. But it was not shame, but an entirely different emotion, more like terror that had seized him. "I knew it," he muttered in confusion. "I foresaw something like this, but this is worse than anything I had thought of. A piece of stupidity like this, an insignificant trifle, might wreck the whole affair. Yes, the hat is too noticeable. It is ridiculous, and that means that it attracts attention. I must get a cap, any sort of old cap, to go with my rags, not this monstrosity. Nobody wears this sort of thing. It would be noticed a mile off, and remembered. That's the point. It would be remembered afterwards, and it would be evidence. I must be as inconspicuous as possible. Trifles are important. Trifles like this could bring disaster." He had not far to go. He even knew how many paces it was from his own door. Exactly 730. He had counted them once, but when he had first begun to give his imagination free rein. At this time, he did not believe in the reality of his imaginings and their audacity, which both repelled and fascinated him at the same time, was merely irritating. Now, a month later, he saw them in a different light, and had somehow grown used to regarding the ugly dream as a real project, although he still did not trust himself to carry it out, and reproached himself for his own weakness and lack of resolution. He was now engaged in rehearsing his project, and his agitation increased with every step he took. With a fainting heart and shuddering nerves, he approached an enormous building, which fronted the canal on one side and Sadovaya Street on the other. The building was split up into small tenements, which housed all kinds of tradespeople: tailors, locksmiths, cooks, various German craftsmen, prostitutes, clerks, and so on. People hurrying in and out of its two gates and across its two courtyards. The building had 3 or 4 corners, and the young man thought himself lucky not to meet any of them. As he slipped from the gate to the first staircase on the right, it was narrow and dark. He already knew that, and the circumstance pleased him. In such obscurity, there was no danger from prying eyes. If I feel so afraid at this moment, what would it be like if I had really brought myself to the point of doing the thing itself? He thought involuntarily, as he came up to the 4th floor. Here his way was blocked by 2 porters, old soldiers, who were removing furniture into one of the flats. He knew that a German clerk lived here with his family. The German must be moving, and that means the old woman will only be the only flat that means that the old woman will be the only flat occupied on the 4th floor on this staircase, at any rate for some time. That's fine, in case he thought as he rang the old woman's bell. The bell tinkled feebly as though it were made of tin, not copper. Small flats in that kind of house nearly all have such bells. But he had forgotten what it sounded like, and its peculiar tinkle seemed to startle him, as if it brought back something to his memory with great clearness. He shuddered. Evidently his nerves were too weak this time. After a short interval, the door opened the merest crack, and a woman peered suspiciously out at her visitor. Only her glittering little eyes were visible in the gloom. She seemed reassured, however, when she saw that there were several people on the landing, and opened the door wider. The young man stepped across the threshold into a deep hall divided by a partition from the tiny kitchen. The old woman stood silently before him, looking at him with a question in her eyes. She was a tiny, dried-up scrap of a creature, about 60 years old, with sharp, malicious little eyes and a small, sharp nose. She was bareheaded, and her fair hair, just beginning to go gray, was thick with grease. A strip of flannel was twisted round her long, thin neck, which was wrinkled and yellow like a hen's legs. And in spite of the heat, a short jacket of worn fur, yellow with age, hung from her shoulders. She coughed and groaned continually. The young man must have been looking at her rather oddly, for distrust flashed into her eyes. Reminding himself that he must be as polite as possible, the young man made a hurried half-bow and muttered, Raskolnikov, a student. I was here a month ago. I remember you were my friend. I remember very well, the old woman answered dryly, still without taking her eyes from his face. Well, I've come again on the same business, continued Raskolnikov, rather disconcerted by her suspicion. Perhaps, though, he thought uneasily, she was always like this, only I didn't notice it before. The old woman remained silent, apparently still doubtful, and then stood aside and pointed to a door, saying as she let her visitor pass, "Go in, my friend." The little room the young man entered, with its faded wallpaper, geraniums, and muslin window curtains, was bright, with the rays of the setting sun. The unexpected thought crossed his mind. The sun will be shining then, too, just as it does now. He glanced rapidly round the room, trying to fix its appearance as firmly in his mind as possible. There was nothing special about it. The old furniture, all of painted yellow wood, consisted of a sofa with a high curved wooden back, an oval table in front of it, a toilet table with a small mirror between the windows, some chairs against the wall, and 2 or 3 cheap pictures in yellow frames, representing German young ladies with birds in their hands. That was all. In a corner, the lamp was burning before a small icon. Everything was very clean. Both furniture and floor were highly polished. and everything shone. This event is work, thought the young man. There was not a speck of dust anywhere in the flat. How do nasty old widows contrive to have everything so clean, he continued to himself, with his curious glance fixed on the print curtain hanging over the door into another tiny room. In this stood the old woman's bed and chest of drawers, and he had never contrived to see into it. The flat contained only these two rooms. "What can I do for you?" inquired the old woman in a forbidding tone. She had followed him, planted herself squarely in front of him, and was looking him in the face as before. "I brought something to pawn. Here." And he drew from his pocket an old flat silver watch with a globe engraved on the back and a steel guard. "But it is time you redeemed your other pledge. The month was up 2 days ago. And I will pay you another month's interest. Please, be patient." "I shall please myself, my friend, whether I am patient or sell your property now." "How much for the watch, Elena Ivanovna?" "It is really not worth anything. You bring me nothing but trash, my friend. Last time I lent you 2 rubles on a ring. You could buy from a jeweler for 1.5 rubles. Let me have 4 rubles. I will redeem it. It was my father's. I was expecting some money soon." Thank you. Yeah, of course.
All right, folks. So in the last sequence, we've had T.S. Eliot, Walt Whitman, Dostoevsky. That was a Hemingway story, I think Nick did. So I'm going with an appropriate but slightly different total change. This is by Woody Allen, The Whore of Edsa. One thing about being a private investigator, you've got to learn to go with your hunches. That's why when a quivering cat of butter named Word Babcock walked into my office and laid his cards on the table, I should have trusted the cold chill that shot up my spine. "Kaiser," he said. "Kaiser Lupowitz?" "That's what it says on my license," I opened up. "You've got to help me. I'm being blackmailed, please." He was shaking like the lead singer in a rumba band. I passed a glass across the desktop and a bottle of rye I kept handy for non-medicinal purposes. "Suppose you relax and tell me all about it." "Well, you won't tell my wife?" "Level with me. Word. I can't make any promises." He tried pouring a drink, and she could hear the clicking sound across the street and much of the stuff wound up on his shoes. "I'm a working guy," he said. "Mechanical maintenance. I build and service joy buzzers. You know, those little fun gimmicks that give people a shock when they shake hands." "So? A lot of your executives like me, particularly down on Wall Street." "Get to the point. I'm on a road trip. You see how it is. Lonely. Oh, not what you're thinking. See, Kaiser, I'm basically an intellectual. Sure, a guy can meet all the bimbos he wants, but the really brainy women, they're not so easy to find on short notice." "Keep talking." "Well, I heard of this young girl, 18 years old, a Vassar student. For a price, she'll come over and discuss any subject. Proust, Yeats, anthropology, exchange of ideas." You see what I'm driving at? Not exactly. I mean, my wife is great, don't get me wrong, but she won't discuss Pound with me, or Eliot. I don't know what, I didn't know that when I married her. See, I need a woman who's mentally stimulating, Kaiser, and I'm willing to pay for it. I don't want involvement. I want a quick intellectual experience. Then I want the girl to leave. Christ, Kaiser, I'm a happily married man. How long has this been going on? 6 months. Whenever I have the craving, I call Flossie. She's a madam with a master's in comparative lit. She sends me over an intellectual, see? So he was one of those guys whose weakness was really bright women. I felt sorry for the poor sap. I figured there must be a lot of jokers in this position who would starve for a little intellectual communication with the opposite sex and would pay through the nose for it. Now she's threatening to tell my wife, he said. Who is? Flossie. They bugged the motel room. They got tapes of me reading The Wasteland and Styles of Radical Will and, well, really getting into some issues. They want 10 grand or they're going to Carla. Kaiser, you've got to help me. Carla would die if she knew if she didn't turn me on up here. The old call girl rampage. I'd heard rumors from the boys at headquarters were onto something involving a group of educated women, but so far they were stymied. Get Flossie on the phone for me. What? I'll take your case, Word, but I get $50 a day plus expenses. You'll have to repair a lot of joy buzzers. It won't be 10 G's worth, I'm sure of that, he said with a grin. I picked up the phone and dialed the number. I took it from him and winked. I was beginning to like it. Seconds later, a silky voice answered, and I told her what was on my mind. I understand you can set up an hour of good chat, I said. Sure, honey. What did you have in mind? I'd like to discuss Melville. Moby Dick or the shorter novels? What's the difference? The price, that's all. Symbolism's extra. What'll it run me? 50, maybe 100 for Moby Dick. You want a comparative discussion, Melville and Hawthorne? That can be arranged for 100. The bill was fine, I told her, and I gave her the number of a room at the plaza. You want a blonde or a brunette? Surprise me, I said, and hung up. I shaved and grabbed some black coffee while I checked over the Monarch College Outline Series. Hardly an hour had passed before there was a knock on my door. I opened it, and standing there was a young redhead who was packed into her slacks like 2 big scoops of vanilla ice cream. Hi, I'm Sherry. They really know how to appeal to your fantasies. Long, straight hair, leather bag, silver earrings, no makeup. I'm surprised you weren't stopped walking into a hotel dressed like that. I said, at the House of Dick, you usually spot an intellectual. A 5-spot fools him. Shall we begin, I said, motioning her to the couch. She lit a cigarette and got right into it. I think we could start by approaching Billy Budd as Melville's justification of the ways of gods and men, n'est-ce pas? Interestingly, though not in a Miltonian sense, I was bluffing. I wanted to see if she'd go for it. No, Paradise Lost lacked the substructure of pessimism. She did. Right. God, you're good, I murmured. I think Melville reaffirmed the virtues of innocence in a naive yet sophisticated sense. Don't you agree? I let her go on. She was barely 19 years old, but already she had developed the hardened facility of the pseudo-intellectual. She rattled off her ideas glibly, but it was all mechanical. Whenever I offered an insight, she faked a response. Oh, yes, Kaiser, yes, baby, that's deep. A Platonic comprehension of Christianity? Why didn't I see it before? We talked for about an hour, and then she said she had to go. She stood up, and I laid a C-note on her. Thanks, honey. There's plenty more where that comes from. What are you trying to say? I had piqued her curiosity. She sat down again. Suppose I wanted to have a party, I said. Like what kind of party? Suppose I wanted Noam Chomsky explained to me by 2 girls. Oh, wow. Well, if you'd rather forget it, you'd have to speak with Floss, she said. It'll cost you. Now it was time to tighten the screws. I flashed my private investigator's badge and informed her it was a bust. What? I'm buzzed, sugar, and discussing Melville for money is an 802. You could do time. You louse! Better come clean, baby. Unless you want to tell your story down at Alfred Cassett's office, and I don't think he'd be too happy to hear it. She began to cry. Don't turn me in, Kaiser, she said. I needed the money to complete my master's. I've been turned down for a grant. Twice. Oh, Christ. It all poured out, the whole story. Central Park West upbringing, socialist summer camps, Brandeis. She was every teen you saw waiting in line at the Elgin or the Thalia, or penciling the words, yes, very true, into the margin of some book on Kant. Only somewhere along the line she'd made a wrong turn. I needed cash. A girlfriend said she knew a married guy whose wife wasn't very profound. He was into Blake. She couldn't hack it. I said, sure, for a price I talked Blake with him. I was nervous at first. I faked a lot of it. He didn't care. My friend said there were others. Oh, I've been busted before. I got caught reading commentary in a parked car. And I was once stopped as brisk at Tanglewood. Once more, and I'm a 3-time loser. And take me to Flossie. She bit her lip and said, the Hunter College bookstore. It's a front. Yes? Like those bookie joints that big hat barber shops outside for show? You'll see. I made a quick call to headquarters and then said to her, okay, sugar, you're off the hook, but don't leave town. She tilted her face up towards mine gratefully. I can get you photographs of Dwight McDonald reading, she said. Some other time. I walked into Hunter College bookstore. The salesman, a young man with sensitive eyes, came up to me. Can I help you, he said. I'm looking for a special edition of an advertisement for myself. I understand the author has several thousand gold leaf copies printed up for friends. I'll have to check, he said. We have a Watts line to Mailer's house. I fixed him with a look. Sherry sent me. Oh, in that case, go back, he said. He pressed the button, a wall of books opened, and I walked like a lamb into that bustling pleasure palace known as Flossie's. Red blocked wallpaper and a Victorian decor set the tone. Pale, nervous girls with black-rimmed glasses and blunt-cut hair balled around on sofas, rippling Penguin classics provocatively. A blonde with a big smile went to me, nodded towards a room upstairs, and said, Wallace Stevens, eh? But it wasn't just intellectual experiences, they were peddling emotional ones too. For $50 I learned you could relate without getting close. For $100, a girl would lend you her Bartok records, have dinner, and then let you watch while she had an anxiety attack. For $150 you could listen to FM radio with twins. For $3 you got the works. A thin Jewish brunette who would pretend to pick you up at the Museum of Modern Art, let you read her masters, get you involved in a screaming quarrel at Elaine's over Ford's concept of women, and then fake a suicide of your choosing. The perfect evening for some guys. Nice racket. Great town, New York City. Like what you see, a voice said behind me. I turned and suddenly found myself standing face to face with the business end of a 38. I'm a guy with a strong stomach, but this time it did a backflip. It was Flossie, all right. The voice was the same, but Flossie was a man. His face was hidden by a mask. You'll never believe this, he said, but I don't even have a college degree. I was thrown out for low grades. Is that why you wear a mask? I devised a complicated scheme to take over the New York Review of Books, but it meant I had to pass for Lionel Trilling. I went to Mexico for an operation. There's a doctor in Juarez who gives people Trilling's features for a price. Something went wrong. I came out looking like Auden with Mary McCarthy's voice. That's when I started working the other side of the law. Quickly, before he could take his finger on the trigger, I went into action. Heaving forward, I snapped my elbow across his jaw and grabbed the gun as he fell back. He hit the ground like a ton of bricks. He was still whimpering when the police showed up. Nice work, Kaiser, Sergeant Holmes said. When we're through with this guy, the FBI wants to have a talk with him. A little matter involving some gamblers and an annotated copy of Dante's Inferno. Take him away, boys. Later that night, I looked up an old account of mine named Gloria. She was blonde. She had graduated cum laude. The difference was she majored in physical education, it felt. I still got a couple of minutes, so I'm going to the old standard, the Oxford Book of English Verse. Percy Bysshe Shelley, The Question. I dreamed that as I wandered by the way, there winter suddenly was changed to spring. Gentle odors led my steps astray, mixed with the sound of waters murmuring. Along a shelving bank of turf, which lay under a copse, and hardly dared to fling its green arms round the bosom of the stream, but kissed it and then fled, as though mightiest in dream. There grew pied windflowers and violets, daisies, those pearled arcturi of the earth, the constellated flower that never sets, faint oxlips, tender bluebells, at whose birth the sod scarce sees, and that tall flower that wets like a child, half in tenderness and mirth, its mother's face with heaven-collected tears. When the low wind its playmate's voice appears. And in the warm hedge grew lush eglantine, green halbine, and moonlit colored May, and cherry blossoms, and wine cups whose wine was bright dew, yet drained not by the day, and wild roses, and ivy serpentine, with its dark buds and leaves wandering stray, and flowers, azure, black, and streaked with gold, fairer than any waked eye beholds. And nearer to the river's tumbling edge, there grew broad flag flowers, purple franked with white, and starry river buds along the sedge, and floated water lilies, broad and bright, which lit the oak that overhung the hedge, with moonlight beams of their own watery light, and bulrushes and reeds of such deep green as soothed the dazzle eye with sober sheen. He thought that of the visionary flowers, I made a nosegay, bound in such a way that the same hues, which in their natural bowers were mingled or repressed, proposed, the like array, kept these imprisoned children of the hours within my hand. And then, late and day, I hastened to the spot where I had come, that I might there present it. Oh, to whom? Speaking of to whom, who's going to be reading after me? Okay, I'll be reading out there. Excellent. Going to change it up a little bit. Let's go to... I'm going to be reading from Le Fanu's Madame Crowell's Ghost and Other Stories. This one's called The Child That Went with the Fairies. Okay. Where'd Lauren go? Okay, good enough. Great. The Child That Went with the Fairies. Eastward of the old city of Limerick, about 10 Irish miles under the range of mountains known as the Slieving Hills, famous as having afforded Sarsfield a shelter amongst their rocks and hollows when he crossed them in his gallant descent upon the cannon and ammunition of King William. On its way to the beleaguering army, there runs a very old and narrow road. It connects the Limerick Road to Tipperary with the old road from Limerick to Dublin, and runs by bog and pasture, hill and hollow, straw-thatched village and roofless castle, not far from 20 miles. Skirting the heathy mountains of which I have spoken, at one point it becomes singularly lonely. For more than 3 Irish miles, it traverses a deserted country. Wide, black bog, level as a lake, skirted with copse, spreads at the left as you journey northward, and the long and irregular line of mountains rises at the right, clothed in heat, broken with lines of gray rock that resemble the bold and irregular outlines of fortifications, and riven with many a gully, expanding here and there into rocky and wooded glens, which open as they approach the road. A scanty pasturage on which browse a few scattered sheep or kine skirts this solitary road for some miles, and under shelter of a hillock and of 2 or 3 great ash trees stood, not many years ago, the little thatched cabin of a widow named Mary Ryan. Poor was this widow in the land of poverty. The thatch had acquired the gray tint and sunken outlines that show how the alternations of rain and sun have told upon that perishable shelter. But whatever other dangers threatened, there was one well provided against the care of other times. Round the cabin stood a half-dozen mountain ashes, as the Rowans, inimical to witches, are there called. On the worn planks of the door were nailed 2 horseshoes, and over the lintel and spreading along the thatch grew luxuriant patches of that ancient cure for many maladies and prophylactic against the machinations of the evil one, the house leaf. Descending into the doorway and the chiaroscuro of the interior, when your eyes grew sufficiently accustomed to that dim light, you might discover, hanging at the head of the widow's wooden-roofed bed, her beads in a vial of holy water. Here certainly were defenses and bulwarks against the intrusion of that unearthly and evil power, of whose vicinity this solitary family were constantly reminded by the outlines of Minas-Mora, that lonely hill haunt of the good people, as the fairies are called euphemistically, whose strangely dome-like summit rose not half a mile away, looking like an outwork of the long line of mountain that swept by it. It was at the fall of the leaf, and an autumnal sunset through the lengthening shadows of haunted Minas-Mora, close in front of the solitary little cabin, over the undulating slopes and sides of Slieving. The birds were singing among the branches and the thinning leaves of the melancholy ash trees that grew at the roadside in front of the door. The widow's 3 younger children were playing on the road, and their voices mingled with the evening song of the birds. Their elder sister, Nell, was within in the house, as their phrase is, seeing after the boiling of the potatoes for supper. Their mother had gone down to the bog to carry up a hamper of turf on her back, It is, or was at least, a charitable custom, and if not disused, long may it continue, for the wealthier people, when cutting their turf and stacking it in the bog, to make a smaller stack for the group of the poor, who were welcome to take from it so long as it lasted, and thus the potato pot was kept boiling, and the hearth warm, that would have been cold enough but for that good-natured bounty through many winter months. Moll Ryan trudged up the steep boreen whose banks were overgrown with thorn and bramble, and stooping under her burden, re-entered her door, where her dark-haired daughter Nell met her with a welcome and relieved her of her hamper. Moll Ryan looked round with a sense of relief, and drying her forehead, uttered a monster ejaculation. It's tired I am with it, God bless it. And where's the craters, Nell? Playing out in the yard, in the road, mother. Didn't you see them and you coming up? No, there was no one before me on the road, she said uneasily. Not a soul, Nell. And why didn't you keep an eye on them? Well, they're in the haggard playing then, or around the back of the house. Will I call them in? Do so, good girl, in the name of God. The hens is coming home, see, and the sun was just down off of Noctula, and I coming in. So out ran tall, dark-haired Nell, and standing on the road, looked up and down it, but not a sign of her two little brothers, Colin and Bill, or her little sister Peg, could she see. She called them, but no answer came from the little haggard, fenced with straggling bushes. She listened, but the sound of their voices was missing. Over the stile and behind the house she ran, but there all was silent and deserted. She looked down toward the bog as far as she could see, but they did not appear. Again she listened, but in vain. First she had felt angry, but now a different feeling overcame her, and she grew pale. With an undefined boding, she looked toward the heathy boss of Middlesbrough, now darkening into the deepest purple against the flaming sky of sunset. Again she listened with a sinking heart, and heard nothing but the farewell twitter and whistle of the birds in the bushes around. How many stories had she listened to on the winter heart, of children stolen by the fairies at nightfall in lonely places. With this fear she knew her mother was haunted. No one in the country round gathered her little flock about her so early as this frightened widow, and no door in the 7 parishes was barred so early. Sufficiently fearful, as all young people in that part of the world are, such dreaded and subtle agents, Nell was even more than usually afraid of them, for her terrors were infected and redoubled by her mother's. She was looking towards Middlesbrough in a trance of fear, and crossed herself again and again, and whispered prayer after prayer. She was interrupted by her mother's voice on the road, calling her loudly. She answered and ran round to the front of the cabin where she found her standing. Where in the world did prairies deduce sight of them anywhere? Anywhere, called Mrs. Ryan as the girl came over the stile. Ah, mother, it is only what they've run down the road a bit. We'll see them this minute coming back. It's like goats they are, climbing here and there. And if I had them here in my hand, maybe I wouldn't give them a hiding all around. May the Lord forgive you now. The children who are gone, who took, and not a soul near us, Father Tom, 3 miles away. And what'll I do? Well, who's to help us this night? Oh, the children are gone. Whisper, mother, easy. Don't you see them coming up? And then she shouted in menacing accents, waving her arms and beckoning the children, who were seen approaching on the road, which some little way off made a slight dip, which concealed them. They were approaching from the westward and from the direction of the dreaded hill of Lisnabora. But there were only 2 children, and one of them, the little girl, was crying. Their mother and sister hurried forward to meet them, more alarmed than ever. Where is Billy? Where is he? Cried the mother, nearly breathless, so soon as she was within hearing. He's gone. They took him away. But they said he'll come back again, answered little Con with the dark brown hair. He's gone away with the grand ladies, blubbered the little girl. What ladies? Where? My darlings, are you gone away at last? Where is he? Who took him? What ladies are you talking about? What way did he go? She cried in distraction. I couldn't see where he went, mother. It was like as if he was going to Middlesbrough. With a wild exclamation, the distracted woman ran on towards the hill alone, clapping her hands and crying aloud the name of her lost child. Scared and horrified, Nell, not daring to follow, gazed after her and burst into tears. and the other children raised high their lamentations in shrill rivalry. Twilight was deepening. It was long past the night, and they were usually barred securely within their habitation. Nell led the younger children into the cabin and made them sit down by the turf fire while she stood in the open door, watching in great fear for the return of her mother. After a long while, they did see their mother return. She came in and sat down by the fire and cried as if her heart would break. "Will I bar the door, Mother?" asked Nell. "I do. Didn't I lose enough this night without leaving the door open when more used to go? But first, take a sprinkle of dust of the holy waters over you, and bring it here till I throw a taste of it over myself and the craters. And I wonder, now you forget to do it yourself, letting the children out so near nightfall. Come here and sit on my knee. Come to me and hold me fast in the name of God, and I'll hold you fast, that none can take these from you. And tell me about it, and what it was, the Lord between us and harm, and how it happened, and who was in it." And the door being barred, the two children, sometimes speaking together, often interrupting one another, often interrupted by their mother, managed to tell this strange story, which I had better relate connectedly and in my own language. The widow Ryan's three children were playing, as I have said, upon the narrow old road in front of her door. Little Bill, or Liam, about 5 years old, with golden hair and large blue eyes, was a very pretty boy, with all the clear tints of a healthy childhood, and that gaze of earnest simplicity which brings not to town children of the same age. His little sister Peg, about a year elder, and his brother Con, a little more than a year elder than she, made up the little group. Under the great old ash trees, whose last leaves were falling at their feet, in the light of an October sunset, they were playing with the hilarity and eagerness of rustic children, clamoring together, and their faces were turned toward the west and storied hill of Lirisbora. Suddenly, a startling voice with a screech called to them from behind, ordering them to get out of the way, and turning they saw a sight such as they had never beheld before. There was a carriage drawn by 4 horses that were pawing and snorting in impatience as it just pulled up. The children were almost under his feet and scrambled to the side of the road next to their own door. This carriage and its appointments were old-fashioned and gorgeous, and presented to the children who had never seen anything finer than a turf car, and once an old chaise that passed its way from Pillow, a spectacle perfectly dazzling. Here was antique splendor. The harness and trappings were silver and blazing with gold. The horses were huge and snow-white, with great manes that as they tossed and shook them in the air, seemed to stream and float, sometimes longer and sometimes shorter, like so much smoke. Their tails were long and tied up in bows of broad scarlet and gold ribbon. The coach itself was glowing with colors, gilded and emblazoned. There were footmen in gay liveries, and 3-cocked hats like the coachman's, but he had a great wig, like the judge's, and their hair was frizzled out and powdered, and a long, thick pigtail with a bow to it hung down the back of the coach. All of these servants were diminutive, and ludicrously out of proportion with the enormous horses of the equipage, and had sharp, sallow features, and small, restless, fiery eyes, and faces of cunning and malice that chilled the children. The little coachman was scowling, and showed his white fangs under his cocked hat, and his little blazing beads of eyes were quivering with fury in their sockets as he whirled his whip round and round over their heads, till the lash of it looked like a streak of fire in the evening sun, and sounded like a cry of a legion. "Stop the princess on the highway!" cried the coachman in a piercing treble. "Stop the princess on the highway!" piped each footman in turn, scowling over his shoulder down on the children and grinding his keen teeth. The children were so frightened that they could only gape and turn white in their panic. But a very sweet voice from the open window of the carriage reassured them, and arrested the attack of the blackness. A beautiful and very grand-looking lady was smiling from it, back on them, and they all felt pleased in the strange light of that smile. "The boy with the golden hair, I think," said the lady, bending her large and wonderfully clear eyes on her Liam. The upper sides of the carriage were chiefly of glass, so that the children could see another woman inside, they did not like so well. This was a black woman with a wonderfully long neck hung around with many strings of large, variously colored beads, and on her head was a sort of turban of silk striped with all the colors of the rainbow, and fixed on it was a golden star. This black woman had a face as thin almost as a death's head, with high cheekbones and great goggle eyes, the whites of which, as well as her wide range of teeth, showed in brilliant contrast with her skin as she looked over the beautiful lady's shoulder and whispered something in her ear. Yes, the boy with the golden hair, I think, repeated the lady. And her voice sounded sweet as a silver bell in the children's ears, and her smile beguiled them like the light of an enchanted lamp as she leaned from the window with a look of ineffable fondness on the golden-haired boy with the large blue eyes, insomuch that little Billy, looking up, smiled in return, with a wondering fondness. And when she stooped down and stretched her jeweled arms towards him, he stretched his little hands up, and how they touched. The other children did not know, but saying, "Come and give me a kiss, my darling," she raised him, and he seemed to ascend in her small fingers as lightly as a feather. She held him in her lap, covered him in kisses. Nothing daunted, the other children would have been only too happy to change places with their favorite little brother. There was only one thing that was unpleasant, and a little frightened them, and that was the black woman who stood and stretched forward in the carriage as before. She gathered a rich silk and gold handkerchief that was in her fingers up to her lips, and seemed to thrust ever so much of it, fold after fold, into her capacious mouth, as they thought to smother her laughter, with which she seemed convulsed, for she was shaking and quivering, as it seemed, with suppressed merriment. But her eyes, which remained uncovered, looked angrier than they had ever seen eyes look before. But the lady was so beautiful, they looked on her instead, and they continued to caress and kiss the little boy on her knee. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Say hi, can you hear me? I've got it right. Yes, no. Yes? What now? Can you hear me now? Better? Okay, I'm gonna do this. Thank you. So I'm gonna read from one of my favorite books by Robert Hoover. It's called The Grand Hotel with Joseph Cornell. He takes a different Joseph Cornell piece that's called The Grand Hotel and writes about that hotel. So this is the Grand Hotel Bald Cockatoo. The once an annex of the Grand Hotel Night Voyage, as were perhaps at one time all the Grand Hotels, the popular Bald Cockatoo has now achieved Grand Hotel status of its own, thanks to the energy and enterprising ingenuity of its management team. Originally built to accommodate those allergic to the blue mist of night voyage, as well as insomniacs and those without dreams of their own, the Bald Cockatoo was then little more than an all-night casino and entertainment palace, its name deriving from a famous fortune-telling cockatoo in the main salon whose feathers had been stripped by a freak hurricane off the eastern seaboard, and who, wearing a red jacket with a ruffled shirt, said to have belonged once upon a time to a prince who kept out the future, or a possible future, with her feet. As a service to the sleepless and dreamless, the staff of the Bald Cockatoo, using an auditorium converted to a dormitory, created dreams to live in, as they called them, which, like Featherless Cockatoo's predictions, were mostly happy, youthful ones, full of love, festivity, poetry, luxury, and transcendent beauty. Though they collected dreams and dream fragments from the parent hotel and from other hotels as well, grand and ordinary, they rearranged the elements, collaging them into dreams that proved to be so delightful and reassuring that many regular night voyagers and clients of lesser but similar hotels now prefer the Bald Cockatoo instead, flocking there in such numbers that the hotel was obliged obliged to build wings and annexes of its own to accommodate them. Mere popularity, of course, does not by itself confer Grand Hotel status. This is achieved by architectural harmony and brilliance, high standards of service, novel decor, unique special features such as, in this instance, the bald cockatoo green deer and fortune telling parlor, the creation of surprise and wonder, dependable plumbing. The original building, in its supporting role as a Grand Hotel annex, used a traditional egg-shaped dovecote design meant to suggest comfort and familiarity for those fleeing the unfamiliar, though as it grew, it incorporated contrasting structural elements from trees, cages, shooting galleries, swinging perches, taxidermic mannequins, and nests, the latter becoming a dominant motif throughout the hotel, and above all in the auditorium. Indeed, so integrated did all the new architectural components become that the distinction between auditorium and hotel faded away, such that one now feels, upon entering the hotel, that one has already entered the lyrical dream nest invented by the gifted and colorful staff, all members, incidentally, of the Feathered Kingdom, who designed and now manage the Grand Hotel Bald Cockatoo, and whose very presence serves to reinforce that sensation of entrancement. Having one's bags, and oneself, flown away to one's rooms high on a limb, being fed at table by hovering waiters, dropping food from their feet, and greeted in the morning by feathered chambermaids, all aquiver with their eagerness to serve, instantly erases all thought of the ordinary waiting world outside the hotel, and prepares one for surrender to the most delicious delights of fancy. Of course, there have been accidents and mishaps, falls from perched rooms, unsavory incidents in the shooting galleries, the illegal plucking of chambermaids, outbreaks of nest itch, and perhaps, worst of all, incidents of persons entering the composite dreamscapes not their own, and being unable to find their way out again, obliged forever after to live caged inside the dreams of anonymous others. This in spite of predictions hexed out by the bald cockatoo that none of these things will ever happen. The injured can be treated, or, if necessary, buried, but those lost in alien dream worlds must be searched for and, if found, led or flown out. So those rescues have usually appeared permanently disoriented by the experience, and if left alone, are inclined to disappear right back from whence they came. Though these regrettable incidents are rare, they tend, unfortunately, to be inflated by the popular press, occasionally jeopardizing the bald cockatoo's Grand Hotel classification. But so far, the hotel's management has been equal to the challenge, arguing eloquently and successfully that no one can get lost in the transparent performances of the Dream Theater unless one wishes to means to, in which case it might even be not a tragedy, but a blessing. The staff at the hotel works extraordinarily hard without complaint 24 hours a day, 364 days a year, granting themselves only one day each year on which they may interact with each other in the way that birds do. Although the hotel is officially closed on this day, the public is permitted to enter without charge to witness the very beautiful, very pure, very spiritual Grand Hotel Bald Cockatoo Valentine's Day mating dance. Magical as it is in its poetic mid-air perfection, this is not a dream. This is real in every way. Anyone know how much time I have?
Yes. 8 minutes.
Okay, I think I can get one more Grand Hotel in. Okay, so this is the Grand Hotel Forgotten Game. Unlike many of the other Grand Hotels, the Grand Hotel Forgotten Game is as easy to find as closing one's eyes and opening them again. The front desk, on the other hand, is deeply concealed within a labyrinth of movable panels of wood and glass, and is shifted about from hour to hour, making checking into the hotel the first game one was obliged to play here, though by no means the most difficult. It is child's play compared, for example, to finding one's room afterward. At the entrance on the revolving doors, which are tricky, not everyone gets inside on the first try, there is posted a quotation attributed to a 19th century saint that reads, "Now here, you see, it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place." Though newcomers might be baffled by such an announcement, forgotten game regulars understand it as a clue by reverse logic to finding the front desk. Locate yourself in a safe place and let the front desk come to you. The rooms, however, can be accessed only by Ferris wheels and carousels. There are no elevators, stairs, or ordinary corridors, though one learns to recognize certain playgrounds and amusement parlors as secret routes of passage, such that the odds of being dropped off at one's room are about the same as winning at roulette. Nor is reaching one's door, if one ever does, the end of the game, for inserting a key can cause the door and the floor in front of the door to drop away. The guessing and singing of the song of the day while inserting the key can prevent this, and send the guest flying down a ramp on wooden rollers past holes in the wall at which other guests are shooting with paint guns. The shoot continues all the way to the bottom of the hotel, where it releases the splattered guests into an alleyway at the back, and the process begins all over again. The hotel staff are all delightfully charming and kind, given to generous laughter, warm embraces, and amusing aphorisms. And playing hide and seek with the chambermaids and bellhops is not only encouraged, it is the only way to get breakfast or to have your bed made, but it is useless to ask them for directions or advice when lost in the hotel. Not only are they instructed to provide only false clues and misinformation, many of them are deceivingly lifelike automata, programmed to provide random replies no matter what the question. But clues are to be found everywhere. One need only look and sensibly puzzle out what one sees. Even the patterns of the colored sand in the sandboxes may provide direction, or the worn areas of carpet, the casual spray of jacks or marbles, the swap of a parrot, candy wrappers behind a chair, a stack of alphabet blocks. At some point, one will probably lose track of one's luggage, but once the room is found, there will be luggage in it, probably not one's own, but no matter. People dressing up in one another's clothes is part of a hotel policy to get everyone playing together. Mail and messages are not delivered, but are hidden about the hotel in Easter eggs, finders keepers, and indeed Easter bunnies, live and otherwise, are a cheerful decorative motif throughout. The restaurant menus are playing cards, and one must find a guest with a matching card before being served, as a pair, of course. The menus themselves list no dishes, only conundrums, such as, what is the color of surprise? Or, where exactly is the universe? Or, if time runs, where does it run to? Or, what does an egg mean? And the guests are served according to their answers, usually to their complete satisfaction. There are costume parties every night, if one can find them, with dancing contests and sack races and sing-alongs. The playful atmosphere has provoked new games invented by the guests, like Goosey Gander, Nickel Tag, and Musical Bed, but these innovations are not encouraged by the management, and such guests often find themselves suddenly shooting the chutes once more and landing in the alley. The colors in the Grand Hotel Forgotten Game are mostly primary, the ambient music that of a rollicking hurdy-gurdy, and the dispersed aromas range from those in ice cream parlors and fireworks to hot asphalt, pencil sharpeners, and the seaside, depending on where one finds oneself in the hotel, and when. Indeed, there is, though not easy to find, a seaside beach somewhere in the hotel where the hurdy-gurdy melodies fade away behind the sounds of sand and pebbles, sucking sea water, waves slapping against wooden piers, and the cries of the weeping gulls. There are shellfish expeditions here, daily beach parties featuring sandcastle building and blind man's bluff on the boardwalk, and fishing competitions from the piers, where one catches not fish, but fortunes, and sometimes toy cars or plastic earrings. Transoceanic excursions can be arranged for guests on extended stays, with overnights in the tropical island beach hut, which can also be arranged by taking the Ferris wheel to the 6th floor, if one can find it. It is not between the 5th and 7th. At the top of the hotel, in the middle of a set of Chinese boxes, is the game room. This is not the casino, which is called the schoolyard, where management and staff meet with the design team to plot out each of the day's activities and the scriptural adjustments required. It is here that all jokes and riddles are dreamed up, and the fun invented. It is widely assumed the hotel's publicity department encourages this public assumption, that these game room meetings are the happiest games in all the Grand Hotel Forgotten Fame. Yet witnesses who have stumbled into the game room, looking in vain for their own rooms, have reported dim light, heavy air of faintly redolent old shoes and books, and a prevailing mood of inwardness and preoccupation, melancholy, wistfulness, in which, say, the blowing of a soap bubble would be cause for tears. The end.
Can everybody hear? I will read from the first chapter of the brief Darkness Life of Oscar Wilde by Junot Diaz. Our hero was not one of those Dominican cats everybody's always going on about. He wasn't no home run hitter or a fly bachatero, not a playboy with a million hots on his job. And except for one period early in his life, Dude never had much luck with the females. How very un-Dominican of him. He was 7 there. In those blessed days of his youth, Oscar was something of a Casanova, one of those preschool lover boys who was always trying to kiss the girls, always coming up behind them during the merengue and giving them the pelvic pump, the first nigger to learn the corrito and the one who danced at any chance he got. Because in those days he was still a normal Dominican boy, raised in a typical Dominican family with nascent pimp lines. His nascent pimp lines was encouraged by blood and friends alike. During parties, and there were many, many parties in those long ago 70s days, before Washington Heights was Washington Heights, before the Bergen line became a straight shot in Spanish for almost 100 blocks, some drunk relative inevitably pushed Oscar onto some little girl, and then everyone would howl as boy and girl approximated the hypnotism of the adults. You should have seen him. His mother sighed in her last days. He was our little Porfirio Rubirosa. All the other boys his age avoided the girls like they were a bad case of Captain Trips. Not Oscar. The little guy loved himself, the females, had girlfriends galore. He was a stout kid, heading straight to fat, but his mother kept him nice in haircuts and clothes, and before the proportions of his head changed, he had these lovely flashing eyes and these cute-ass cheeks, visible in all his pictures. The girls, his sister Lola's friends, his mother's friends, even their neighbor, Marie Colon, a 30-something postal employee who wore red on her lips and walked like she had a bell for an ass, all purportedly fell for him. Ese muchacho está bueno. Did it hurt that he was earnest and clearly attention-deprived? Not at all. In the DR during summer visits to his family digs in Bani, he was the worst, would stand in front of Nana Inca's house and call out to passing women, "Tu eres guapa, until a Seventh-day Adventist complained to his grandmother, and she shut down the hit parade lickety-split. Muchacho del Diablo, this is not a cabaret. It truly was a golden age for Oscar, one that reached its apotheosis in the fall of his 7th year, when he had 2 little girlfriends at the same time, his first and only menage a trois, with Maritza Chacon and Olga Palanco. Maritza was Lola's friend, long-haired and prissy, and so pretty she could have played young Deja Flores. Olga, on the other hand, was no friend of the family. She lived in the house at the end of the block that his mother complained about because it was filled with Puerto Ricans who were always hanging out on their porch drinking beer. What they couldn't have done back in Cuomo, Oscar's mom asked crossly. Olga had like 90 cousins, always seemed to be named Hector or Luis or Wanda. And since her mother was una maldita borracha, to quote Oscar's mom, Olga smelled of somebody's ass, which is why the kid took to calling her Mrs. Peabody. Mrs. Peabody or not, Oscar liked how good she was. He would throw her to the ground and wrestle with her. interest he showed in his starter dolls. Maritza was just plain beautiful. No need for motivation there. Always around, too. And it was a stroke of pure genius that convinced him to kick it to them both at once. First he pretended that it was his number one hero, Shazam, who wanted to date them. But after they agreed, he dropped all pretense. It wasn't Shazam, it was Oscar. Those were more innocent days, so their relationship amounted to standing close to each other at the bus stop, some undercover hand-holding, and twice kissing on the cheeks very seriously. First Maritza, then Olga, while they were hidden from the street lights and bushes. Look at that little macho, his mother's friend said. Que hombre. But recently the last single girl to school, Maritza cornered Oscar behind the street center and laid down the law. It's either her or me. Oscar held Maritza's hand and talked seriously at great length about his love for her, and reminded her they had more to share. But Maritza wasn't having any of it. She had 3 older sisters, knew everything she needed to know about the possibilities of sharing. Don't talk to me no more unless you get rid of her. Maritza, with her chocolate skin and narrow eyes, already expressing the open energy that she would chop at everybody with for the rest of her life. Oscar went home morose to his pre-Korean sweatshop era cartoons, to the Herculoids and Space Ghost. What's wrong with you? His mother asked. She was getting ready to go to her second job, the eczema on her hands looking like a messy meal that had set. When Oscar whimpered, "Girls, Mom's Leon nearly exploded. Tu tal llorada por una muchacha," she hauled Oscar to his feet by his ear. "Mammy, stop it," the sister cried. "Stop it." She threw him to the floor. "Dale un galletazzo," she said. "Then see if the little puta respects you." If he'd been a different nigger, he might have considered the galletazzo. It was just that he didn't have no kind of father to show him the masculine ropes. He simply lacked all aggressive and martial tendencies. Unlike his sister, who fought boys, packs of Morena girls who hated her big nose and straightish hair, Oscar had like a zero combat rating. Even Olga and her toothpick arms could have stomped him silly. Aggression and intimidation out of the question. So he thought it over. Didn't take him long to decide. After all, Maritza was beautiful and Olga was not. Olga sometimes smelled like pee, and Maritza did not. Maritza was allowed over their house, and Olga was not. A Puerto Rican over here? His mother scoffed. Jamás. His logic was close to the yes-no map of insects as an eagle could get. He broke up with Olga the following day on the playground, Maritza at his side, and how Olga had cried, shaking like a rag in her hand-me-downs, and in the shoes that were 4 sizes too big, snots pouring out of her nose and everything. In later years, after he and Olga had both turned into overweight freaks, Oscar could not resist feeling the occasional flash of guilt when he saw Olga loping across the street, or staring blankly out near the New York bus stop. Couldn't stop himself wondering how much his cold-as-balls breakup had contributed to her present fucked-upness. Breaking up with her, he would remember, hadn't felt like anything. Even when she started crying, he hadn't been moved. He'd said, "No, be a baby." What had hurt, however, was when Maritza dumped him. Monday, after he'd fed Olga to the dogs, he arrived at the bus stop with his beloved, Planet of the Apes lunchbox, only to discover beautiful Maritza holding hands with butt-ugly Nelson Pardo. Nelson Pardo, who looked like Chaka from Land of the Lost. Nelson Pardo, who was so stupid he thought the moon was a stain that God had forgotten to clean. He'll get to it soon, he assured his whole class. Nelson Pardo, who would become the neighborhood B&E expert before joining the Marines and losing 8 toes in the first Gulf War. At first, Oscar thought it a mistake. The sun was in his eyes. He'd not slept enough the night before. He stood next to them and admired his lunchbox. How realistic and diabolical, Dr. Zayas looked. But Maritza wouldn't even smile at him, pretended he wasn't there.
We should get married, she said to Nelson, and Nelson grinned moronically, turning up the street to look for the bus. Oscar had been too hurt to speak. He sat down on the curb and felt something overwhelming surge up from his chest. It scared the shit out of him, and before he knew it, he was crying. When his sister, Lola, walked over and asked him what was the matter, he'd shaken his head. Look at the mariconcito, somebody snickered. Somebody else kicked his beloved lunchbox and scratched it right across General Orko's face. When he got on the bus, still crying, the driver, a famously reformed PCP addict, had said, Christ, don't be a fucking baby. How had the breakup affected Olga? What he really was asking was, how had the breakup affected Oscar? It seemed to Oscar that from the moment Maritza dumped him, Shazam, his life started going down the tubes. Over the next couple of years, he grew fatter and fatter. Early adolescence hit him especially hard, scrambling his face into nothing he could call cute, splotching his skin with zits, making him self-conscious. And his interest in genres, which nobody had said boo about before, suddenly became synonymous with being a loser with a capital L. Couldn't make friends for the life of him. Too dorky, too shy. And,
keep going. Make it happen. Just keep reading.
Okay, let me get some points. Nobody had said boo about. Suddenly became synonymous with being a loser with a capital L. Couldn't make friends for the life of him. Too dorky, too shy. And if the kids from his neighborhood are to be believed, too weird. Had a habit of using big words he had memorized only the day before. He no longer went anywhere near the girls because at best they ignored him. At worst, they shrieked and called him Gordo Asqueroso. He forgot the perito, forgot the pride he felt when the women in the family had called him hombre. Did not kiss another girl for a long, long time, as though almost everything he had in the girl department had burned up that one fucking week. Not that his girlfriends fared much better. It seemed that whatever bad no-love karma hit Oscar hit them too. By 7th grade, Oscar had grown huge and scary, a troll gene in her somewhere. Olga had grown huge and scary, a troll gene in her somewhere. Started drinking 151 straight out of the bottle and was finally taken out of school because she had a habit of screaming natas in the middle of homeroom. Even her breasts, when they finally emerged, were floppy and terrifying. Once on the bus, Olga had called Oscar a cake eater, and he'd almost said, "Look who's talking, cracker," but he was afraid that she should rear back and trample him. His cool index already low couldn't have survived that kind of palizza. Would have put him on par with the handicapped kids and with Joe Locorotundo, who was famous for masturbating in public. And the lovely Maritza Chacon, the hypotenuse of our triangle. How had she fared? Well, before you could say, "Oh, mighty Isis," Maritza blew up into the flyest guapa in Patterson, one of the queens of New Peru. Since they stayed neighbors, Oscar saw her plenty. The ghetto Mary Jane, hair as black and blush as a thunderhead, probably the only Peruvian girl on the planet with pelo curlier than his sisters. He hadn't heard of Afro-Peruvians yet, or of a town called Chincha. Body fine enough to make old men forget their infirmities, and from the 6th grade on, dating men 2-3 times her age. Maritza might not have been good at much, not sports, not school, not work, but she was good at men. Did that mean she had avoided the curse, that she was happier than Oscar or Olga? That was doubtful. From what Oscar could see, Maritza was a girl who seemed to delight in getting slapped around by her boyfriends, since it happened to her all the time. If a boy hit me, Lola said pluckily, I would bite his face. See Maritza, French kissing on the front stoop of her house, getting in or out of some roughneck's ride, being pushed down onto the sidewalk. Oscar would watch the French kissing, the getting in and out, the pushing, all through his cheerless, sexless adolescence. What else could he do? His bedroom window looked out over the front of her house, and so he always peeped her while he was painting his D&D miniatures or reading the latest Stephen King. The only thing that changed in those years were the models of the cars, the size of Maritz's ass, and the kind of music bolting out of the car's speakers. First freestyle, then Ill Will era hip-hop, and right at the very end, for just a little while, Hector Lavoe and the boys. He said hi to her almost every day, all upbeat and faux happy, and she said hi back, indifferently, but that was it. He didn't imagine that she remembered their kissing, but of course, he could not forget. High school was Don Bosco Tech, and since Don Bosco Tech was an urban all-boys Catholic school packed to the strengths with a couple hundred insecure, hyperactive adolescents, it was, for a fat sci-fi reading nerd like Oscar, a source of endless anguish. For Oscar, high school was the equivalent of a medieval spectacle, like being put in the stocks and forced to endure the peltings and outrages of a mob of deranged half-wits, an experience from which he supposed he should have emerged a better person. But that's not really what happened. And if there were any lessons to be gleaned from the ordeal of those years, he never quite figured out what they were. He walked into school every day like the fat, lonely, nerdy kid he was, and all he could think about was the day of his manumission, when he would at last be set free from its unending horror. Hey, Oscar, are there faggots on Mars? Hey, Kazoo, catch this. The first time he heard the term moronic inferno, he knew exactly where it was located and who were its inhabitants. Sophomore year, Oscar found himself weighing in at a whopping 245, 260 when he was depressed, which was awful. And it had become clear to everybody, especially his family, that he had become the neighborhood Pariguayo, had none of the higher powers of your typical Dominican male.
Sorry.
Okay.
So I'm waiting for the Alchemist. Don't think about what you left behind, the Alchemist said to the boy as they began to ride across the sands in the desert. Everything is written in the soul of the world, and there it will stay forever. Then dream more about chemicals than about music, the boy said. He was already reaccustomed to the desert silence. If what one finds is made of pure matter, it will never spoil, and one can always come back. If what you found was only a moment of light, like the explosion of a star, you would find nothing under the term. The man was speaking the language of empathy, but the boy knew that he was referring to cosmos. It was difficult not to think about what he had left behind. The desert, which with its endless monotony, put him to dreaming. The boy could still see the palm trees, the well, and the face of the woman he loved. He could see the Englishman at his experiments, and the camel driver who was a teacher without realizing it. Maybe the alchemist had never been in love, the boy thought. The alchemist rode in front, with a falcon on his shoulder. The bird knew the language of the desert well, and whenever they stopped, he flew off in search of aid. On the first day, they returned with a rabbit, and on the second with 2 birds. At night, they spread their sleeping gear and kept their fires lit. The desert nights were cool, and were becoming darker and darker as the faces of the passed. They went on for about a week, speaking only of the precautions they needed to follow in order to win battles between the lines. The war continued, and at times the wind carried the sweet, sickly smell of blood. Battles had been fought nearby,